Hello, hello, our Rocket League people. We are getting into it live with your well, I can't say first. What season is this for Fiber Frenzy?
I guess this is our first season, as this is the first WCSA LAN.
It'll be the first WCSA LAN, but this is going to be brought to you today by WSTA. They've been so helpful, providing so much for the players. They've offered up hotel stays. They're covering breakfast, dinner, a lot of the amenities we have here today. So without further ado, my name is Boss Radala. I've got Power here with me on the desk, brother. There's a lot of money to be had here. I mean, we're talking $1,500 just for the winning team. And there's so much more on the at stake. What should we be looking forward to?
We should be looking forward to the fact that not only first gets prize pool, not only second, not only third, all the way down through fifth will get prize pool here at WCSA. So that is super, super exciting. And then, of course, we have some great Rocket League players here. I know a lot of them from various leagues, both CSA, the main CSA, Car Soccer Association, as well as other Midwest-based leagues, and I've seen these players compete, and boy, let me tell you, we are in for some top-level regional talent.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially with who we're going to have on the desk today. I mean, I know we're having Hude and Kilo's team kicking us off right off the rip for the stream. It's round robin today, right? 3 matches on stream. It'll be an hour and a half, 2 hours between each match.
It depends on how long the match goes. We have each one scheduled out for 2 hours. Of course, we have best of fives across the board, very likely to go about 30, 40 minutes, depending on how many games we see played. I'm expecting a few best of fives to go all the way to game 5 here. That would be exactly what we want to see as Rocket League players and viewers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you're a fan of Rocket League, you love to see the top level action constantly competing. It's never fun. You get a team that sweeps. I mean, yeah, you're going to have some domination today. There's going to be some incredible players that really just peak, pop off, play exceptionally well. But, I mean, the hopes, the dreams, we're looking for that best of 5 action just to see some really good clutch moments. Maybe a best of 5 OT. That would be fun.
Yes, overtime always a lot more hype on LAN for whatever reason. They hit hard online, and I love to watch the online overtimes, but there's something different when you can stand up and fist bump your teammates right after scoring the winner, or when you get that surge of not only did I just win, I can see the people around me celebrating, and I can really build off that energy that you get the whole series.
Oh, for sure. And then you've got the audience, you've got everybody else in the stadium. They're watching, they're seeing grand stage, they're seeing what's going on. They're looking to see how it's going to be played. There might be a little bit of breath holding. So it'll be interesting to see, I guess, how that LAN atmosphere affects the players. But I'm really excited to get into the first match.
Yes, for sure. Here we have Kilo's team versus Hude's team. Both their team captains. That's what we're going to be referencing for the teams during this tournament. And of course, Kilo's team is the 16th seed. Hude's team is the 8th team. But the seeding in this tournament is a little bit more questionable as far as the teams are not necessarily seeded perfectly. They did play one event before this, but that is it.
Just one event. Okay, so it really is anybody could win. The bracket's totally open. It'll be great to watch, see really just how things chop out. Especially, you know how it is. You get live. There's a little bit of jitters. You're playing on stream, so we'll see generally how that pays off. And maybe the one day land boost. Maybe somebody just locks in. They're ready. Hey, let's get it going. We'll see. I'm really excited.
Yeah, a little bit of a walkthrough for the format. Of course, day 1 is this Saturday. Bracket or group stage rather, that has 3 best of 5s being played. The 16 teams total here at WCSA, split into 4 groups. So you'll have each team play each other once, best of 5. The 2 top teams will move on to the quarterfinals. That will be played tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Hey, from what I saw with their schedule tomorrow, it's going to be fully packed. A lot of Rocket League action, but we've got both teams on the pitch right now. King winning the kickoff here, splitting it back into the corner. That's going to pop high. A quick elevation by the third man, trying to keep this play alive, looking for a pass center. That's going to be over net. It's a viable scoring opportunity, and that is swatted away.
really good chance there for Kilo's team on the offense right here, but now swings the other way. Hude's team on the offense, trying to build some pressure. How can they support their team captain in Hude? King now into the corner, trying to play this one toward a teammate. Quaza not there in time. One up early for Hude's team. Gets this played down towards Swish. Swish with control, trying to 50 this one through. Does successfully play it toward backward. This is a shot opportunity, but does not go the way that Hude's team would have liked.
Oh man, we've seen so many plays already being developed. It's a really good feeler out game. Both teams really just trying to see how porous that opposing defense is going to be. He's over one. Unfortunate bounce going high with the elevation. Takes first touch. Very patient goalkeep, waiting for it. Kilo's going to put it back into the corner. He's got possession, splits the 50. That's back out center. Hude's team gets it pop off the sidewall. Another split 50 that's going center. Can't quite get the ground pinch to follow it. That might have been an incredible opening goal.
Yeah, Kilo's team looking to pressure early, but this is not going the way of poor Kilo's team that they might have liked. Swish putting that one through. Hude's team now up one. Of course, the series score not exactly accurate. It does show Kilo's team up 2-1 or 2-0, but it is in fact 0-0. Fresh slate for both teams here. Hude up early. Now Hude and Swish trying to combine on this one. Hude misses that bump. Kilo toward the backboard, ends up letting a teammate take that one across. Now King on the 50. Kilo another 50 coming through, but the pressure is starting to build, and Hude's team looking deadly on that offensive half. As long as they haven't overcommitted, they've looked pretty comfortable.
No, Hude's team looks incredible right now. They're reading a lot of plays before they even start. They're elevating quickly. They're swatting away anything they can. What a shot. Gets the goalkeep off guard. Takes it as a half volley, and that generates so much volume, so much power. It is an incredible sneaky shot there. But I know, that's terrible. That's my bad. We'll get a kickoff here, though, to go it underway. Hude's team is up 2-0. Bounces off sidewall. Kilo has control, pops it up, gives away possession here. Elevation, looking for the flip reset, fakes it past one. No, can't quite get back for contact power. That could have been a great clip.
That would have been very good out of Swish. Swish, definitely one of the most deadly players on this pitch, probably the highest rank here, at least in this series. Hude, of course, not too bad himself, goes up for the air dribble, has control off the backboard, tries to play it off to a teammate. Swish now popping this one up high, Sneaky with another shot, and a top right slot. Sneaky shooting has been on target. Perfect follow-up from the teammate. All three getting involved there from Hude's team, looking to take this one and run away.
Brother, that was incredible placement. I mean, anybody playing defense is going to have some difficulty there, elevating for that, even with the back post rotation. Kilo splits the 50. Hude is up, gets another, looking for yet another top right bins. That's going to be put away. A quick jump, quick elevation by the goalkeeper is going to keep that out, even with the low beans opportunity. You can definitely see here, Hude's team is really rocking and rolling. They're looking for those team plays. They're elevating it. They're leaving it for the second man to support, and it's paying off so quickly. I mean, right here, Swish gets it over one, gonna follow. Oh goodness, goal number 4 already in the place.
Yeah, Hude's team really running away with this one, which is kind of surprising considering the pressure that Kilo's team had so early on in this game. It looked like the first 30 seconds they had a few good shot opportunities. Since then, Hude's team has really taken it up to the next level. They've stepped up the gameplay, and Hude's team not looking to slow down. Here off toward the sidewall, trying to follow it. Now, maybe a pass mid. 50-50 does not go through. This is an opportunity the other way for Kilo's team, trying to center it. No one there on the follow-up. Kilo himself now trying to put this one in himself. Quaza pushed up too far. Shots now starting to fall for Kilo's team, but no dice.
Well, they really need to start getting it turned around. Game 1 might be a function of the way things are kind of playing out. What a redirect that's on target. Quick elevation by Kilo is going to put that on back forward. What I was going to say is they definitely need a few goals in the tank. At least get the morale swinging in the opposite way. Maybe carry some momentum in game 2. Tough spot here. It's going to bounce in the corner. Pass possession. Incredible first touch. Elevates underneath. Gets a second. Looking for a pass center. Oh my goodness. The fourth defender keeps that out of the net. But Hude's game is going to get goal number 5.
And Huday's team just ramping up the score at this point. They've been comfortable since about minute 3, and they're looking to not stop the pressure. This is one of those things where if you can get the momentum rolling, even if it is a team, this might be a mismatch. It is, the 16th seed versus the 8th seed. It's not expected to go in Kilo's team's favor, but Huday's team really wants to get that pressure early. They do have the number 1 seed in their group. They want to make sure that they're feeling comfortable going into the series later today.
Well, and you can see right now they definitely feel comfortable. The first man elevating so quickly every single time. They're swatting it away, but they have their second, they have their third. They are quickly playing support every single play, and it's paid off. Every touch is one more to make it a little bit closer to the net here. Kilo, Low Beans grabs 100, King, Low Beans grabs 100, turns around, collects the ball, splits the 50, dangerous because it's back out center. A little bit of a wet noodle touch, keeps it center, looking for a shot. It's going to be wide. King able to corral this and take it off the backboard, but he's just buying time, trying to get an outlet. Plaza gets a pop over 1. Unfortunate touch here if you're a Kilo fan. Oh, it's going to go out wide in power. 5 seconds left in the bank, and this is probably going to be it.
0-second drill, flip reset over 1, and ends up not quite going in. That is so unfortunate. I mean, to be fair, they're looking to not stop, right? I mean, we see Sneaky with almost 700 points, I believe. Or is that? No, that's 894. That's crazy. Absolutely insane first game.
I mean, it's total domination. I mean, you look at shots total alone. You're talking 15 shots to King's 3 on the opposite team here. I mean, that is just midfield control. That's great support. That's great looking for your teammates to keep the offensive pressure alive, to keep it as far up pitch as humanly possible to keep the play just going. I mean, brother, it is just insanity. Just absolute control right now.
Yeah, we did see, however, Kilo's team put up a fight, at least in the first 30 seconds. It was probably a warm-up for Huday's team, getting comfortable. That's probably when all 3 of their shots came in. And then the rest of it was a lot of diving on defense. We saw 4 saves out of them, but that's not nearly enough when the opposing team is putting up 15 shots, rather.
Yeah, 15. I mean, that is insane. We'll see, though, going into game 2 here, if Kilo's team is going to be able to make some adjustments and hopefully try to make some ability to turn this thing around.
A lot of these teams are only denoted by the captain. And, you look at some of the captains and you may think, wow, they are a lot better than the other people, but that you fail to account for the fact that some of them are teaming with SSLs. Like, I want to say Bryant and Moke was a team with a Champ 1, where we had 2 players who have reached multiple, leagues above SSL, but we'll have to wait to see them. Here we get back into Huday's team versus Kilo's team. Kilo up forward backboard does play this one away successfully, making it not as much of a bloodbath, at least initially. Once again, now an opportunity actually for Kilo. Does he get this one through to our teammate? Not quickly enough, however. Now Swish on the sidewalk, comfortable in the air once again, just taking his time, has the control, has a little bit of boost in the tank, not able to get the play past the corner though.
Brother, you saw right there, Switch didn't really want to give up possession. Every single touch was to maintain a light touch, keep it in front of their car. Oh my, what a dunk. Huday's team right out the rip, getting goal number 1. Swish able to drop that right behind the back post, and in turn, Huday is able to dunk that through Kilo and get goal number 1. I mean, I'm talking right there, like Swish, incredible placement on the pass. It's going to be right off that backboard, drops right behind the most viable spot, unless you're sitting back post. Like, that is a very difficult spot to defend when it drops in that perfect golden spot.
Yeah, and just the numbers that Huday's team has put up this past game and now continue to put up this game, it really just shows the dominance they have. They have been forcing this blue team in Kilo and his teammates back into the corners. They've been pressured this entire time, and more shots rolling in now for Huday's team. We have seen the midfield line cross maybe once on a Kilo opportunity, but this shot looking almost on net, but did get turned away before it was able to find its way to the back of the net. Now Swish up once again, trying to play this one mid maybe to a teammate. Has to leave it though. Huday now in the corner. Also ends up going missing. A little bit of time for Kilo's team to breathe. but Sneaky pinches this one back in. Into the corner now, trying to play this one back toward mid off the backboard. Who's there first? It is a blue member of Kilo's team. Swish now having really fun, trying to go for a psycho. Ends up having to 50 that though. Stalls the ball into the corner.
The car control, because I thought he was going for that psycho, but instead he just uses the momentum to stay in the play. Oh, great golly, Miss Molly, we almost saw a clip of the day by far. Sneaky trying to redirect and corral that off the backboard for a double tap. Kilo, outlet, Hude putting it to the corner. Swish is going to keep that up and out. Splits the 50, that's popping up high. Quaza trying to get back to the ball to keep that as an offensive opportunity, but they have to split yet another 58. Beans in the spot. Swish is going to rotate out. Getting past center. Brother, this is a lot closer to game one. This is actually some give and go with some very viable opportunities for Kilo's team.
Yeah, I think Kilo's team has done a little bit better of a job controlling some of these plays. They've taken the 50, they've taken their time when they are given it, and they've forced Hude's team to sort of push the issue. And it's allowed them a little bit more time and space to allow a third to get back post, to allow a third to get into position, and it's left their net open a little bit less. They still, of course, did concede that one early goal, but now they're starting to look at least a little bit more threatening in transition. We saw the one clear almost find its way in. Now a little bit more of an offensive step from Kilo's team. Maybe this one playing across, not really where they want it, however, and a demo comes through now. Sneaky on the shot opportunity, does play it over one, into the top corner, not quite in, bounces off the post, but the follow-up, not quite good either.
Brother, that placement was insane. I cannot believe that was going to be a bar down, and then it just did not crack their way. Waza trying to buy his team a little bit of breathing room, gets the pop forward. Swish, very dangerous spot if you're Kilo's team. He's going to fake contact, goes for the ground pinch. It's read out, though. A quick follow by Sneaky, off the crossbar yet again. Swish just keeping this up forward. Oh, what a slot. Perfectly behind the defender. That, I'm not going to lie, I thought that was going to be a little wide.
Yeah, I mean, saw King just turn a little bit too early into that, the more less covered side of the net, to put it lightly. And it just made it so awkward rotating back, and everyone was so pushed out of net because of the pressure on Hude's team. They did such a good job finding their teammates and making it a multi-person play versus Kilo's team. We kind of saw flat-footed on the goal line, all three back and flat. And this is another shot past mid, and Sneaky with the assist for Swish, who taps that one in. Very clean here from out of Hude's team. A lot more clinical in the second half of this game versus the first half, looking a little less.
Well, it's difficult, right? You get down by 2 and your first thought is, okay, I need to score as fast as humanly possible. I need to get goals in bunches. But in reality, you give up a lot of your incredible rotations. You start playing a little bit more aggressive. You might not support where you're supposed to be. You might leave back post a little too quickly. And, I mean, Hude's team is just like hammer against nail here. They're constantly applying incredible pressure in all shots. Not to mention, every touch we're seeing from like Swish Hude is a light touch. They're going for, hey, how can I maintain possession? How can I set up my team? How can I keep the ball moving forward? And it's paying off so well. Swish fakes the contact. Quasa putting it to the corner, looking for a pass out center. Oh, the deletion. Kilo's team keeping any kind of opportunity off the board with that demo.
This ball now popped up, very dangerous. Does Swish tap it in? The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Are you betting against Swish here on some of these touches?
I just thought he was maybe going for a double, trying to get some style points after you're up the lead with less than 15 seconds.
Swish is playing just for the goal. He is playing, how can I get this in the net as simple as humanly possible?
Yeah. Granted, maybe he would have left it then if he was going for the true simple play, but I guess the goal steal, you gotta stack that.
Oh yeah, you gotta look like you're the best player.
Now, of course, time has run out. The ball does touch the ground, and we see Hude's team another dominant win.
Game 1, they were only able to get 3 shots on target, and this time they've got 5. So, I mean, they're able to get a little bit more possession. They've slowed down Hude's team. Hude went from 15 to 10 shots. Which is, I mean, that's so great to say, yeah, you've mitigated 5 shots, but, I mean, you're still giving up 10. It's still difficult. You're losing a lot of the midfield control. You're losing the ability to follow the play.
I think
so. They probably will here. I think it's more of an eventuality. They'll get their first goal, but they got to find a way to cut out all of the passes coming from Huday's team right now.
Yeah, and they do not have a lot of time. They have just 5 minutes here. If they can't get this, the series will be over. This will be a very fast best of 5. It would not exactly be the way Kilo's team wants it. But what I think I took away from that last game is they had both more shots and more saves on the side of Kilo's team. So not only did they prevent Huday's team from just taking free shots, speaking of which, another free shot, Swish tapping that one in. Unfortunate if you are Kilo's team.
The thought process, though, from Sneaky, you've got one trailer. The thought process from Sneaky to go, I've got this incoming pass. I could redirect it for a shot, but instead they just bounce back and say, okay, I'm going to take a light touch. I'm going to drop it center. I'm going to leave it for my third. That's winning mentality. That's going, how can we make one more pass, one more touch, one more play? And that's why Huday's team has been so dominant so far.
Yeah, the possession game has favored them immensely. Even though Kilo's team has gotten a few chances, if you look at the control, right, who has been dominating the control aspect of it, it has been all Huday's team. We see Swish constantly getting multiple touch air dribbles across the field. We see Huday doing a similar thing, trying to offload it to teammates. Now, maybe Kilo's team looking to get one themselves. Pass mid, not found before it is cut out, however. Huday's team positioned for another offensive goal, sneaking out into the corner, trying to play this one toward himself, gets the 50, this one popping mid. Who's up first? Waza meets the ball in midair, playing that one at least to a safety temporarily.
Well, and it's just been incredible. You see Huday's team is just hammer against nail right now. They split the 50, dropping it back center. They're trying to keep that pressure alive. No crazy plays. Non-stop team chem just in action. Pop it up high, Swish, gonna take a light touch, looking for the double, no, leaves it, that's gonna pop center, but Sneaky can't give up the third man and has to rotate back here. Nice touch, Waza putting it off the corner, Huday's already there for the challenge, looking to get it back center again, but King has to make a quick dive to keep this alive for his team. Sneaky nails out with the follow. Huday's going to rotate in. King's got the quick elevation. That's going to be put back into the corner where Huday can follow. Instead, he's going to leave it for Sneaky. I mean, brother, once again, like, easily one player could have, Sneaky could have followed that off to the sidewall. And instead, you see him, okay, I'm going to leave it. Chem's there. The comms are there. It's paying.
Yeah, and just the chemistry, right? Even if it's not said, it's known, right? Your teammates are going to be there to support you on Huday's team, and that has provided them with such freedom on the ball, such freedom in offense, to do kind of whatever they want until maybe an ego challenge here. Kilo, with the shot opportunity, does get that one cut out, however, and this one the other way immediately for Huday's team. Pass mid, opportunity cut out by Quaza. Now this ball, kind of awkward bounce for both defender and offensive men. This one stalling out 50-50 from Kilo in the corner. Once again, ball staying corner for now. Swish trying to maybe get this one mid to her teammate, but no. Turned back away by King. Now Sneaky, 50-50 toward the ceiling. This ball is a good opportunity. Shot is high, and the defender is there to turn that one away in the corner.
Great pass center. Swish has to let that go. Bit of an awkward touch. Sneaky back out. But pop back to Huday. It's just a little bit too far, a little bit too fast. Possible opportunity from Plaza. A drop back to the sidewall. Sneaky's got control, flicks it over one. Quick read with the back foot's going to put that back into the corner here. I mean, with the minute 56, I will say, as much as it's, oh my god, I was casting first one. I was going to say, it's definitely slowed down the pace a lot. Never mind. There it is. I tried. Oh, goodness gracious. Incredible second goal, though. Great slot yet again. They're just peppering the top right of the net.
Yeah, Kilo's team has looked a little bit more comfortable on defense now. I think they're used to the quality of shot that Huday's team is going to be putting on them, and they've at least adapted to make the best of kind of a worst-case situation, right? You don't want to get perfectly swept your first series on LAN. It's not the best warm-up, believe it or not, if you can't even get some offense rolling. Hopefully, they are able to get some offense, maybe out of this one. Overcommit possible here from Huday's team. They have been just banging the backboard, not really going for net anymore. Maybe that's a tactical time waste. Who knows? Shot now, drop down fast, not quite good enough, but there is still a follow-up. Swish with the goal. That was almost an insane pre-jump off the already red backboard touch. Plaza not quite there in time. Swish able to tap low.
I mean, no wonder it went in. I mean, even we're looking at that pass, going, oh my God, incredible give and go clip. It's going to be a free goal. Everybody follows the first challenge. No contact, but swishes there in the shadows. Slots it away. I mean, that kind of support is insane. But I thought we really were about to get an insane clip where he just, you know what? Yeah, you dimed it to me. I'll just drop it straight down at block 1 and you can slot this.
That would have been an insane goal. Crazy to say that it wouldn't have been that crazy coming out of Huday's team. They've looked so good so far. They've been able to find each other. Shots rolling once again here on their offense. This one toward the corner, however, and the clear does come out for Kilo's team. Off to the opposing corner now. Sneaky, kind of an awkward position here. Definitely a shot opportunity here for Kilo's team. Drops it low. Both players commit, but they do play this one to the side.
Great follow. Oh my, the bully on the defender. No demo. Just get under his car, spin him sideways, and leave that for a free shot. Huday got it on target, but Sneaky doing all of the work there to just clear out any level of resistance. And brother, it's starting. We're at 4 goals. There's 36 seconds left. Are they going to get a 5th? Do they get a 6th? And does Kilo actually get a goal here in the opening series?
My bet's on no, considering Huday's team, kind of as a microcosm for the whole series, just literally bullied the person out of that, tapped the ball right in, and maybe we're going to see that once more. Like you said, will they get a 5th? They have scored, I believe, at least 5 in the past few, 6 goals game 1 and 5 in game 2. Maybe it's a good sign. Kilo's team conceding 1 less goal each time. Pogo double tap attempted. Being there on the defense, however, does play that one off to the side. Time now ticking down towards 0, of course. This one, 0-second drill. Ball is kept up toward the sidewall. Will Swish's team and Huday, it's basically become Swish's team as he has stepped in so many of these goals. This one not quite there, though. The ball is still up somehow.
The ball is still up. They're going for goal 5. No, it's going to be paying off backboard. But Series 1 could be, I know it's a bit of a foreshadowing, but could be seeing them in grand finals. Who knows?
Possibly. They are only 8th seed, however. So maybe
they're
this
8th seed?
They are 8th
no,
seed. And they're in the group with the
shot.
first seed. So there's definitely a chance here that maybe they get perfect swept later on. Possibly, of course, at a later stage in the tournament.
I'm telling you right now, if they get swept later on, because like they didn't play bad competition. I mean, King is like, I'm pretty sure King's Grand Champ 2, Div 3, somewhere in that ballpark. Like that is insane level of play. Mm-hmm. And I'm if they get swept later on in this tournament, brother, I am terrified of whatever team does that.
Yes, and there's definitely potential. I guess, you know, if you're Kilo's team, not the showing you wanted, right? Anytime you're perfect swept, it's going to hurt. But I guess the one solace that they can have and the one thing that they can maybe hold on to is the fact that they did concede 1 less goal each time, right? They reeled it back. They allowed themselves to get a little bit more solidified in their defense, having that third man rotate back, having the time off of 50s to at least stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. They were able to at least get some of the rotations down, but quite frankly, what better way to get a warm-up than one of the, at least from what I saw, what's probably going to be one of the better teams. I mean, you're going to go into your second series, and yeah, you lost. As long as you don't let the mental affect you, you could say, hey, unless this next team we're playing is just as good, if not better, it could be an incredible warm-up, and they might be able to rebound and get a win here in Series 2.
Yeah, there's definitely potential for Kilo's team to make it out. Of course, you do have to get top 2. So this, not exactly the result that they want. You want to have multiple series wins if you don't want a possible tiebreaker situation where you have 3 teams that are 1 and 2 and 1 team that is 3-0. It's kind of just really hard, right? You go down this first series and you're going to have to really step up your game to beat the 1st seed and the 9th seed in your next 2 in order to make it out.
Good God, they play the 1st seed right after. Or at least somewhere in the
somewhere. Whether it's the next one or the one after, I don't know. I don't know how much of solace it would be for either. You know, like you either get them immediately and maybe get pub stomped again, which might make it even worse for that 3rd series, or you know, you play them after and you have to try and win the series to get out of the group. And it's against the best team here.
Oh, God, that would just be an absolute buzzsaw. But we saw an incredible series right out the rip. Huday able to get a great start. There's not going to be a lot of prelude. We're getting into the action pretty quickly here. It's going to be Sunny Rings versus Child's Gaming. We're going to split back into the field. It's going to be on target. No, a little bit wide. A quick dive. Five defenders going to be Sunny Rings on the field line. Child's Gaming is going to out. Of course, have no team on the page. Mogi's definitely going to be a player to watch for sure today. Quick elevation, popped out wide. There's not going to be an available shot opportunity. No support from the second man yet. It is definitely a feeler out game for sure, starting off a little bit slower. My name is still Boss. Power has been subbed out. We have a new caster with us. Brother, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I'm Tibbles, really happy to be here at this WSTA event, and what an event to cap that off as well. Bryant will score first, put Sunyan Rings on the board.
Incredible start for the Sunyan Rings. We've got 4:16 left to be played in game one. Sunyan Rings found some footing, some good support from the second man. Bryant's going to rotate out, lights elevating, putting it back into the corner. Nobody able to really follow from Chuz Gaming, so it's going to be pushed into the opposite corner here. Mogi elevates underneath. It's popped up high off backboard. Oh, dangerous spot, but a quick clear from Sunyan Rings is going to eliminate any offensive opportunity. Tibbles, this has been, it seems like a lot more pressure coming from Chuz Gaming. Bit of a mistouch there, actually.
Yeah, Light putting that one through. And I'm surprised. I mean, the caliber of these teams, Bryant and Mogi on Sunyan Rings, by the way, that duo is going to be one to watch for the tournament this weekend. But Chuz answering in return, get another one on the board, and we'll tie it up here. What a goal it was. I mean, I'm just surprised that they had that opening in their defense, but Messiah now. That flick going nowhere. Chuz having to do some defense, a miss from the defender. Mogi backflip, anyone there but a defender trying to clear that one out.
Mogi has the 100, goes off backboard, has control, flicks it up. It's going to be read by Chuz Gaming here, swatted all the way back. Offensive pressure still in favor of Chuz. Has collection, gets the flick over one, it can't dive back. Chuz Gaming getting goal number 2 here. Insane control from Light to get underneath that, flick it over Bryant, has the read, and nobody able to dive back in. I mean, Tibbles, that is pretty good identifying the defense.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate touch by Sajobi to come straight off the wall out into that midfield area. Give an opportunity for Chuz to go forward. Still looking for that offense from Sunyan Rings to wake up here. Now back to the midfield. Light, that one will go pretty far wide. Back to the corner though. Messiah to follow up. Now trying to get that one out. ISO off the wall. It's a lot of cluster of cards bumping each other here. Trying to finally break that one out in the midfield. A big dunk down and still a big 50, and in the midfield for Sunyan Rings to take.
Bryant can't quite follow. It's going to be a difficult spot here. Light's going to take a deep clear into the opposite corner. Nobody able to really redirect that and corral it. So this is going to go right back to Sunyan Rings for control. So Joby wants to grab the 100. Opts for boost over ball. Leaves Bryant in a bit of an awkward spot with 13 beans in a dream. Gets it over one. Mogi has control. He has the open net. If he can get it on target, no. The redirect out of the corner would have been nuts. But, oh my goodness, Bryant, what a shot.
What a shot from Bryant to snipe that off the corner read. Coming off the wall, far left as well. Defense nowhere to be seen. And Sunyan Rings have their equalizer. And again, as a reminder, this is the first game of the group stage or the round robin, whatever you like to call it, for these teams. So these teams haven't played a first match yet until now. This is the first context they have for the weekend and how it might go. That's a big clear out. Looking for the reset as Mogi does get it to the defense, but they were ready.
Well, and you're definitely right. With it being day one, there's a lot of feelers trying to see what the opposition is going to look like, especially with the fact that the first place team for tomorrow is going to walk away with $1,500, $500 per player. I mean, it is insane. Same amount of money to walk away from with the land here, courtesy of WSTA. Tough 50, back into the corner here. Sajobi unable to follow. Light trying to get a bit of a doozy, but he didn't have the beans to follow, and Sunyan Rings had the read. Pushed all the way up pitch, looking for an aggressive bump, doesn't quite get it, so it's going to rotate back 2 players on the opposite side of the ball. Elevation, no, wide. Ooh, goodness, minute 33 left to be played, Tibbles, and it's even.
Yeah, looking for a chance for Mogi, though. He has the boost and the ball. That's not what you want to see for Chuz Gaming. Looking for his signature move into the far post there with an aerial play, but shut that one out. Chuz Gaming this time. ISO to just send that one long. Another clear forced out in the midfield there. Trying to keep it for Sun Yun Rings. They have some time to recoup here. No boost, though. A miss from Messiah. Back. Another shot on target, maybe, but still in the corner for Sun Yun Rings. Doing a lot of defense, more than I expected.
They're definitely playing on their back foot quite a bit. Chuz Gaming has been non-stop in control of the ball, which is kind of wild that we're sitting at 2-2 realistically. Difficult outlet from Mogi. Nobody really there for the follow. Bit of a dangerous spot here. Popped up looking center. Gets a touch over one. If anybody's there for support, it'd be goal. Oh, Mogi getting goal number 3. And they finally elevate one past. My goodness, I didn't think they were going to be able to get back to that.
Yeah, definitely not, but they had 2 players in the midfield to pick that one up as well. And for Bryant, it's that signature spot on that wall, high up on the wall. If you play Rocket League, you know it. A lot of those clears will go exactly to that spot, and Bryant was ready with the pass. Sun Yun Rings with a lead now that they deserved, but 3-2 is still a delicate lead, still a possibility to Bryant for the save. It's saved away. Sajobi now to follow up, back to the midfield. That's a bad pass, but again, sent long and high by Bryant.
That was definitely an errant pass, a little bit too difficult here. ISO tries to get the clear over Sun Yun Rings, but bit of a miscue. Sajobi on their own on the back line. If Chuz Gaming wants a chance to score or win here, they need to definitely get aggressive, especially with these errors being made by Sun Yun Rings. 2 seconds left, the fake contact, the 50 to the corner, and that is going to drop harmlessly. Sun Yun Rings taking game 1.
I think it was just some awkward defensive plays for Sun Yun Rings, maybe with their third coming out. Some nerves for the LAN as well. It's always cool and kind of unnerving for players to play at a LAN like this, but of course very exciting as well. We'll head into game 2 for you, and this is an opportunity for Chuz Gaming to really show why they're here.
I mean, you're definitely right. Both teams had 5 shots through the last game. It is insane, especially with how much control Chuz Gaming had out of the midfield. Bit of an outlet there. I think what's been working really well for Sun Yun Gaming is their quick and their rapid counterattacks have been just absolutely lethal. Mogi rotating back near post, opts to take a bit of a redirect, trying to get it cleared out. I mean, brother, if you are Chuz Gaming, what are you going to have to change here to hopefully take a game?
Yeah, I mean, as you can just see, Sun Yun Rings really locked down their defense. Bryant waiting for that one, trying to bait Messiah in. They know each other well. I know they played together for MCS and played against each other as well. So these players, it's a small knit community for a lot of them, so they know their play styles. Really showing it there, back in the midfield for Chuz. If they can get a goal on the board, I mean, really what they had was just taking advantage of the mistakes by Sun Yun Rings, looking for one for Mogi, coming down from the sky, will be pushed through, and it's another one for Sun Yun Rings in game 2.
Tibbles, what is this control? Opts to push it up, gets the flip reset off the ceiling, gets the flip reset off the backboard, doomsies themselves. I mean, talk about calling your own number for a goal. Mogi just said, I've got it, don't worry about it. Sajobi winning the 50 here. That's going to split up high. A bit of a mistouch from Chuz. That's going to drop for Mogi. Mogi has the ball. Looking for yet again another flip reset opportunity off the ceiling. Dude, Mogi has been absolutely in control here.
And that's really not surprising. If anyone's familiar with Mogi's game, he's just kind of that mechanical fast player. Can slot into a lot of teams, will do a lot of damage here. Still up is Bryant though, looking for the reset, doesn't quite find it. Tries to tip it over one. The defender there, back in for Mogi, trying to snipe it long. Almost had it off the post, but it's saved out.
White has control, tries to get the read, stays with the ball. Unable to really get a tough touch here, so it's going to be a difficult errant pass and quite frankly slotted away. Sajobi has the elevation, looking for Mogi. Mogi takes the shot. Oh, what a save. Chuz Gaming keeps it 1-0.
And this is the awakened offense that I was waiting for from Sun Yun. Musty coming through off the back wall. That's a miss, could be an opportunity. Shot on target, saved away, but forced a double commit from Sun Yun.
Over one, intercepted, immediately dropping back over to Light. Light has control, gets the light touch off the sidewall. Looking for an outlet back center. Gets it over one. That's going to be there. Can't quite get it. ISO just a little too early. Pinches it off the crossbar.
That one's sent long. Back to the defense for Chuz. 50 in the mid. Mogi will take it to the sky. No ceiling touch either. Defender read that really well. For Bryant now off the wall. Plenty of boost. Has the reset as well. Mogi trying to come off the backboard. Doesn't quite find that height necessary for the play. Great clear, but a miss on the midfield as well. That could be another opportunity. Bryant missing that double touch. Looking for the tap. The Mogi was there as well. Actually, no, it's Sajobi, I believe. So 2 now, and they missed that one as well. Could have been a second, but they're left wishing.
I cannot believe how great Chuz Gaming's bend don't break defense has been paying off so far. They've taken an onslaught of incredible mechanical plays, and they have not let in much. I mean, literally, the only thing we saw was a superhuman play by Mogi so far. Light splits the 50, drops back. Mogi looking for a corner pass back center. It's going to be dangerous, though. ISO, bit of an errant pass. Could be a goal. No. Chuz still once again. Oh, Tibbles. We almost saw yet another clip from Mogi.
I've cast a lot of Mogi series. This is kind of par for the course for this guy. Just an insane player. Up again, off the corner. Doesn't have the second. His teammate's not there either. Coming in to crash was Bryant. Up for Sajobi. Could be the third. It's actually going to be a goal from that third as well, making their mark with just over a minute left.
I mean, there's only so long you can keep such a dominant team like Sunyon Rings from scoring. They have probably mitigated at least 10 shots that we've seen. At some point, you're going to have to start controlling the midfield and try to get that a little bit pushed up pitch like they were in game 1. Light, elevating, looking back for ISO. ISO looking back center. It's a little bit too far forward. Might get a redirect shot. Oh, wow. What a great team play. All 3 players having a hand in some good give-and-go action.
That was a wonderful pass to start off the play by Light, and ISO was on point as well. Bryant, of course, can read that goal, knows where the defenders are already heading, and can just place it where they're not able to get back to it. So 1 back for Chuz Gaming, going to half that deficit. Just over a minute left again. Back in the midfield now, ISO will just fake that one, getting bumped away. Light is there, the shot is on, no, is off target. The follow-up, though, for ISO is there, but Bryant will save it away, and just a minute left for Chuz to get back in this.
Mogi has the ball, danger spotted for Chuz Gaming. He takes it off the ceiling, yet another touch. It's going to be off the backboard. Messiah has control underneath the ball, can't quite get it with little beans in the tank here. Chuz Gaming needs a goal for sure, otherwise it's going to be very difficult with the last 30 seconds to play.
Off his Mogi. No boost, but still trying to get it across that Chuz goal. If they can just get another one, try to secure this game. As it is, a delicate lead, as it was earlier. 25 seconds left. Bryant now coming off the backboard. Maybe getting one for the road, for the play to secure this game. Up for Messiah. In the midfield, we'll just get beat to that. So much time wasted off the clock. Just about 10 seconds now. Bryant taking a 50. It'll just go to the wall. So much time up to the ceiling, all the way down. Coming in, Sajobi the third. This passing play could be their last chance. Sent to the sky, 0 seconds on the clock. It cannot touch the ground. Back for ISO. Can they do it again? He's up again, but to the backboard and saved away. Light to keep it up. Is there anyone to shoot it? And it's down. And game 2 win for Sunyon yet again.
My goodness, we almost got... Gaming 6 direct saves. Some of them were insane. I mean, pinches off the crossbar. You're seeing so many quick elevations, the swat, anything from Mogi coming off ceiling with how dangerous he's been. I am shocked that this game ended 2-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised a little bit because we saw that offense activate on the side of Sunyon, and at Chuz, it felt like Light was kind of their catalyst. I'm surprised. I'm looking for Messiah to step up a little bit more. I know ISO's the captain, but Messiah is a very, very talented player. And, you know, if you're going to come back in a best of 5 in that first game of your first series of the group stage, it's got to be now. The effort has to come now. And, you know, they have it all to play. It's a big journey. It's a long one. But game 3, you got to bring what you have.
Kickoff underway. Game 3 in action. ISO quickly trying to get it back out to Messiah. Messiah gets a bit of an early push. Bryant, though, able to take the read off backboard. by Mogi to take out ISO. Outlet pass over to Bryant, but it's going to be read quickly by Chuz Gaming. Mogi has to take a bit of a psycho opportunity. Doesn't get the second touch, so ISO gets a pass. No, it's going to be cut out. First 20 seconds, a lot of offensive opportunity from Chuz.
Up first to Joby. The third trying to place one. Was saved away. Up for Mogi, getting demoed for his effort there. Bryant to come in. Crash the net again, but nobody in the midfield from Sunyan to take advantage of that. Over Sajobi, top left, it could be. Forced out a double commit from Mogi and Bryant there. Shot it again on target, and Sunyan doing everything they can not to concede right now.
Pass up high by Messiah. Bryant, not a lot of beans, takes the push over into their own corner for Mogi to follow. Quick double tap. They're already back on the ball yet again. They've got the flip reset. No, they don't get the follow, but Bryant might be able to play cleanup. It's cut out yet again. Chuz Gaming able to swat away yet another shot.
And what an entertaining series we have here, because it's box to box. It's all over the place. It seems like every team is just throwing what they have at the play, especially for Chuz, who want to establish that early lead. Looking for an opportunity here. It's flicked to the sky. Any follow-up, but no, it's a defender instead. Up for one. Just setting it up, but Sajobi will clear out to the mid.
Boogie splits the 50. Gonna roll up quickly. ISO wants the possession. Off ceiling, looking for a pass over to Light. Light with not a lot of beans, goes for it. Gets a bit out of position. And instead, Mogi is gonna be able to take control here. Touch left for Bryant. A little bit of miscommunication. Double commit in center mass. Bryant gets the flip reset, gets it past one, pulls them in an awkward spot, but it's going to go lifelessly back to the sidewall.
Still in the midfield. It's a good 50 from ISO there. Try and gain some ground. And I think for Chuz, that's going to be their way forward, is taking that 50. It's kind of a gritty game when you're going up against the mechanics of Mogi. And sometimes it's just like that. You have to fight for every single goal. Messiah now looking for that reset. He does get it, but the angle is just off. Has to take it to the side. A teammate will follow. Up for the 50, trying to get it middle, but Sunyan Rings are guarding that middle of the goal with their life.
Outlet, Light's going to take possession. Looking for ISO. ISO off backboard at 20. Dangerous spot with Mogi right there. They split the 50. It's going to drop down for Messiah. Trying to get pushed up, but Bryant doesn't want to let Chuz develop any kind of play here. Messiah off sidewall, another bit of a miscommunication here. Messiah and a Light going for it at the same time. South center, dangerous spot. Bryant looking for a pass over. No, they're going to stay with it. Looking to bring it back down. Oh my goodness.
How did that not go in? Coming from the skies, had all the momentum, had gravity on his side. Light doesn't even see gravity. That's a shot off the follow-up. And they will score first for Chuz. That's exactly what they needed.
Chuz finally has a lead here. They finally have a chance to take the reins of this game. Minute 55 left to be played, though. There's still a lot of action, a lot of time for Mogi and Sunyan Rings to really make a statement. Bryant splits the 50, shoves it over. ISO has the pinch. The outlet has the flip follow. Tries to get back to it yet again. Does. Bryant pops it right back up into him, but Mogi is able to clear that away.
All the way downfield. Chuz does get the ball, though. That's exactly what they wanted. Coming through for Bryant and Mogi. Mogi will just push Bryant out the way. Almost had the dunk, but it's to the corner. Again, another touch coming through. Sajobi the third, a little bit awkward. Clear it again. Chuz just trying to get some momentum down the field, maybe even get a second for insurance. I mean, we haven't had any insurance. That's a big pinch. We haven't had any insurance this series. It's been 1-goal games all the way around. Looking for that read off the backboard. Can't read it, though. Back to the midfield, and Sunyan on the offense.
Mogi gets a pass back center, but the diving save is going to keep Chuz alive. I don't know if they can give up even one goal here if they get equalized with how efficient Sajobi, Bryant, and Mogi have been playing. It's going to be such a difficult spot. Mogi off sidewall here, gets a flip reset, gets yet another touch, stays with it, splits to 50 with ISO. Looking back center for Bryant, can't quite get it, so instead Chuz is going to take possession.
Yeah, once Mogi really gets going, I mean, the quiet game from Mogi is exactly what you want. Mogi coming through, trying to bounce that one down, win that 50 possession as well. Boxed out, though. Sajobi to the middle. It's an awkward pass, but somehow it works. The defense was caught off guard. And a 50 back to the midfield now. 20 seconds for Sunyan to get back into this one and send us to overtime. Mogi looking for the floater, the hover. Sajobi now, once again, can they get it off the back wall? And it's in! A full team effort, and with 10 seconds left, they tie it up.
If you're Chuz Gaming, you should be terrified. You need this game, and you just gave up potentially all of the momentum going into the last 10 seconds. We'll see, though, if Mogi can make miracles happen here. Kickoff, 10 seconds left to be played. Incredible hard cheat, works very favorably for Sunyan Rings, but Messiah's going to have a quick outlet, a bump on the goalkeeper, but a quick follow by Bryant. What a diving save!
And overtime we go. The first overtime of the series, by the way, in Game 3. And Chuz, their life on the line, or at least their series life on the line. Remember, this is only the first series of their group stage. Trying to carry that one out is Brian off in the midfield. Still trying to get a 50 on it. Up to the ceiling. ISO with the follow-up. Can they just get it down? And it's through, and they will take that Game 3 win to stay alive.
What an incredible follow here by ISO, immediately doubling back after the contact to dive in and take the lead. I mean, brother, if you're a fan of Rocket League, you just love to see the series go to distance.
Yeah, absolutely. That $1,500 for first place. So they're going to fight tooth and nail to get it. But heading into Game 4, I mean, Chuz Gaming, I think they made some really good adjustments. And I think the biggest one is that they were able to shut out Sunyan for so long. That offense that Bryant and Mogi bring to the table is really hard to just shut out completely. And that's what Chuz were able to do. And they kept the scoring to a minimum for a majority of that game.
Well, and an incredible adjustment like you're talking about is the fact that anytime you saw anybody from Sunyan, Bryant, Mogi, Sajobi, elevate, they go up towards the ceiling, someone from Chuz had immediately committed. They immediately didn't want to let that play develop. They dove at it, and then they maintained their back post tremendously with great patience. So we'll see if they can keep that strategy going. They might be able to go ahead and take this as a reverse sweep. Who knows? Possibilities.
Reverse sweep on LAN for my first casted series of the day. That would be something for sure. ISO to the ceiling though. Game 4 is now underway. Trying to clear that one out is Sunyan. Chuz. Look out for them trying to establish dominance early. Get that goal early and shut out Sunyan like they did in that past game. They want to repeat that strategy.
There's a spot here. Messiah able to put it over to ISO. ISO has control. Great light touch, splits the 50 with Sajobi. ISO putting it back center light with the read, but not able to put the momentum behind the ball. So instead, this is going to be cleared away. Chuz Gaming, though, has had non-stop pressure for the last 30 seconds, and they just do not want to give it up.
Close to the Sunyan goal, but cleared away once again. Looking for Bryant with a shot. Save forced out by ISO. Again, light to the wall. We've seen some cool touches from them on the ball. Cool opportunities created. It's across the middle. All three defenders for Sunyan there. A demo coming through as well. Bryant getting beat on that aerial 50 all the way downfield for Messiah. That could be the play. Waterfall dropped down, but the shot is well wide.
Mogi makes contact. Sajobi looking for the outlet, but they're going to be swarmed by two players from Chuz Gaming. Chuz is playing hyper-aggressive here in Game 4, and they know it's been working. They might be getting a double tap from Mogi. Oh my goodness! ISO somehow keeps that out of the goal.
Yeah, the adjustments there from Mogi. You could see the micro measurements that he's taking as he sees the other car trying to save that ball. Still was saved away, by the way. I mean, Mogi is a master at changing their trajectory in the air. Looking for this one again. The reset, but this time the defenders are not there, and he breaks through.
We have seen just non-stop incredible mechanics from Mogi and the Sunyan Rings. I mean, the fact that they saved the last one, insane. I mean, the fact that ICE was able to get that cleared out with Mogi having such control in such close proximity to the goal is nuts. But it's not a livable strategy. You can't let Mogi keep taking such mechanical shots right in front of net. What a fake.
Yeah, what a fake to get that one through. That one's just kind of bouncing around. ISO opted to go for the bump instead. And I agree with you. I think for Chuz, they have to shut down these plays from Sunyan before they even start. You can't let Mogi take that ball into the air like Mogi's doing right now. That's really bad news for you. Thankfully, you got off scot-free because they hit the crossbar, but next time you might not be so lucky.
No, and his ability, once he gets in that zone, you saw the way he held that shot. He didn't want to actually use it early on. immediately take out the first attacker with a quick follow. He's getting into his groove here in game 4, and this is the worst spot you want to be if you're Chuz Gaming. Quick push up by Light, looking by a shot from ISO, can't quite make the touch, so Bryant's going to push it over to Mogi. Mogi has control, looking for a backboard touch here, can't quite get it. The Chuz is able to avoid offense for just another second.
Ooh, that back pass made me a little bit nervous, but for Chuz, I mean, Mogi, you can see him essentially setting up these aerial plays, and if you're able to get there first and take the ball off or get any kind of touch, that will mess up Mogi because he goes for the perfect play. That style point, you could say, coming off the back wall here, will bounce middle. Messiah to get that. That will just be sniped from the left corner. Somehow that's in, and a second one for Sunyan.
I'm sorry. Did Brian just bring a protractor to a Rocket League game? What is that angle? I would have never considered to have that level of aggression with the goalkeeper right in front of you, and then he just says, no, you know what? It's still a shootable moment. I'm still going to put it behind the defender. I'm taking goal number 2. And you see the series just slowly casting out a little bit further and further with how well Sunyan Rings are just putting on the pressure.
Yeah, that pressure really forcing Chuz back. I think Sunyan learning from their mistakes in game 3 that allowed Chuz to come back and win that game. But this one is it. If Sunyan take it, they take the series. Looking for another one. Bryant coming across. Will hit the sidewall, though. Messiah with the clear. But again, their problem is they have no boost. He can't follow that one. It's saved away to the middle once again, and Sunyan will just take it over.
Bryant playing patient. A little bit of 3-on-1 action out of the corner here. The Joby able to dive in, get that pushed out. Mogi splits the read, puts it back into the corner. Light elevating off backboard, tries to put it back over to the sidewall, does not want to give that anywhere close to Mogi, but instead Bryant has the quick follow.
These balls to the wall for Chuz are really just not working. That's their primary clear spot. And if you watch the Sunyan players, you can see them heading to those spots because they know where it's going to be cleared. Mogi just trying to get an insane read off the pre-jump. Trying to clear that one out now, straight down the middle. A bad touch from Sajobi, could be a shot on target. It's off the post and in, and Bryant will unfortunately own goal.
That is an unfortunate gaffe here in game 4. 44 seconds left to be played, and suddenly the door is back open. Chuz Gaming has some light at the end of the tunnel. They might be able to make this a good momentum swing. We'll see here as the game is kicked back off yet again. Mogi, quick follow, puts another shot up high. It's going to be off backboard, no follow. Bryant having to play a little bit further back, shot wide. Chuz Gaming, though, 35 seconds. Tibbles, is it possible? Can they make a miracle here?
It's always possible. A one-goal lead is always possible. But when you're going against Mogi, you have to make sure your defense is solid first before you think about even shooting the ball. And unfortunately, it won't be enough. 21 seconds left. And Mogi and Bryant, the dynamic duo themselves, surely will seal it here.
That has to be the dagger for sure. 21 seconds left to be played, especially with how well Sunyan Rings have dominated the midfield this game. I find it very difficult for Chuz Gaming to climb this level of a mountain. Fake kickoff, ISO with a follow. That's going to be off crossbar. Has the quick shot. Somehow they get a very favorable kickoff.
One of the rare times that a fake kickoff actually works. And is there even a better time for it to work? You got yourself another chance at this. And I say a chance because it is 18 seconds left. Even with a 1-goal deficit, that's not easy to come back on. But they have to find that grip here. Back on the defensive side, up for ISO. Looking for that aerial play, could try to go far. That touch over, do they have the follow-up? No, it's just bouncing in front of the Sunyan net. Any shot on target is off the goal line as well, saved away to the corner. 0 seconds left, it has to be kept up. Mogi, all the way downfield, reset, off the ceiling, has to keep it up, and they won't, but Sunyan will take that Series 2 of the day.
My goodness, once again, 10 shots from Sunyan Rings. That is so difficult to overcome when you're allowing a team, especially when you allow 6 to come from Mogi. You know every single one of those is going to be dangerous. You know that every single one of those has the viability to beat you in a 1v1 and definitely a possibility in a 1v2. So oh my goodness, Sunyan Rings could be a team we have to follow for the entirety of the day.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I will definitely be looking at Sunyan Rings. Yeah, Brian and Messiah being together is really a mark for that one. But I want to commend ISO as well because that last game, they were playing extremely well. And you would expect, Messiah to come through on that one for the most part. But ISO did really, really well, gave their team a chance, and unfortunately couldn't quite carry it through. But I believe we will be taking a short break. That third series that we have for you between Rob's team and Fluffy's team surely will be coming up in just a few minutes. We'll see you then. This is a great matchup. I don't know too much about Hoop Cub. I've seen a little bit of Rob. But for Whitlock, I think I'm looking for them to step up in this series. And across the aisle, you have Volt Destroyer on Fluffy's team as well. And Volt Destroyer is a force to be reckoned with, especially with their ground game and their flicks. So we will see how they do.
And both Rob and Whitlock have chemistry together, and Volt and Fluffy have chemistry together. So we're going to be looking at those two kind of as the duos. We're going to be clashing it out this season. We're going to be really focusing on that offensive side, possession pressure, and maybe how their third slot into that. Both of those duos are kind of established this match comparative to a lot of other teams who might be their first playing together, or maybe second, where they just aren't as familiar.
Yeah, and I think for this one, I think Volt Destroyer will probably take more of a first man role and really try to absorb that pressure so the other two players can come in and score those goals and kind of distract them before they come in. But for Whitlock's team, I'm expecting a little bit more teamwork, more passing plays from them, and it'll be interesting to see how they shut down Volt Destroyer, because that has to be their priority number one.
Yeah, for sure. And what I'm interested in seeing is how do Whitlock and Rob perform. They have been known to be very, very good LAN players. Whitlock has a Prem winning, or at least a premier championship win. Rob has won multiple LANs for himself and has found himself in grand finals prior to this. So they definitely have proven themselves, and they do it here.
Right, and the rules of LAN are very different to online. I mean, you can be the most confident player online, be banging out sweeps all over, 3-0s, 4-0s, and best of sevens, maybe even win a major. But LAN is different. If it's your first LAN, you're probably feeling a little bit of nerves, a little bit of excitement, and just trying to keep it down so that you play your best. And that is a factor for these teams. Even for someone who may be, objectively less talented or a less better of a player, if you have that ice on LAN, that can make all the difference.
For sure. And not only are they just on LAN, they are on the main stage, right? They're elevated a little bit above everyone else here. A little bit more scrutiny on the gameplay. It's going to be, the small mistakes are going to look a lot bigger here on the big stage. And that might be a huge difference here to see which team comes out. Personally, I have to back Whitlock. I previously have teamed with him. I know how good he is, especially in the LAN environment. I believe that him and Rob will step through.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be a contrarian, but I was going to go Volt Destroyer before you said that. But Volt Destroyer is just such a good player. I think they will really dominate, and we'll have to see. But a lot of it is mixing MMRs, because not everyone is the same rank. Some people will be higher. I know Volt Destroyer has hit at least 2K, which is extremely high. Highest rank of the game, well into the highest rank. And so that MMR difference can be kind of interesting, because for a more rotational player coming in, they might even find it easier to play up in a higher MMR lobby.
For sure. I think how that third fits in, like I said before, it's super important. Just being able to fill those gaps, maybe, stick a little bit further back to not overcommit. I have a feeling the transition might be the difference maker here, or something to really look out for, depending on how quickly these teams get over. I do believe that defense wins championships. And I know Whitlock is known for being an attacker. I know Volt Destroyer also very much so known for just being solid on that defensive end. Some epic goal line saves are going to be the thing to look out for. Maybe it's going to be some solo plays from people like Fluffy. Fluffy known for having good mechanics in the midfield. Definitely going to be a high-flying series.
Yeah, and part of the equation as well is how well the thirds come in. Because last series, we saw Sunjo come in and score a goal as well, round out the team, and they were able to, do really well coming in as the third. And I think that's really important for players that are comfortable and have LAN experience. I think Rob has a lot of LAN experience himself, and will be really good here in this series.
Soon enough, of course, the players are going to be joining up. It's one thing to talk about it. It's one thing to discuss who we think might win, or to even they're sitting in the lobby just waiting. And that prior to the game, talking to your teammates and trying to plan for like, all right, how are we going to deal with this? And, until you actually get on that field, until you start doing doing what you set out to do, it can really just sit in your head. It can throw you off your game, and it can be hard.
Well, you definitely want to establish a game plan coming into a series. The thing is that game plan almost never goes exactly how you expect. And so teams will have to make adjustments, and especially in a best of 5, but we'll see that later in best of 7s when we get to later stages of the tournament this weekend. The best of 7s are really a grueling outfit for both teams because you go down a couple games and suddenly your tournament life could be on the line. So there's a lot of pressure here. The nerves right now, it's your first game of your group stage. This is where it really should be.
Yeah, and a reminder about how the group stage works. It is 4 teams, 2 move on, 2 are eliminated. So every single series here is very, very important. You only have 3 chances to prove yourself. If you come out flat that first series, you might be put in a situation where you have to win the next 2. You do not want to rely on a 1-2 differential where there might be tiebreaker scenarios, there might be game diff. Oh no, we lost someone in a head-to-head, and sure enough, now we're eliminated even though we have the same record.
Right, and it really feels bad to not go through a group stage because of game differential or something like that. So every game counts, even though it's not, maybe their tournament life isn't over, even if they lose a series. You want to win every game. You don't want to give up anything that you don't have to. And so I know both of these teams will come in extremely focused.
And what I can't wait to see personally is on Sunday, 8th through 5th, we'll fight it out for that 5th place prize pool. So, after those quarterfinals, those teams that made it through aren't done just yet. I can't wait to see that. I think that's going to be a little bit of a scrappy one where, you have all these teams that just got bumped out, not quite able to make it to the semis, and they now all are kind of put against each other, trying to make it out with at least some sort of compensation.
Yeah, and you love to see that too, because sometimes teams will come to a tournament and they don't do so well, and it kind of has that, feels bad feeling to it. But to see this tournament, this event, and WSTA really focus on the player experience is really good to see, because they'll come in, play some games on LAN, and even if it doesn't go well, they still have a chance to win some money.
For sure. And even a team that is completely eliminated from the group stage got to play 3 best of 5s. Not many LANs do that. A lot of times we see double ELAN format, but not here. And now, of course, group stage starting for group time and the underdogs. Here early, shot opportunity turned away. However, Fluffy now really awkward touch out in the middle. Double commit there from Volt Destroyer and his other defender. Now Rob on the pressure, trying to play this one mid toward a teammate. This ball kind of perfectly placed, and that will be a shot from Hoop Cub, able to put that one in.
And surprisingly, a throwaway touch from Volt Destroyer. Rob getting the pass middle, Hoop coming in for the shot again. That third making their mark. This time it'll be 22 seconds in. First goal on the board for Rube time. And we really want to see them do well. Volt coming through as well. Now in the midfield, there'll be Hoop Cub, Rob to collect. Coming back, Whitlock in the air. Over to the corner now for Underdogs, trying to get that one out. Fluffy just gives it away. Needs to do some defense now, force a double commit, and back in the corner.
And it has been non-stop pressure here for Rube time. They have been pushing the Underdogs back into their third. Relentless pressure so far. Now Whitlock trying to take this one himself. Has the dribble over one, trying to dunk the next. Has to go away from that one. Now Rob called in to the corner, trying to play this one into a teammate. Also choosing to leave here. Now Fluffy has a little bit of space. Immediately challenged by Whitlock, however. The wall being contended here from both teams. Rube time and Underdogs trying to make the most of this ball. Now this one into the corner. Volt Destroyer is there, unable to play it past one. 10K trying to just play third, be safe. Fluffy rotate through, looking for the demo, unable to find anything really. Volt Destroyer past mid though. That one is a shot opportunity, does not find its way through. Rube time barely get away with that one.
And I'm already seeing Volt Destroyer do those half rotations. His teammates able to support him to have that offensive output. Almost had one there to bring it back and get an equalizer. Still in the corner now. NK trying to get that 50. Whitlock to keep it in. Great pass over to Hoop, but Fluffy, no boost. Rennie in the mid. Volt has to take a 50. Again, awkward for Underdogs. Didn't quite expect that. Whitlock saved, forced out of them. Back to the corner, Volt Destroyer up. Soft touch though, looking for the flick, but it's sent back the other way from a double commit. Again beat on the ball, and it's back in the underdog's corner.
And that is a goal for Hoop Club, able to get that one through Roop Time, finding each other on the offensive third where it matters. Rob actually going missing on that one, but Volt Destroyer so awkward, low boost on the backboard, unable to get that one, and we see a 2-0 lead here early for Roop Time.
Up off the kickoff, a 2-0 lead now for Roop Time. Really taking advantage of some awkward rotations from the underdogs, which hopefully will be smoothed out as the series goes on. Kind of a hopeful effort. Great clear from Roop Time to get that one out. Whitlock bumped away. Could be an opportunity for underdogs here, but Volt Destroyer again have been taken to. Roop Time are really shutting him down and not allowing those rotations, that constant pressure to really be a factor. Fluffy coming off the ceiling, and they look comfortable.
Yeah, and comfort is something that you want on LAN. You want to be able to just play your game, take the solo plays when you get them, take the 50s. And now we see the ball is kind of in a continuous, dangerous place for the underdogs. They're looking so pushed back and so awkward here. Boost starved and bumps on each other. Not exactly what you want when you're coming out first series, first game of the day. You want to be a little bit more clinical. Here's a chance though, 50-50, not quite good enough. Hoop able to play that one into the corner, barely making it safe for Roop Time. They kind of get away with that one. Now Volt Destroyer has a solo play opportunity. Air dribbles it over one, but Whitlock still able to get the touch. This ball played off toward the midfield. Now Rob the other way, trying to play this one mid to a teammate. Has the 50 in the corner, but NK just pushing that one right through. Fluffing out on the solo, trying to play it over one, does not able to get it before it is played off to the sidewall.
And we see some physical play from the underdogs come out. That was where that original goal chance that they had came from. But nothing since then. That's a big 50 from Rob, sending it long. Saved away by Fluffy this time. Volt, his ball sending to the sky. Downfield for Fluffy, but away from Rob, away from his teammates as well. Just trying to keep that in the midfield. But Roop Time, every time they get that demo, they keep it in the underdog's half. Get that dunk as well. Could be a goal on the backside. Volt having to get that one, a 50 away in the quarter as well. And underdogs, even at this point, struggling to break out of their half.
And time is ticking down, and the underdogs really need something here. They do manage to get it. Volt Destroyer passing that one central. NK with the finish. They needed that one. Time was running out. Only 50 seconds on the clock at the time. And now 45 seconds remain. Definitely still time for the underdogs to get something here. They would like something on kickoff here so that way they don't have to go to possibly a 0-second drill or anything hairy. They just want a clean equalizer. Take this one possibly to an overtime. But Whitlock not one to want that. Trying to get this ball off the offensive man from the underdogs. Now Volt Destroyer toward the sidewall. This one turned out by Whitlock once again. Has control, goes for the musty, goes for the air dribble. Volt Destroyer barely there in time. I thought that one might have leaked in, but underdogs do stay strong. They need one here quickly though. 15 seconds left on the clock.
About 12 seconds left now. Up for Whitlock. That's sent up to the ceiling. It's an awkward touch, so the dunk could come through. Volt Destroyer in the corner now. They do have some time. Need to keep it up. That's still off the ground, and a goal to tie it up with 0 seconds on the clock. Underdogs came here to play.
Absolute cinema. 0-second goal, managing to keep it alive just in time. Passing it mid from Volt. And that one finding its way in. Once again, NK, the one to finish that one. Possibly, Volt setting up teammates might be the name of the game for underdogs. They managed to somehow crawl back from that one, but they need this overtime to go their way. Volt Destroyer into the corner now. 50-50, pops out mid. This ball, not exactly where Groove Time kind of wanted that play to end up. Into the corner. Rob ends up missing. Whitlock called in off the sidewall now, trying to play this one forward. Gets scored backward, trying to read it himself. Volt there quickly.
Group Time having to do some defense here. That was off the crossbar. Whitlock getting that one out off the ground. Pinch takes a 50 as well. And overtime can really test your nerves as it goes across your goal line. Fluffy has the reset, decides to keep it. That might have been the wrong choice. Again, back downfield. Volt Destroyer to receive in the corner. No boost to work with, though. That can be so stifling for a player like Volt, who really wants to take the ball, use those mechanics. It's still in the midfield, downfield now. Hoop looking for the redirect, straight up, straight down. Can anyone get there? Up for the save, the clear, but Whitlock should have on the back end.
The boost game has been so crucial for both teams here. We see Ruptime finally get that boost and the transition to follow because of it, but now kind of pushed back. The dunk comes through from Rob, crucial for keeping pressure here. Possibly more 50s coming out. We see two in the midfield. The ball just staying vertically exactly where it was. This one popped up though. Volt Destroyer trying to 50 this one through. Rob able to get that goal line save. The overtime will continue.
And Volt adjusting his car to try and get past those three defenders. It didn't matter how many were there. Still trying to break it through anyway. A chance for Fluffy now far downfield. One defender racing back, no boost. Whitlock, it's a miss as well. Off the post, and it could have been in. Up for NK. To the middle, where a player is waiting. The shot is there. It's off the post, saved away. NK again to the middle. Can they get it through? And Underdogs are trying to break through, but Ruptime are a brick wall right now.
And what we saw was initially kind of a slow start to a game one has become an absolute heater. Teams throwing shots at each other, punches being fired. This shot not quite good. Fluffy sidewall redirect almost there. Boost is running out for Ruptime. Luckily they managed to get that one off to the side. Now Whitlock on the solo does pop it over one, but off the crossbar, not quite good enough.
Back in the mid, Ruptime again on the prowl. Hoop to the middle. Underdogs again trying to just get it to their corner, get it away, get any boost that they can. Fluffy downfield with zero boost, again off the corner. One up is there, the shot is there as well, and they'll break through for the Underdogs after all of that pressure.
And that is an insane comeback. That is literally robbing Rob himself of game one. Ruptime had that one in the bag. They were up 2-0 at one point. They concede one with 45 seconds left. Not the end of the world. Then you concede a 0-second goal. They are Underdogs, forced in overtime, and managed to restrain a bunch of pressure, create a bunch of pressure themselves, and get the final goal to get game one.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me that Volt Destroyer and his team still have that ice at the end of the game, even in overtime. I'll drop some lore here, but Volt Destroyer actually qualified for CRL with Fuego and Ambrosia a few years ago. And I'm sure we all know how competitive CRL is now. Not quite as competitive before, but still a very high achievement as well. And so to come in with that experience, to be playing against those caliber of teams, and to bring that experience here along with everything else, I'm not surprised to see them come back. But the question is, can they keep that momentum coming in game two so they don't concede right away and have to have that comeback?
Yeah, I mean, all 6 players here, to be fair, have the accolades. They have the experience. They've played at events like this before. The question is, can they convert this one? Ruptime, not exactly the conversion they wanted there. You know, that one really fell off for them. But I don't think it's the end of the world. They had some pressure there in the overtime. They definitely had some good chances. Volt Destroyer on the goal line had a few saves that I thought for sure were going to end up in the back of the net against the Underdogs. But Ruptime might have to just get the lead back again here and keep it in order to stay in this series. Underdogs could run away with this one if they get another game. We'll see. Shot opportunity for Ruptime early. Does not convert, though. This one saved easily by NK. Just controls it, trying to buy time. Does beat one in the midfield. Now Hoop fresh back into his corner. Doesn't get it past one. Wave dash on the, or wall dash on the wall, of course, to get that one back. This ball into the corner. Whitlock trying to pop this mid for a teammate. Volt is there first, however.
And immediately, Ruptime taking a very aggressive stance on the physical play. There is a player behind the back line of the Underdogs coming in for the shot. Again, you can see these half rotations from Whitlock as well, trying to keep that possession. The reset, it's over to and in, and Whitlock coming from the sky to impress.
And what a beautiful play that is. Doing it all himself. Whitlock just calls his own number, says, you know what, I got control in the midfield. I see you 3 back in net, not challenging me. I'm going to punish you for that. Does so beautifully with the flip and the carry. But now Fluffy trying to do it himself. Gets the flip, the carry, although, however, cut out this time by Hoop Cub. Able to get the goal once again early from Ruptime. And they hold this lead, however. Question might not be answered the way they want. We'll see if Volt Destroyer and Fluffy can convert on some offensive transitions. The transition was kind of the way the underdogs succeeded last game. We saw Root Time have a lot more offensive pressure, at least at the beginning of game one. Here, Rob playing this one toward the back wall, just taking the time himself. Immediate challenge from two underdog players, puts this ball back into the corner. 50-50 pops the way of Root Time. However, Fluffy's up early to put it back the other way.
And what I just noticed is how calm and collected Rob looks on that clear from their own goal to the midfield. Fluffy coming through. Drop for a potential corner window. Will go far, high and wide from Whitlock. Root Time just trying to keep this pressure on that has been so effective in the past. Another one, Rob will send it wide. But the point isn't to get a shot on target there. It's to keep it in the corner, keep stealing the underdog's boost, keep whittling them down until they don't have the energy or the resources to do anything about the shot on target. But unfortunately, they were not successful. Out for Volt now. Big 50 coming through the midfield. Flick over one. Fluffy. Whitlock will save, and Root Time for their offense.
And not only do you look at the boost amount, but you also look at the positioning of these players. You know, how are they supporting each other in these offensive positions? Can they find a teammate to play around the defense? Because we've seen a lot of players be in net. The problem hasn't necessarily been who is back. The question is, where are they? Now, this ball into the midfield. Boop, trying to pop that one up toward Rob. Cut out, though, successfully by Fluffy. We see great positioning from Fluffy in order to cut off the passing angle. Now this ball pinched under one into the corner here. Fluffy off the ceiling, trying to play this one mid to a teammate. Volt Destroyer there for the follow, has the shot angle, and Volt Destroyer able to slot that top right. Equalized once again late in the game by the underdogs.
And Rob trying to control the ball in the corner. Lost control, lost the ball, couldn't get back to it. And a good pass to their teammate, to Volt. Underdogs to break through, get that equalizer. Like you said, 2 minutes left. Plenty of time. And I think that shows for underdogs, they don't seem like they're getting those offensive plays and building them collaboratively. It sounds like for Root Time, they're just trying to let them through a little bit. But at least they took advantage of it, though. Volt Destroyer now looking for the pass to the side. All three defenders there ready for what was about to happen. NK getting bumped away. Ball was momentarily in front of that open goal line, but still in the corner. And this is a scrappy game with it all tied up.
And scrappy it has been. Demos, maybe something that we'll see result in a goal. You know, just if you've had a lot of players back in net, just remove one of them, you know, shoot on the open net. The drop here, trying to play this one off the double tap. Gets it mid, another off the backboard, trying to play it off the backboard himself, and Whitlock does manage to put that one in. We see the backboard getting pounded, defenders committing for underdogs, and Root Time get away with another great solo play goal from Whitlock.
And that strategy that I mentioned from earlier will finally pay off. Left to right, making it awkward, and it was finally that bounce that just sent the ball skyward, and it's an awkward one to read. The defenders were all over the place trying to get back to it. Whitlock looking for another one. The double tap coming through. Still high in the sky. Rob off the back wall. Can they do anything? Didn't have to flip. A little bit awkward for Root Time, but at least they're keeping the pressure.
Yeah, and pressure is really important here with only a minute remaining. You want to just keep the opponent on the back foot. You don't want to concede another 0-second goal. That would be quite awful for the Root Time mental. And mental is very important here on LAN. You do not want to tilt out, especially not in a series where you might be staring down a reverse sweep. Here, Root Time trying to transition out. Rob off the backboard, trying to play this one mid to a teammate. Hoop Cub just opts for the boost steal, not even going for the ball, but this ball leaks out mid, and that's an open net. Kind of a miscommunication between second and third there, leaving that one open for the underdogs to take.
And the demo, the bump over the ball, they try to come through and clear the way for that third man there on that side, and it just didn't work. They were caught out of position. It was punished. It was an open net, and that'll be the tie goal. And coming back, starting from square one again. Fluffy in the back line, Volt Destroyer in the mid. Trying to come that through. Whitlock dropped down, blocked away. 16 seconds left now. Rob to the sky. Can they make a play happen here? Still in the midfield. Another 50 coming through. And any goal right now could be the one that prevents an overtime here for Underdogs. Maybe game 2 win. Coming through in the corner. It's still 0 seconds. They have to get it in now. It can't touch the ground. Up for Volt Destroyer, but not on the wall. And we will head to overtime for game 2.
And the parity in game 1 is almost frightening if you are Rubtime. Not exactly the same 2-0 lead initially, but we see another lead drop for them at the end of the game. And Rubtime need to get this overtime if they do not want to stare down a reverse sweep situation on land. Not something you want to happen, especially on your first series of the day. This is an opportunity for Underdogs to make that situation happen, but not quite good enough as Rubtime get away with that one. Hoop Cub off the wall, has control, but runs out of boost. This ball stalls out a little bit of a team bump from all 3 players on Underdogs, means a really awkward ball into the corner. This ball going up the wall. Fluffy trying to double that one mid off the corner. Unable to get it successfully toward a teammate in time. Team pinch here out for Rubtime, not on target, but starting to try to transition this one into a goal. Volt Destroyer low boost, just opts to bang this one out, buying time. Whitlock into the corner, plays it to safety for now, but not yet fully safe as this ball pops back out mid. Hoop Cub finally able to get a clear out. Now Whitlock waiting mid, gets the 50 successfully, but the shot toward Rob has to turn that one away to the corner. Does Rob, now into the corner once again, out toward mid, toward a teammate, trying to play this one to central. 50-50, pops out toward the sidewall. Volt Destroyer gets to that ball first, but the pinch out mid is still such a threat from both sides here. The ball kind of just ending up mid. Who's there a second might be an important question to determine who wins this overtime.
Up for Volt. NK trying to get involved, contribute to this one as well. Fluffy to the middle. Volt will keep it. Looking for that bump, doesn't find it. Downfield now for Whitlock. Get another follow-up. Slides that through on the ground, again on the wall. Can Fluffy get any kind of shot on target? But no, Rob will save that one away. And again, whatever Underdogs is trying right now, those infield passes, even dropping it down, you can see there's a player ready. And for that shot, a third man ready as well. And so for Underdogs to break through, I'm looking for a mechanical play. I'm looking for a physical play, or even a combination of the two might be what's required to break through this blue wall.
And for Rubtime, how are they going to possibly win this overtime? The only thing we've really seen is brilliance individually out of Whitlock in order for them to get gold. And maybe that's something they don't want to have to rely on here. Maybe we can hope for a passing play between Rob and Hoop to possibly get a goal here. You don't want to have to rely on just your best player doing solo plays as the only goal scoring, option for your team. This ball into the midfield, shot opportunity. This shot is good. Able to slot that one through from Hoop Cub, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. Rob able to get it toward a teammate, and we did not have to have a Whitlock solo play past the entire team. Now we see an equalizer for Rubtime in the series against the Underdogs.
For this team to come through, Fluffy has just been all over the pitch. They've been doing so well. Physical plays, passing, they've been saving the ball, doing absolutely everything. And so it's not surprising to see them come out with a game win on this one.
For sure. I feel like once Whitlock wasn't the only offensive, winning strategy for Rubtime, I think that they started to succeed a lot more, right? They started to find each other, and even just in the pressure that was kind of building up to that goal, they found themselves in offense a lot more often. They didn't look, just kind of flat-footed on offense where, okay, we got to bang out, and the ball's at least in their third. It was, a little bit more continued pressure. It was more 50s in the opposing corner. And I think that kind of led to that overtime win. And I think that overtime win is going to be crucial for the Rubtime mental. I think that possibly they have the opportunity to turn around the series. They had the lead early in game 1. They probably think they should be up 2-0 here. And they end up, conceding that 0-second goal in game 1. But now I think that their mental's back. They got that game win, and it effectively becomes a best of 3 here. But I do think that the momentum favors Rubtime.
Yeah, and the point I made before, a team might think they have something in the bag. And online, that's probably not true. On LAN, it's definitely not true. And yeah, you can definitely see the adjustment that they've made coming from game 1 into game 2 and mitigating and minimizing those mistakes so that they were able to take that win. But it wasn't easy. They had to go in for an overtime for it, a long one as well. It wasn't short. And so for them looking forward, I mean, they know the adjustments that they have to make and that the adjustments that they have made have worked. But how many times can you do that over the course of a day?
And I'm getting word here that there's, once again, a little bit of a technical issue on stage, which is fine. It should be about 2 minutes to resolve. We want the players to be comfortable. You know, the last thing you want is, all right, join up time, and then 2 out of 3 players join, and then we see a little bit of chaos as people figure it out. Luckily, you got the issue, you know, at least narrowed down early, so that should help in getting the players on stage quicker and ready to go. Of course, you know, maybe this is a technical timeout, you know. Take the time, at least for Volt and Fluffy, have that little bit of discussion, see, all right, you know, not the overtime result we wanted. They did a good job clawing back in both games, but I'd like to see if they plan on winning this series, possibly going up early in a game and kind of controlling the game the whole way through instead of just last-second heroics.
Yeah, and again, I want to go back to Volt Destroyer and the experience that they have there because, you know, especially for these teams playing in a Wisconsin-focused tournament, it's a lot of Midwest-focused regional play, and the Midwest is great. We have some really great players here, but Volt Destroyer coming in with that previous CRL experience and qualifying as well, that's not an easy process, but we will head into game 3, and Volt Destroyer can show off those chops here in that one, try to regain their lead in the series. But for now, it's Fluffy to clear and back in the group time half.
This one threatening in the corner, does pop out mid. Volt Destroyer able to tap that one in, showing that composure, showing that experience, even in just his positioning. The shot itself wasn't mechanically hard, but being in the exact spot that was necessary, that is what sets him apart. And Fluffy, of course, doing a great job to play that one from the corner into the midfield, knowing a teammate's going to be there. And that's the early goal that I would love to see out of underdogs. Maybe they've turned a new page, that just 2 minutes of downtime, able to talk about something, maybe change some things. And now Rube time staring down an early deficit. Will Whitlock once again use his solo play brilliance to find a goal out of nowhere. Not this time. Fluffy able to turn that one away off the wall. This ball toward NK. NK toward the middle. Ball once again popped to mid. Who's there first? It is a beat for underdogs. Volt Destroyer now with time. Has the boost. Gets it under one. Has the flip. Pops it over the next. Not quite good enough. Whitlock on the net. Goal line save. Fluffy misses that one. This ball popping out mid as well. Not there good enough. And the transition is on. Rob there to tap that one in. But Whitlock on the transition, able to control this one out of defense, turn it into offense.
And the overcommit. Volt Destroyer had the shot. I did see a defender in the midfield, but I didn't quite see the third, and underdogs just caught out on their rotation. But again, I've talked about it for these tournaments, especially in person, your rotation has to be solid. You have to have that defensive base covered, or no matter how much offense you do, you're still going to be conceding. Back to the midfield now. NK on the wrong side of it. No boost as well. Fluffy, full boost, full control off the wall. Has plenty of touches, looking for the dunk down. Doesn't quite find it. Volt Destroyer again, pinch to the corner. Tries to find another one. Whitlock double stacked for time, and they clear it away.
Ball still threatening, however. Underdogs swarming on this one. Group time, hoping for another transition, possibly another open net. Whitlock crossing this one. Sees that he does not have teammates in support, just tries to buy time with a bang. Ball out into the midfield. Once again, Fluffy shot saved away once again by Whitlock. Whitlock beat to that one by Bolt, however. The ball immediately getting cleared. Boomer ball kind of being the play of choice here for Rube time. Attempting to just buy time for themselves. Whitlock on the solo gets immediately challenged by Volt Destroyer. And this ball played down mid. Shot not fast enough to be threatening at all, but now the transition for Rube time, trying to make something happen out of nothing. Rob in the corner, demoed for his efforts. Another 50 into the corner. This ball kind of stalling out. More 50s pinched into the midfield, and that will buy plenty of time for people to be in good position. Ball off to the backboard. Who's there first? Shot kind of slow. Whitlock able to turn that one away.
And this ball is just pinging around the field, doing a lot of movement. Whitlock with that clear out. NK getting bumped away. Could be an opportunity for Rube time to take a possession. He'll come back to Volt Destroyer, though, off of the ceiling. Drop down waterfall defender away. Shot still on target. Forced from Rob. And I like the delay from Fluffy to maybe get a better 50. It didn't quite work out, but I like the idea. And Underdogs just trying whatever they can. An uncharacteristic miss from, I believe, Volt Destroyer there. Fluffy for the 50 across the field. Group time downfield as well. That shot's on target. No breakthrough. 2 minutes left.
Just a really awkward defensive position for the Underdogs. You know, Rob in the corner there, not an insane shot, but able to just turn it threatening toward net. Make it really awkward for that defensive man who was rotating front post. You know, you kind of looks like it's just on them when they're last back. But you got to ask, all right, where was the support? You know, how is that ball in that position in the first place where Rob is getting past you upfield with a free shot opportunity? This time, another shot. Good for Rube time. They have looked so good at finding each other here, and it has been a really big difference in going up early in these games.
And you can see how discombobulated the defense was there. Volt Destroyer lost that 50, got walled by that player. And the rest of the team was not prepared for any kind of shot on target, but now going the other way. Fairly simple at the end of the day for Hoop to keep that one out. Another shot on target forced from Whitlock this time. Fluffy to the ceiling, no touch from them. Back in the mid, Underdogs will need to have a good formation for the rest of this, but a shot on target, a miss, a space in the rotation on the Underdog side, and Hoop will put one through for a 4th goal.
Hoop, clinical shot there, gets it all the way off to the middle of the net from the midfield, and 122 kph, that's an absolute slot. The shot having so much power, no defense back in time here, however. Of course, Rube time back in time for this one. Whitlock off the backboard, trying to pinch this one past one. Off to the sidewall now, does not have the boost to really follow this too much himself. Uses all of it to go for a reset, does not get it, however. Ball now into the corner. Triple, you know, all 3 players there. Not quite a triple commit, but 2 did commit there. Whitlock into the corner now, trying to play this one central, does not get the angle around it, but all they really need to do here is run the clock. They are up 3, time is a resource, and they are using it well.
And the clock counting down, 50 seconds, Fluffy trying to come through. If that journey is going to be successful, going to be completed, it has to start now. The first step is all it takes, and that first step is from Volt Destroyer himself with that 2nd goal coming in through the team effort. Awkwardness from the Rube time, and they'll take advantage.
The speed there too to beat out 2 Rube time defenders. Only 1 missing in the corner, and both were back. It should have been a safe position, but the speed on Volt Destroyer too strong for the Rube time defense. Now Bolt trying to make it happen once again. Pop up, but immediately challenged. Whitlock up early, easily dusting NK. Shot opportunity, Hoop not quite good enough, but Rob able for the follow-up, gets the low 50, and 5-2 is the score line for Rube time. I'm sure they're happy to get that one back.
Oh, and for Volt, I mean, his positioning, his orientation of his car, he was backwards in the mid, ball coming straight at him. Really awkward touch even for Volt to make, and they will take advantage again for Rube time. For Underdogs, they just seem to be caught in the wrong place every single time. And that's really shown by the 5 goals on the board, trying to get another one as well. Fluffy having to back pass on that one downfield. Midfield, Whitlock will collect again off the wall, and 6 seconds left. I mean, this is, you know, for fun at this point. They will take the game for Rube time and have the series lead as well as this game comes to a close.
Yeah, they really took that momentum that they got in game number 2 and ran away with it here in game number 3. Into their third, a lot of the times, just not looking near as comfortable on defense. They did actually have more shots here. They had 16 to only 8 from Rube time, but Rube time able to put away quality shots.
Yeah, and something I usually look for, and something I had thought about during the game as well, is that can be such a demoralizing feeling, especially at LAN, especially when you know you have to win this next game. Game 4 coming up, with them on match point, it's all up to Underdogs to prove why they should have a game 5.
I mean, are we really too surprised that Whitlock's powerful saves? Those who know. All right, now into the corner. Whitlock here on the challenge, trying to pop this one down. Into the midfield. Once again, corner found. Hoop Cub trying to follow this one quickly. Goes for the 50, not able to find it, however. Now Whitlock dropped this one down into the net. Whitlock, brilliance out of him, able to pick that pocket. Just gets the tap up early, gets the follow-up shot from the top corner. No boost on the backboard for MK. And that's just such a rough spot to be in for the underdogs. They drop one here early, but they do have lots of time, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That is exactly how you answer back. Underdogs, a quick kickoff goal. Fluffy assisting Bolt Destroyer, but I mean, it just happens so quickly.
A quick kickoff goal to erase that early mistake here in game 4. But for the underdogs, the trend remains. It feels like their defense is a little bit all over their place, that they're not quite organized like they need to be. And Rob and his team have really impressed me here. Rubetime with their passing play and their chemistry have really shown what they can do coming through. As a demo, Whitlock having to make that save. Still a tie game. Shot on target, off the post, coming through, off the post again. A demo coming through. How is not in?
Underdogs doing everything in their power to try and put that one in, but the post had other plans. Unfortunately, it's kind of unmovable. Now into the corner. NK out toward one. But Rob back into the midfield. This ball trying to get cleared out, but Whitlock able to turn it off. Now a 50-50. Trying to get this one to a teammate are the underdogs. Not able to do that. Rob now trying to dunk this one. Runs out of boost, however. Would have had that one with probably 20 more. Offense still building for Roof Time. 50-50's coming through. Whitlock's play kind of foiled by Bolt Destroyer, who crosses it to a teammate. Having to get the boost, but ends up missing it. Not able to follow that one because of it. But somehow this goal, able to just roll it.
Yeah, that one was confusing. Fluffy getting that little tip off as well, and NK and Volt actually having a little interaction that wasn't quite ideal for them, I assume, but still able to walk that dog home, and it seemed like the owner just left his dog and let him do what he wants. So for Rubetime, kind of an odd one to see after how stellar of a series they've had so far, but I mean, underdogs will punish. Looking for a second one, looking for the equalizer. It'll just drop in from the heavens, and Rubetime, that mistake gone as well.
Hoop Cub, not exactly the way he wanted it to go in, but definitely will not complain about that one. You know, you try and go for the immediate shot. 2 defenders up early, and the free just happened to be where it's redirected in the ceiling, falls down, and goes to the net. Definitely can happen if you are double pivoting on defense. You got to have more lines of defense. It's not about, you know, necessarily the first person saving it, but sometimes even just forcing it for a teammate behind you. Underdogs not really having too much luck so far, as we have seen lots of double commits, lots of panic on defense, like you've said, and Rubetime are taking advantage of it when they can find each other.
And it's nice to see that positioning adjustment where Bolt Destroyer was right there to clear that one away. It sounds simple, but having someone in the middle in their defense, just as I was complimenting them, will break down again. Whitlock this time, a flick over one, and the follow-up touch.
Impressive speed, beating out Bolt Destroyer. Bolt Destroyer thinking it was safe to get that one. He would not have committed as third if he was not confident he was beating Whitlock in that ball. So Whitlock doing an incredible job there to be up early for that one. This ball into the mid once again. Trying to turn this one up from NK toward Fluffy. Fluffy centering it for Bolt Destroyer. Bolt Destroyer on the 50. Turned away into the corner. Hoop with the clear. Whitlock there trying to follow this one. Playing it mid. Does tap it out. Who's there first? Kind of having to leave this one our Rubetime. Fluffy off to the wall. Bolt Destroyer's there in the wing. Trying to play it toward the net. Turned away, however, into the midfield. Into the corner now. Rob is up. Crossing this one. Who's there first? It is a Rubetime player, but not quite good enough to get a goal on that one.
And if you saw maybe about 20 seconds ago, Bolt Destroyer actually left that ball for his teammate to try and get it downfield. Had a nice little passing play there. Didn't quite work out. But I really like to see those ideas come to fruition. Not just panic touching the ball every time. That'll come off the Rubetime goal. Now back the other way. Underdogs there having to save it backwards. Now again, Hoop Cub to take a 50. Rubetime, time for them to press. A musty coming through for Fluffy, but it's mitigated. Stayed in the midfield. Shot far to the corner. About 90 seconds left. Rubetime still with control.
And I cannot stress it enough. Time is a resource here, and it is running low for underdogs. They are looking at match point if Rube Time can hold this lead even for the next 80 seconds, they're going to walk away with a series win. Not the end of the world in the group stage, but underdogs would have to probably win their next 2 best-of-5s versus if you win this one, you kind of get just comfortable going in the next 2. You have to only really win 1 to have a good chance of getting out of the group. And Rube Time getting that pass mid from Whitlock. Once again, we see the team play, we see the connection. Whitlock tapped mid, Rob on the finish, multiple players in net from the underdogs, but none of them able to meet the ball.
That's a passing play that honestly should just never happen. All 3 players in the goal. It's unfortunate to see. I mean, you have almost no leverage to try and cut off that play before it happens, and so the shot will go in. A 4-2 lead, that can be deadly with just a minute left and your series life on the line. And that'll bounce across the Rube Time goal. I mean, that was the time to push it through and score if underdogs were going to do it. Fluffy up again, plenty of boost. Reset, looking for it. Whitlock not falling for that one. Back in the midfield, a shot on from Hoop Cup, it's a miss! And that could be the nail in the coffin as Rube Time gets a 5th.
And the Rube Time once again scoring 5. We've seen the underdog defense kind of just break down these past 2 games. Looking a lot better in game 1 and 2, and then kind of just letting these slip. You know, you gotta wonder at this point, is it too little, too late? 30 seconds remain. Whitlock up, has the flip, trying to follow it himself, goes for the dunk, but Fluffy able to turn that one away into the corner. Once again, just looking at that clock, trying to tick it down. Our Rube Time, they do a good job here. 50's in the corner, that's exactly how you want to stall time. And the time does in fact run too low, too little, too late. Underdogs not able to get this one, but they are not out yet.
Yeah, Rube Time, all they got to do is hit that one across. 5 seconds left. Essentially over, but looking forward past this first series, which is about to complete here. Could be another one for the road. Rube Time doesn't quite get it, but they will get the series win and the game win nonetheless. But looking forward again, for this group, we've had a couple series so far on stream, but for this group specifically, this was their first game of the whole tournament. This was their first group stage game. And so coming out of that one, I think they both have positives. Rube Time, of course, a little bit more positive. But especially for them, because I want to focus on Rob and Whitlock and Hoop Cub, of course, as well, making their mark. But going up against underdogs, against a team with Volt Destroyer, who everyone should know in the collegiate scene, and still coming out on top and bringing that confidence into the rest of their group stage games, I mean, that's really paramount for them. That's what they needed.
And Whitlock, what a performance from him. Multiple games with Savior medals and 800-plus points. Absolutely insane performance out of him. And, of course, the supporting cast doing a great job to follow up, especially in the later half of that series. We saw some great solo play brilliance from Whitlock, games 1 and 2. Saw overtimes. We saw some really back-and-forth gameplay. But Rube Time just run away with game 3 and 4, able to score 5 goals each game, and with lots of other opportunities that you thought had a chance to go in.
Yeah, what a great series that was. And we will be heading to a quick break, but the third series we have for you today, or sorry, excuse me, the fourth series we have for you today is ISO and Messiah will be reappearing on that one. So definitely watch out for them. And we'll see you in a few minutes for that series upcoming.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCSA Fiber Frenzy. We are about to get the teams on the stage, and I'm so excited. First off, we have Chuz Gaming with Joke, ISO, and Messiah. On the opposing side, we have random guys with random name, Nutmeg, and Made It's Nate. And with me, of course, is Boss Radala back on the desk. I am so happy to be casting this with you. I can't wait. This is going to be a good one, probably better than our first series, where we saw a little bit of a beatdown.
It definitely was, but it's going to be nice to see ISO and Messiah really get to take another crack at the series. Hopefully they can get some redemption here. To my knowledge, they had lost their first series, correct?
believe ISO did against Brian's team.
With, yeah.
3-1, and not
Ugh.
exactly the result they wanted, but I think it was closer than anticipated, at least on their side. Going up against Bryant and Mogi is a huge feat. So I'm sure that result, while it wasn't exactly what they wanted, I think they probably took some notes from that and are better for it here.
Totally. And you're talking about Mogi, you're talking about Bryant, you're talking about two incredible players. It put them into an awful spot early on, but coming out of the group stage, they need every win they can get at this point. When you lose one of your three, everything else is do or die. They need this series for sure. So I wonder how the pressure is going to work. I wonder how much it's going to be of an impact for the team, but we'll see. We'll see when we get into the Rocket League action what that looks like.
Yeah, and the last series was kind of a weird one for pressure. It was back and forth, overtimes, both game 1 and 2. Looked like it was going to be an absolute heater, possibly going to 5, but then Rob and Whitlock really turned it around. They managed to score 5 in both game 3 and 4, just producing tons of goals on the offensive end. And I wonder if we're going to see another shootout here. We have lots of offensive firepower on both of these teams. I know Nutmeg made its known on their side for clinical shot production. And, of course, on the other side, ISO and Messiah, very high ranks themselves. They have lots of experience in, leagues like MCS. And going to be looking to take this all the way out of the group stage, past quarterfinals. Of course, every team looking to do that. But the important part here, at least on Saturday, is win your series in your group, make it out of the group stage, make top 2, get into those quarterfinals.
For sure. You're talking first place, we're looking at 1,500. I do believe second place gets 1,000. But we're going to be getting the game underway. Light pushing it through. Random name is elevated. Looking for the follow. Can't quite get back for the flip reset opportunity. Messiah elevating. Has flip reset. Takes a little bit of a doink. Can't get it back to his team. So random guys are going to be able to dive back in, take control here. Big play, trying to take possession, trying to stall it out. Light doesn't want to let that happen. Shoves it to the back line. Power. I know we normally say the first game's a feeler, but it definitely feels like Chuz Gaming is just trying to enable as much offensive pressure right out the gate.
And maybe random guys getting a feel for each other on the defensive third. Getting comfortable on this stage is, something that they haven't done yet. Chuz Gaming did show up on stage earlier, but random guys, this, I believe, is their first stage appearance. So that might play at least a little bit of, play a part in the puzzle for why random guys are back in their third so much here at the beginning. Chuz Gaming doing a good job controlling this ball, trying to find each other. Now Messiah off to the side. ISO does not find contact on that one. Nutmeg bumped off this one in the corner, stalling it out a little bit. Does manage to get past one, and then a really awkward shot opportunity there goes wayward.
Well, and you're definitely not wrong. The amount of times you see with a draft league where teams will play for the first time on stream, and they're not present, they're not live, they're not sitting on the grand stage talking about, hey, how do we make adjustments? Now you have these players who haven't played all day on the grand stage, who are up front and center. It's definitely going to weigh on them. It's definitely going to affect things, and that might be why Random Guys is struggling to get their footing so far. We're seeing a bit of an offensive opportunity push for them. Tough spot by ISO, tries to put it off the backboard. Light elevates, misses the touch, completely out of beans. Gonna have to leave this for ISO to push. That pop is right over the top, looking for an outlet center, but Messiah is gonna quickly dive back in and take control of this. What a bump. Shoves Messiah up pitch, but ISO is right there for Chuz, rotating in quickly and keeping this play moving.
And the ball is moving between players quite well here for Chuz Gaming. They're finding each other. They're finding at least possession play, if not shot opportunities. Off to the side now. Kind of an awkward bounce. Messiah shot off target. Really awkward save there. Off into the corner. Nutmeg taking control, but runs out of boost. Needs a teammate to come through. ISO, kind of an awkward stall touch, just delaying this one. Keeping the offense for Chuz Gaming. It's been the name of the game so far. Offense starting to build. Light toward the backboard, runs out of boost himself. Who's there for the follow-up? ISO goes missing. And this one able to be turned out from random guys.
Difficult spot here. Chuz Gaming, awkward. Oh, what a goal to open up the scoring. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left to be played. that is a lot of dead time where we are just getting a lot of feelers, a lot of passes, a lot of bumps, a lot of rotations, trying to open up some scoring options. Neither team really overextending for all three players of the pitch. We'll see how that plays out going further in. ISO waiting a little bit for Messiah to do some work with the ball, going for a flip reset, can't speak. Random guys, though, able to quickly dive in and apply pressure. Nutmeg makes the contact. That's going to be a difficult spot. Nate has to push up, and that was going to be on target, but Light redirects that into the corner. Power with 1:41 left to be played, and how long it took Random guys to score. Chuz Gaming, do you wonder if there's any pressure there?
I mean, Chuz Gaming have looked comfortable on offense. You know, they have the opportunities this whole time. I don't think they're necessarily, in a, we're pushed back against the wall, everything's on the line situation. I think they're pretty comfortable here, actually. They're trying to find each other on these passing plays, and one of them is bound to find its way in if they can continue this pressure. More shot opportunities saved away from Random guys. Made its Nate. Nutmeg doing a good job on that one. Now the ball toward the net. Once again, a Random guy is in fact there. Random guy goes missing on this one. Nutmeg off to the sidewall. Messiah turns it out. Made its Nate. Early challenge. Ball kind of stalling out in the corner. Got opportunity here for Light. Kind of an awkward double tap angle. Trying to just play it mid to a teammate. Knows he does not have a shot at net. This ball getting popped up toward backboard. Messiah on the solo play. Goes for the flip. Nutmeg able to turn it off.
Light elevates. He's going to leave it for ISO. ISO looking for a double tap off the backboard. A quick touch by Random Name. Keeps this over into the corner. A shot is just going to slide in. Messiah able to put it on target. Messiah already has 5 shots this game. The amount of pressure that Chuz Gaming has had to enable to get their first goal when you've got Random guys locking down their defensive side is tremendous. I mean, Random guys are playing a true bend-don't-break defense, allowing so much to happen in their back third, and they're still able to swat away most of it. We'll see, though, as Messiah gets the flip reset, looking for a double, but Nutmeg clears it away, and Power. 19 left to be played. We could be seeing OT in game 1. Never mind. Never mind.
Not if Nate has something to say about it. Immediately turning that one in. The ball getting touched out just too hard by Light. Made its Nate able to get that one through. Nutmeg on the follow. Would have been able to get a bump or a tap over if needed. That was just an open play where the third man kind of lost control in the midfield. No one rotating back quick enough for Chuz Gaming. And, they feel like they had pressure almost this whole game. Now suddenly, they're the ones down again. Not exactly what they would have wanted. Random Name able to tap that one down to Random guys doing such a good job here, taking a game that really looked like it should not have been in their favor and running away with it.
No, I mean, we're looking at the stats here. We have 10 shots for Chuz Gaming. I think we had 5 for Random guys. I mean, brother, when you're applying that much pressure, in reality, it's not that difficult to convert. But for some reason, Random guys were able to lock in. It shows they only had 4 saves, but the amount of quick contests that they had out of the midfield, the amount of times where they would have either a demo, a bump, or just diving back in to apply some pressure, putting a hand up, it really paid off in a way that it doesn't translate to the stat sheet, but it translates to the win column for sure.
And the demos are something to look out here for sure. Made its Nate and Nutmeg love to play physically. The Messiah, Light, and ISO probably look out for that one. They did a good job there, not finding themselves, in such an awful spot necessarily, but the transition game from Made Its Nate Nutmeg, able to get those demos, able to have those, touches that are in the midfield. If it is a third man, you got nobody back because they're already dead.
Right. I mean, this is Random guys snatching victory from what looks like it should be defeat with the amount of control that Chuz Gaming has.
A little bit of a tech issue, but we are here. Don't worry about it. The players are in the lobby, and we are rolling. Nutmeg here into the corner, trying to dribble this one out early, and Messiah off to the sidewall. Pop up early. This one not as threatening as Random guys would have liked. Chuz Gaming able to stall that one out. We talked about it a little bit last game about Chuz Gaming having so much offensive pressure, looking so threatening, but they just really weren't able to pull through in a game that really looked like theirs.
Well, and a lot of it, like we saw, that worked out really well with Huday's team earlier on in the series, or on in the event, was that they were looking for one more touch, one more pass, one more play, just to be able to get past the defenders and maybe put a shot on net. And I feel like that might be where Chess Gaming is struggling right now, is they're getting a great first, they're getting a great second, but they're not able to get that one more touch to defend or go against the opponents. So it goes forward, they make great pressure, but they're unable to get it through. Random Name, though, getting goal number 1 here for Random Guys.
And that is going to be clutch for Random Guys in a series that looks, you know, to be one of the margins. They're going to need everything to go in, and that one on the very edge of the goal, able to slip through. And that will be Random Guys up early here. Chuz Gaming need to make an answer happen quickly. Their series before against Bryant, they ended up down 2, having to try to reverse sweep for that one. That did not end up in their favor. Random Guys doing a good job keeping this one out, looking really awkward on the defensive end, though, with back third looking so awkward. Low boost, saves coming through still. Light now off the backboard, trying to follow it himself, tap down mid-door to teammate, not good enough, though.
It really isn't right now, and it's a dangerous spot for Chuz Gaming. Remember, in the group stage, they're going to play all 3 of the teams that they partnered with. They lost their first series. They lost game number 1. There is a lot of pressure here. They need game number 2 to go their way. Otherwise, they have a mountain to climb to be able to leave the group stage positively. Light elevates, doesn't really have the beans to be able to take that. A little bit of a fake. Oh my goodness! What a redirect! ISO!
And that is the offense you want to see Chuz Gaming actually convert into a goal. Such a great redirect, bar down ski from ISO. And Chuz Gaming get the equalizer. 3 minutes on the clock, lots of game left in this one to play. And Chuz keep up their offense and actually convert on these chances.
We'll see here. Random Name out in the wing. Messiah, though, takes control, elevates. They're going to bring the ball. They're not going to be able to get a flip reset here. Not enough beans to really adjust their momentum. Light just trying to get a hand on it. Keep it out of possession for Random Guys here. Quickly, outlet, doesn't want to take possession. Messiah off ceiling, might be able to follow their own pass. It's going to be too far forward. Messiah almost called their own number. Light gets over 1, isn't able to keep control. So instead, it's going to be a pass out center for Messiah. That's swatted away. Power, 2:20 left to be played, and this definitely could be either team's game.
For sure, boss. I mean, one of those things where in the midfield, if the ball is passing towards players and not actually getting into the center where it's right in front of the net, you know, the game can kind of just stall out. The time can just tick down, and suddenly you can find yourself in overtime, or maybe even a kickoff goal happens, and suddenly, you know, you're down 2 in a series, you're down, or maybe it's a tie because Chuz Gaming got the kickoff goal. But it's so important to really find each other on these plays. Not quite there from Random Guys. No follow-up is found. This one into the corner. Nutmeg playing the back post very well. Gets the 50, using all of his boost to play that one. Now the transition. Back into the corner. Faded Snate on low boost. Has to leave this one. Running out of boost on both sides of the field. Messiah finally getting some. Nutmeg caught out a little bit. Able to get this save off the post. That pinch is absolutely insane.
That is an absolute diving save, Space Jam style. Messiah, ISO, bit of a double commit out of the corner. We're going to see Light just tries to get a hand up, tries to stall the play. This could be back center. ISO, though, has the read. Random Name putting it off sidewall. Not able to get a touch there for ISO, so instead this is going to be a shot opportunity for Random Guys. Swatted away. Nutmeg. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Double stacking at center. Messiah's over 1. They aren't able to elevate back for another. ISO is in the wing waiting. And you brought it up earlier. You brought up the kickoff goal. We actually saw one earlier from this team. We actually saw one earlier from Chuz Gaming against Huday's team when they were down 1-3, just to kind of pry that game back open. It was a fake kickoff. It was incredible, and it worked out tremendously. But with 20 seconds left to be played, there's still a lot of Rocket League action here.
Maybe even more into an overtime if this 0-second drill does not end. Oh, resulting in a goal. This one, though, looks like a good chance. Goal line save there from Random Guys, able to turn it out. Now the transition, are they able to convert this? No boost in time to get the ball before it drops.
Already overtime, game 2. Messiah quickly putting a hand up. It's going to go right over the top. Light trying to get a pushed up pitch here. ISO dives back in. Nutmeg doesn't have a lot of beans, but they have ball. They're actually going to leave it for Matus Nate, who takes control, pops over one. Great control, might be getting a pass center. No, it's cut out. Chuz Gaming, that would have been a dagger for sure. One more touch past center, and their defender would have never been able to contest against that. ISO off backboard, looking for a pass center. Nobody goes up, though. Random Guys shutting down so much offense already with only 40 seconds played.
And Chuz with some opportunities there. Insane sidewall double from ISO, trying to play it mid. Light on these 50s. Not strong enough, however, as this one's turned out by Random Guys. More 50-50s coming out. Made it pinching that one across. Chuz Gaming trying to make something happen here. Pass mid. Who's there first? Bump comes through, but shot does not. And Random Guys get away with that one. Random name back in time here. Able to get this ball played out. This one in the corner. ISO trying for the back pass. Random name cutting that one. Kind of an awkward ball. Matus Nate does well to read it. Played toward backboard. ISO with the bang out. Has no boost to control that ball. Messiah trying to use some of his boost. Gets the touch a little bit rushed. This ball into the ceiling. ISO up early. Gets the touch over one. Has the flip over another. Messiah has to push back here. Playing patient. Cuts out the pass. The Light up early. Has the flip. Uses it. Trying to get the dunk, but not good enough.
Oh my goodness, that would have easily been clip of the day by far. Matus Nate underneath the ball, trying to generate momentum. Incredible split back left. Nobody's there for the follow. So Messiah, no, it's going to be a quick push by Matus Nate. The outlet by Light. Another save to be put into that stat column. Light putting a shot on target to the left. Oh my goodness! It's going to be totally wide. Nutmeg has control. Fakes the first shot. Can't flick it over two. ISO elevates. No beans to follow. Messiah putting it left. That's going to be swatted away. We are seeing absolute haymakers thrown left and right. Both teams having to dive. Oh, goodness gracious. Messiah eliminates that pressure.
Absolute pandemonium on both sides of the pitch. Who's gonna come out on top, however? ISO ends up leaving that one. Kind of a surprising look that did not end up in anything. Light with a flip reset off the ceiling, trying to follow it himself. This ball pinched out from the corner by Nutmeg. Wall dashing, attempting to get that one again. Not able to get it. Matus Nate on the demo, buying some time here, just trying to slow this ball down, allow teammates to get boost, allow teammates to get back into position, and that successfully allows Random Guys to start to make their offensive transition here. 50-50 into the midfield by Matus Nate. Turned away, however, by Messiah toward the backboard now. Early challenge here from the Chuz Gaming offense. Messiah having to play that one off awkwardly as third man. And Chuz, you know, they had some chances there, but they just didn't end up in their favor.
No, and it's so dangerous because they want to extend up. They want to play that aggressive offense. This is going to be a little wide. ISO quickly has to dive up, make contact. Nutmeg gets it back center. That's going to be shot. Bang! That's goal number 2 for Random Guys.
And that will call game number 2. Chuz Gaming once again looking down a reverse sweep situation where they need not just one thing to stay alive, but 3. And you think about their standings in the group stage here, right? They lost that first series.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, we're not talking, hey, like this is the first series, you lose it, oh well, you move on. Like this mentally, you're not going to go for a reverse sweep to save this series. You're going for a reverse sweep to save your chances in this entire LAN. The money just drifting over the horizon. These players seeing it going, okay, we have a mountain of pressure, but if we want to win any money today, we have to win this series. We have to come back.
Yeah, and even just making it to day 2, right? It really sucks to be eliminated on day 1 of a 2-day tournament.
Yeah.
That feeling always a little bit hard. But at the end of the day, the bracket must move on. And Random Guys looking to move on here, looking for a clean series. Chuz Gaming kind of pushed back, looking for a possible reverse sweep.
ISO has control, playing a little bit slower than before, flicks it over one, trying to get the 50 follow and split it back out center. Instead, Messiah's got control, leaves it for ISO. That's going to be a shot left. Oh, goodness gracious. That is the kind of plays we've been waiting for Chuz to make. Messiah gets it off backboard, pushes it away from the back wall just far enough for ISO to follow, and then ISO slots it right behind the double defender. I mean, that is what we're asking, and they finally found that connection right in front of the goal.
Yeah, and Chuz Gaming have looked solid on the offense. It's just been that last touch, right? That final put away that they've struggled with a little bit more than they probably would have liked. They found some really great opportunities. They've used the backboard, the sidewalls very effectively to play balls into the midfield. Kind of just about the finisher, right? Who's there second? Is there someone there before the third man of random guys can kind of just play it away to safety? This ball, 50-50, looking very, very deadly. A fake from Light, but not able to follow it up through.
Oh, difficult spot. Messiah's going to rotate back, has control, has 100 beans, off backboard. Underneath, gets the flip reset, gets the first touch, gets it over one. Made his Nate, though, challenges ISO immediately, gets it over the top, steals 100 off the back knee, so ISO's going to be a little low coming off ceiling. Messiah just decides to find some breathing room, shoves it all the way up to the far corner. ISO in the waiting, demos out the shooter. It's going to be pushed back off sidewall. ISO quickly elevates. It's going to be a shot on net. Oh, goodness gracious. ISO putting on the pressure, goes right over the last defender and slots goal number 2.
And Chuz Gaming now doing exactly what I said they needed to do. Those follow-up touches finally connecting, and the offense has been so much better for it. Up too early. Only a minute and 20 has passed, and they have already started to produce a lot more in just this little segment than all of game 2.
Oh,
now,
for sure.
Now into the corner, however. Random guys trying to answer back on this one. Up early. Random guys swarming this one. Kind of an awkward ball, and this shot almost finding its way through. More 50-50s. Made its Nate, turning that one off to the corner. Nutmeg on the flip from the ceiling, but no death.
Well, and that's one of those where you're pretty much just trying to make contact so your opponents can't make a quick counterattack. There was no eligibility there for a shot. Oh, goodness gracious. Made his Nate quick control of that for the follow-up touch, and then immediately went for the double tap. ISO fakes the touch. Nutmeg gets the bump. Difficult spot. What is going on? Shades of chaos all the way across the pitch, and random guys able to somehow steal a goal from a huge disarray of defense.
An absolute peak pool shot performance from random guys. Nutmeg getting credit for that one, but the ball was touched probably an hour before that one fell in. This game looking to be a little bit closer now. Random guys crawling back into this one. Chuz, however, do not want to allow them to do that. Trying on the offense now to make something happen, get their 2-goal lead back. This pass down, good from random guys, but ISO able to cut it out. Nutmeg an early challenge off the ceiling. A beat out from Messiah, has a shot opportunity for Light. Not quite good enough though, off the crossbar here from Chuz Gaming. Random guys getting away with that one.
Brother, if that was on target any lower, that probably was a goal. That was a heater with the right angle. Made his Nate, just wants some distance, just wants to get the ball out of his own third. Messiah turns quickly back in, takes his half volley, almost catches the defender off guard. Random guys, though, able to make a diving save. Huge outlet, random guys trying to change field position here. Unfortunate pass back out center is a free goal. Random guys able to punish a terrible mistake.
And Chuz Gaming not too happy about that one. You know, they got their 2-goal lead. They got what looked like to be a comfortable game 3 with had potential to start a reverse sweep. But now you're not so certain about Chuz Gaming's fate here.
I cannot believe what is going on. Chuz Gaming puts 2 of the most incredible plays we've seen all day back to back as a team, and then they go up 2-0, and then random guys have somehow found a way to just take the lucky play. The high risk, high reward. It has no momentum for the shot, and it somehow slips behind the last defender. I hate to say, normally you say a team snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. I wonder if this is potentially in the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked like that. Random guys up once again. Kind of been the name of the game. Random guys looking, despite kind of awkward on defense at times, they've managed very well to prevent Chuz from converting a lot of these opportunities. Here, once again, stopping the Chuz offense. This ball rolling toward the net, but not very threateningly. Chuz pushed back. Off the corner, though. Messiah on the follow. Has a little bit of time, but no boost. Trying to make something out of nothing. Pass goes missing. Nutmeg off to the sidewall, does not even want to push that one forward, just trying to play time here. Successfully does play it past, at least into the midfield, not past the defender, however.
ISO, 57 seconds hangs in the balance. If you can't find a goal here, Chuz Gaming, you may be eliminated out of group stage. Light has to wait for the play. They don't have a lot of beans to dive back in. Nutmeg quickly elevates, bit of a double commit here from Random guys. Huge outlet from Mate. Mate looking to get it over one. Could have been the dagger, but instead Random Name has to quickly dive back and play some defense here. 30 seconds left to be played, Power, and Chuz Gaming is slowly but surely seeing the door shut on them.
And that is something that they really do not want to see. Like we've said, group stage standings on the line, possibly not able to compete on day 2. Random guys looking very comfortable here. And they keep it together, though. They need composure. 10 seconds left on the clock. This one not over yet. Double tap pending. Messiah over the one, but the backboard hit. And 0 seconds now hit on the clock. Can this one be kept up? No, not exactly how they would have wanted it. Chuz Gaming do get swept here by Random guys. Not the result I was thinking was going to happen based on game 1.
Well, based on the way game 1 was breaking out, I thought it was a very lucky win for Random guys, but Chuz Gaming, I mean, they had all the momentum, all the control, and then it just slipped away. In the game 2, it felt like more of the same. Game 3 here, I mean, you look at it, Chuz Gaming takes 10 shots against Random guys, only 6. Realistically, you should be able to, since you've got more mechanics, more ability, more skills off the ground. I mean, we saw the amount of times ISO and Messiah go up for a flip reset. They're going for a continuous play, and then it's immediately cut out. And then for some reason, Random guys were able to just milk every possibility where they could have gotten a goal off of just some nonsensical play. I mean, one of them, they took a pull shot. One of them was a pull shot.
Yes, it was one of those things where they made the most out of what they got, right? They weren't given a lot of chances, but they made those chances count. They followed up teammates' touch as well, and that was really a big difference maker, right? We saw Chuz Gaming connect on maybe like a one-man passing play, right? It was one man to the next, but there wasn't that third follow-up. And Random guys doing a great job on like those transitions to find that third, right? Even if your first 2 don't succeed in an immediate goal attempt, the third's there for the follow.
For sure, for sure. And that's part of the most difficult portion of being third man, right? You have to position your car in a way where you can stay in the play. If you have to rotate up, cool. If you have to rotate back, understandable. 9 times out of 10, you might be perpendicular to the ball. You've got your car turned. But realistically, it would go 1-2 and then immediately just drop. So it's tough to see such a great team unable to find the promised land.
For sure. And, if you are Chuz Gaming, you got to feel like both of those series slipped away from you, right? You had a good chance against Bryant. You had a good chance here, and now you're 0-2. I don't think it's over yet. I do believe that there is a situation where you have everyone on 1-2 game diff except for one team that's 3-0. And you have tiebreaker situations where you could possibly have, game diff or something go in your favor, but it is looking rough.
They're not mathematically eliminated, but they're going to have to make the most of their last series later. I will say, though, it's probably about time for us to go ahead and cut to intermission. So we will be right back. We've got a little bit to get set up, and then we will come back for the next series. And 12 minutes.
And after that, we will see Goob versus Saltwater Hawks, both teams that I have not yet seen, so we'll be interested to see that. Until then, see you soon.
WCSA, WSTA, our performances, everything happening on the stage. We have also, in the background, had an amateur bracket running for a lot of these WSTA customers. So, we do have our top 3 from that bracket that will tomorrow be playing some of our teams from our top 16, the semi-pro bracket, if you will. So if anyone wants to volunteer, that could be a lot of fun. That said, I've reached out to a couple of you, should be very exciting. But without further ado, we have our 3rd place winners. Let's see this. System initializing. Woo! Come on up here. And you all get these really cool fiber fences up. WSTA branded, very durable, by the way. Little trophies. So congratulations. Come on up.
Dylan, you tell us when you're good.
Awesome. Then get a big round of applause for System Initializing. We have our Grand View Goats finishing second place, winning $90. Come on up. You get your very durable trophies.
Forward a little bit. Take a look at that guy. Lift the check up a bit.
Don't have any other jokes, so no more stuff. All right, one more round of applause for our Grand View Goats, second place. For our amateur bracket, as well as these three wonderful and durable tokens, we have Lakey Boo Bears. Let's go, come on, round of applause. Let's go, congratulations, congratulations. We're going to then make you guys play the winner of our bracket.
That guy, lift the check up a bit.
All right, awesome. And one final round of applause for all three of our top three placement finishers.
Hosted by WCSA. I just want to give a quick shout out before we get back into the action. We do have the Amherst Communications as our grand sponsor. They've put in a tremendous amount of money into this. So I want to make sure I go ahead and shout them out. They're known for their reliable service and their community engagement. They've been going on since 1903. Just want to quickly acknowledge their work before I hand things over to Mr. Tibbles.
Yeah, and we have a doozy of a matchup for you on this one. And this is Olvi's team and Spalti going up against each other. And for some context, both of these teams, they played one match in their group stage already, and both won. Spalti's actually went 3-1 against JMZ's team, and Olvi swept Fluffball's team as well. So they're both coming in with a lot of momentum. But yeah, so this should be a really good game.
Oh, I'm hoping, brother. We've seen a lot of series today go the distance. I'd love to see some more incredible Rocket League action, but we'll just have to see how things kind of chop out. We've seen some really surprising end results across the day.
Yeah, and I'm personally curious to see how Olvi does, because I saw him as a player quite a while ago, about GC2 level, in this one tournament he was in. And I haven't seen his gameplay in a while, so it'll be really interesting to see that. I've seen Barry pretty recently, playing very, very well there as well. I have not seen Wi-Fi personally, so this Olvi team is kind of a mystery for me, and I'm excited to see how they can take it to Spalti and Co. First off will be Team Goob. That's Olvi, Barry, and Wi-Fi. Let's give it up for them. And the next one, a super special, the Saltwater Hawks. Will be Spalti, Hawk, and Hydro. Dude, let's go. And there's so much hype behind this series. It's middle of the day, one series already under the belt, and this is where the journey can get tough.
Oh, for sure, and especially as we get further into the group stage, every single series matters tremendously. If you dropped your first one, you need the second. You realistically can't continue through your group with 2 losses. You need those points as quickly as humanly possible. So we'll see, I guess, who really wants to make it to day 2. Remember, day 2, grand champions, $1,500 on the line. I think second place is also $1,000. Like, there's a lot of money at stake here that these teams can realistically earn, and you know, $500 per player, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and for the first series, I kind of talked about how the stakes are lower. I mean, if you're going to make, you don't want to make a mistake, but if you're going to make one, it should be in the first series of the day when you can recover after. However, this series coming through, again, both teams won their first series of the group stage for them, And so coming into this one, whoever wins this will be in a prime position to take the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot. And if you go 1-1, I mean, that is not the end of the world, but you're now kind of basing it on other teams' results and game difference and other metrics. When you could just win, it's much easier that way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you take 2 dubs right off the back. If you get 2 series wins early on in the group stage, you can't say the third doesn't matter, but there's definitely no pressure. You definitely get to play your game, relax. You know, if you lose the third series, who cares? You won the first 2, you're moving on to the second day regardless. So, I mean, realistically, yes, there's a lot to be played for today. Right now, I'm really interested to see who really wants it more.
Yeah, who wants it more will become evident as we start this series, but we're about to get into it now. Game 1 between Goob and these Saltwater Hawks. I love that name, by the way. Able to incorporate all the players' names, but in a creative way as well. Starting off this one in the midfield, Barry. Seen a lot of them lately. Coming up on the Hydro, the demo as well. And for the Saltwater Hawks, they'll be the first to score.
Incredible pressure. Hydro diving in, able to dunk it over the defender, and then Hawk. No boost in the tank though. Full trust, full play on the second man. Expected his teammate to make the win. Played up, got the slot. Great way to start off with 12 seconds in. Hydro, back. Wi-Fi's going to try and just kind of probe out the defense a little bit here. It's going to be a pass back center. Shot opportunity. Doesn't make contact. So instead, this is going to be pushed all the way across. Cole dives in, takes the boost. It gets swatted away. Tibbles, 30 seconds in, and it really does seem like Saltwater Hawks kind of have a good plan going.
Yeah, it looks like it, but this game, has been an absolute battlefield. I've seen demos and bumps on both sides as well. And of course, that was how the Hawks got their first goal of the game here. That's a good save for Goob, trying to get that one out of their half. Back to Hydro in the mid. Passing back to the defense, though, Olvi can just take that as a free. Spalty, awkward, does get a touch on the ground, makes it awkward for Olvi. Goes past it. Hydro actually gets an opportunity based on that play. Back in the corner now, back in the midfield. Hawk, 2 defenders there, and 1 will save.
Oh, unfortunate miss by Spalty. Hydro has to play a little bit more cautious, sits back. Quick dive by Hawks, can keep that play alive. Hydro, no beans, tries to get past one. A missed touch by Hawk. Could have been a possible redirect opportunity. But instead, this is going to go all the way back. Possible pass center, swatted into the corner. Great touch by Hawks here.
Up for Barry. Shot opportunity will go wide. Up in the corner now. Big clear from Hawk to try to get it through. And both teams they've been knocking on the door, but they haven't really had a true opportunity on goal where you think, they should score this. If they don't, it's a mistake. Coming back now for Wi-Fi, that will be high. Looking for the bump, though, the follow-up, not there. Back in the midfield. Hawks to press. Olvi, full boost on their lonesome, now joined by their teammates coming through. That's a good shot on target, and it's just in. It just drops.
Incredible placement by Hawk. I mean, that just drops in right behind the last defender. I mean, it's a great start, though. You're up 2-0. You've got 2:58 left to be played. There's a lot of Rocket League action, but you definitely are primed to be right where you want to be. Hawk, Olvi, split the 50. Spalty popping it right back up. A quick dive by Hydro to apply some pressure to the control by Goob. It's just been their mantra. They are not letting Goob really establish any plays early on. They just want to swat it as soon as they make the touches.
Yeah, it's that aggressive nature of the Hawks here, living up to their name. Back for Hydro. Good clear out from Goob. Maybe a chance to press, but again, that third man is so fast on that transition, the rotation in. Hawk a pass middle, a really big clear coming out from Goob here. Spalty to control in the corner. Up for another one. The pass middle opportunity, but it's saved away. Wi-Fi again in the middle. Hawks just getting it downfield. Cut out, though. Barry shot opportunity. Forced out a double commit from the Hawks there.
Goob rotating out. Bit of a mistouch here. It's going to pop back center. They're going to maintain control. Wi-Fi taking it off the backboard. Tries to get a pass off stealing here, but Hydro has the read. Here's it all the way across. Good fake by Olvi. Doesn't want to split the 50. Wants to maintain control here. They're underneath the ball. They've got one looking for a demo, but it took too long. Hawk able to rotate back and clear that away.
And for Olvi, he just waited for the bump to come through, but didn't have the time. Had an opening on the right side, but just couldn't take the opportunity when it cropped up. Now Barry Olvi to follow up. Goob look like they have a decent structure here on the defense, but that was perfectly placed to make it awkward for them. Back for Wi-Fi, 2 on the chase, 1 on the shot. They'll break through and get one back.
What a rocket. I mean, we've seen a lot of shots today that kind of just limp their way into the net, or they might get like a really good redirect pass or redirect shot. I think that was just a raw, straight power shot, and I love it. I love the placement. Way too far to the defense's reach. But we'll see, though, with a minute 30 left to be played, there's still a lot, and Goob cannot really give up a goal this early on anymore. What a demo, cutting out any offensive pressure that could have been established by the second man. Oh!
Saw some mental games from Olvi earlier. I'm looking for that again. It seems to really give them an edge against this Hawks team. It was very aggressive, very aerial-based. Barry now to try and take it past one, gets demoed for that effort. Up for Olvi to control, but Spalty's just straight on it. And has that positioning for Hawks has really set them apart back in the midfield. That's a high-flying one. Back to it first is Spalty. Olvi for the clear. Maintaining control as well, keeping the flip. Back off the sidewall. Looking for a shot on target. Spalty can't get there, and Olvi will just do it all himself.
Insane way to generate a tremendous amount of power. Olvi able to beat the last possible defender. Spalty had no chance with the amount of speed that shot had. That was incredible placement. Getting kickoff here, 2-2, 43 seconds left to be played, and it's anybody's game. Hawk grabs the 100, turns up, but Wi-Fi has control, gets a second touch into the corner. Hydro underneath the ball, looking for a third, fourth, potentially a fifth touch here, splits the 50, but it's going to go back into the corner with Wi-Fi. 30 seconds left, Tibbles. This is a do-or-die moment for either team this game.
Yeah, the Hawks, Spalty will take that wide. It is do or die at this point, or we might be heading to an overtime here in game one, which is always a good omen. Barry will go over, rainbow, but at least for now, that was fine. Nobody was there to capitalize on it. Olvi to the side. Full boost as well, gets it past Spalty. That was the real challenge, but sends it back to the midfield. Possibly a double tap. Is just in the middle, bouncing in front of that Goop net, having to do some defense yet again. It might break through off the crossbar.
Oh.
We were this close to a win for Goop there, but we head to overtime.
You never want to rely on the fourth defender, the crossbar, to get your saves for you, but I guess if there's a time, that's the best one. Puts him in the OT, incredible shot, a lot of power behind it. Wi-Fi able to put it back into the corner. Follow. No, Hydro's trying to get their own play going. Wi-Fi, not a lot of beans, going to try and wave dash on the side while they get some power going. Pass center, Hawk looking for a bump on goalkeeper, can't make it. 30 seconds in the OT, and it's a dangerous spot for Hawks.
Barry with a shot just saved away at the last second as well. Such entertaining gameplay we have here. Olvi now to collect in the midfield, sent skyward by a defender there. So in the corner, that was an awkward touch, just trying to get one out. Hydro up for that one fast, gets the bump away. And the Hawks right now, for this game 1 OT, I really want to see that aggressiveness, but that controlled possession that they have, not overcommitting, not having the third man go too soon, and yet keeping that pressure on. That's their specialty, and they should be able to carry it through with that skill.
Ooh, incredible 50. Olvi has control, looking for a pass back center. They've got a shooter. It's going to be wide. It's cleared away by Hydro into the corner. Barry, though, keeping it alive. Wi-Fi can't take the touch. Hawks immediately diving out to cut out that shot. It would have been lethal for placement. Olvi cut out again. Insane Goob, always one step too far.
Yeah, you could see Olvi setting that one up. A dangerous one if you let it fly, but that's exactly the point. The Hawks have just not let it fly. Flying is all done by them. Hydro trying to make that happen themselves, but this time on the ground. Off the wall for Barry, 0 boost, looking for that 50 through. That was a dangerous one. Could be even more. That was going straight across, but a fake means they will stay in the midfield for now.
Great demo, but it might not be too beneficial. Olvi, no beans, gets pushed off the sidewall. Hydro outlets the Hawk. It's going to be a little far. Hawk's going to look for a pass back center. No, opts for the bump, gets bump on one, but Barry recovers. Pass back center, quick outlet here. Hawk takes the read, takes control. 2 minutes already played, and it definitely feels like both teams are going back to feeler games. They're just throwing haymakers from a distance.
Yeah, that one, if that had been on target, it was definitely a power shot to that top corner, but it was off target. Saved away nonetheless. 2.5 minutes into overtime now. Again, these have been extended overtimes. Generally not have been quick. That could be an opportunity. Spalty forced to make a save. Does to the side. Has some time here. Actually a miss from there. Hawk will go straight past it. Up for Spalti, but no luck there.
Tough spot here. Olvi needs to play control. They get swatted away by Hydro. Hydro has yet another touch, but it's immediately going to be cut out. Spalti playing it off ceiling. Wi-Fi doesn't want to let that develop. Quick pass off the backboard. Hawk's going to get a bump on one, but Spalti's so far back, they're unable to push up as second man.
And Spalti has had minimal boost basically this whole time. They've had such an impact on the game. Hawk looking to line up that corner. It's up above that Goob net. They do have a defender there. Olvi getting bumped away, but made that all-important touch. It was crucial to keep them out. Up for Hydro. A little 1-2 to Spalti, just tipping it up for them. Again, looking for that shot. They still have it for Hawk, but cut out by Wi-Fi, and Goob are locking it down right now.
Hydro shot on, swatted away. A tale as old as the last 2 minutes for sure. Barry getting a bit of an outlet here. Olvi is going to flip for the waterfall down. It's going to be cut out before it can even generate any possible offense. Spalti elevates. Barry's over one. Barry splits the 50. Oh my goodness, we almost got a pinch goal to end overtime. 350 already played in Brother. The amount of what ifs is insane.
A lot of what ifs. But the only one that matters is the one that goes in. Barry looking to line one up as well. Takes the 50. It's been a lot of 50s so far in this overtime. Each team just struggling to get any kind of control that they can. A flick over one, but again, getting bumped away. And Goob will retake possession.
Hawk, on the spot, it's bouncing high. It separates a bit wide. Barry almost was able to set themselves up with a double touch with the flip reset. Shoved out by Hydro. 2 players from Hawk are going to be out of beans here. A quick dive by Hawk's going to get some distance. Might be able to put that away. That's game number 1 in the books in favor of Hawk. We effectively got 2 games. We effectively got 2 whole games out of our first of the series.
Yeah, and finally what broke the camel's back was that third man. Wi-Fi not able to get back as the third. 0 boost to their name at the time. And no ball, no touch to be had. And, I mean, what a game. There's a lot to unpack there. Almost 900 points for Hawk. And for the Saltwater Hawks, I mean, I'm just really impressed with how much chemistry they seem to have. It just seems like they're all on the same page about that aggressive gameplay. And when you're trying to press a team and keep them in their own half, everyone needs to be on the same page. It can't be half in, half out.
True. And there's a lot of trust to be said about that team, about the Hawks. Right there, Hawk saw 2 of his teammates. No beans, nothing in the tank. And instead of saying, hey, as third, I need to play a little bit more careful. The other team's been playing incredible. They say, nope, I'm going to dive in. I trust that my teammates can get back with minimal boost opportunities, and I'm going to just press the attack. And it paid off tremendously. Hawk has been, 7 shots for Hawk, I believe we saw. I mean, that is incredible offense generation.
Yeah, absolutely. There were so many close saves as well, and especially when there's an OT in game 1, like a multi-minute OT in game 1 as well. I mean, that was 3 to 4 minutes of straight overtime after the 5 minutes of regular gameplay that we had at the beginning. And so to have all that gameplay, to have it still be so close, and each team just eking out any advantage that they can. I mean, I'm really excited for game 2, and especially how Olvi and co will kind of adjust for game 2, because Olvi and Barry, coming in with a lot of experience, are able to adjust on the fly, and I'm curious to see their strategy as it unfolds in real time.
We'll have to see here. Minute already played in game 2. Goob trying to get it back center. Hopefully they can play with the mentality of Teflon. Don't let that 4:32 OT be a backbreaker. Looking for a double tap. Hawk trying to get it past the last line of defense. Spalti puts it over to Hydro. Hydro has 100, collects the ball, turns back in, can't quite get the touch. Wi-Fi might be able to slot in a free goal, but can't get it there. 3:41 to be played, and it is still 0-0.
Olvi just trying to break through there, make it a little bit more awkward for the Hawks. Spalti a little turnaround, and you see that half rotation as well, noticing that their presence will have an impact and turning around on it, even if the half rotation is required. Trying to break this one out is Hawk. Nobody in the middle, just get it though. Trying to get back. Spalti though, that'll just float in front of the Hawks net. But again, nobody from Goob even close. They're all in their own half, trying to come down on this one. Hawk to finish the play,
sorry?
coming across the world and still putting it through.
I'm sorry, off the ceiling, past themselves, gets it past the last defender. I mean, brother, that is insane. Hawk calling their own number gets goal number 1 here. 3:07 left to be played. Spalty splits the 50. Hydro turns back in, able to get it past 1. Might have control for a second. Looking for a fake, can't get it behind the defender. Ovi had the read, and I mean, brother, with how dominant Hawk has been from the first game and now to put their stamp on the second game already is incredible.
Yeah, you can see what play style Hawk likes to play. Barry almost lined that one up. Looking for the second opportunity, though. Bottom left, Ovi to score it and tie up the game.
I think Ovi almost had 1,000 points last game, if I remember right. They're going to have to lean on Ovi just as hard as they did in game 1. Who able to equalize it, though. Could be anybody's game now. Getting the kickoff underway yet again. Barry able to push it through. A fake, not on target. Great touch by Hydro to just stall, kill some time off the clock. Unable to follow here as Olvi's going to quickly. No, they're going to fake the elevation. They're going to look back, center for the pass, and it's cut out immediately.
I love these spark plays from Olvi here. Wi-Fi having to do some defensive work. It's that third man on the backboard all the way downfield now. Goop to press. Looking for the bump. Defender gets torn away. So up from the backboard though. Hydro just shot off target. It's off the crossbar, but the follow-up again to the left. They can't get it. And a pinch out from Hydro.
Tough spot for Hydro. They're going to have to make another touch. No, it's going to be bailed out. Ooh, a bit of a miscommunication. The quick push pushes it back into a non-threatening position. Spalty gets over to the sidewall. Olve trying to get something going for the team. Hawk makes contact, decides to take it back up sidewall. Off the ceiling to themselves again, looking for the ground pitch. No! Spalty able to push in, and it almost got goal number 2.
That was almost a crazy touch, like the backflip into the ground pinch would have just been insane. But again, would've doesn't win you games, actually did wins you games. So about 90 seconds left, still a tie game. We could be heading to another overtime if no team can score another goal or concede another one. Back for Barry, awkward touch, but I like that control, tries to get it forward, 0 boost. And for Goo, you can see a lot of times they're just trying to keep that possession, even if they don't have boost, a pinch all the way down to the backfield on Goop's side.
White has to at least put a hand up here with the challenge right on their heels. Goob quickly elevates. Barry putting it back out center. Dangerous spot. Hydro doesn't want to put a shot on target. They put it back into the corner, trying to maintain some level of possession here. Faulty splits the pinch with Hawk. Hawk with the follow. Crabs the 100. It's going to turn back up pitch. Light touch on the first. Fakes contact for the second, and it's going to drop straight down. Brother, there's a lot of pace alteration plays. The amount of hesitations, the fakes that are coming out in this game is way different than anything else we've seen.
And I have to contribute a lot of that to, or at least some of it to Olvi. I think their kind of mental game that's on from Wi-Fi. What a save from Spalty to keep that one out in the last second and keep this a tie game. They're still knocking on the door though. Coming through off the corner. That'll drop, but they have the clear.
Hydro, bit of a mistouch here. Spalty's going to outlet, looking wide. Quick elevation by Spalty. It's going to waterfall down. No, it's popped out a little wide. That's going to be a follow. Oh, incredible save. Unable to corral it though. The save into the post did not break in a favorable way for Goob, and with 4 seconds left to be played, that could be the dagger.
It definitely could be, but if that play didn't go as well as it did, they might have had an opportunity for Goob on the counterattack. But as it stands, 4 seconds left. Hawks in a great position to take this game too. No overtime needed. All it has to do is touch the ground at this point. It will do so, and Hawks are now on match point.
You know, even though it's currently 2-0 in the series, it is far closer than the series score would suggest. I mean, the fact that we've seen 8 shots from Hawks, you see 7 shots from Goob. I mean, the stats here as you're looking at them are just far too close to be able to say that, yeah, this is a dominant 2-0 potential sweep. It really could break anybody's way. We could see Goob take game 3 and 4 with the way they've been playing. Olvi has been finding the seams. They're getting behind the last defender. They're able to make the plays that are pulling the defenses out of position in a way that they can't respond, and it is fabulous, Rocket.
And I think the play style that Spalty and their team have really focused on is, or at least the side effect of it, is shutting down Barry. Barry had a few good looks at the goal that last game, but was really, for the majority of it, didn't really look too threatening. And so that's an adjustment you have to make as a player going into this game 3. You have to win this game to keep yourself alive in the series, and they will have to really prove themselves right here.
Hydro takes the half volley, puts it high, letting it drop back down center. Wi-Fi, no. Instead, Ovi is going to quickly outlet that, putting it back to their own opposite corner. Malty underneath the ball, tries to get it over one, can't. It's going back center. Good shot opportunity. The Hawk is going to swat that away. It's just a continuation of game 2. There's no feelers. There's no making adjustments. It's both teams applying tremendous amounts of pressure.
And that looked like an own goal to me. Ovi dropping that one down. Yeah, just an unfortunate own goal from Hydro. And, you know, you never want to go down to an own goal, but I think at this point, Hawks have enough momentum to keep themselves going. Up for Ovi. Wi-Fi won't get there again for Hawk. Hawks just keeping that possession as well, so trying to get that good look to get that equalizer. Coming through in the corner, Hydro again turned away as Spalty though, and it'll be only the 3 defenders from Goob there. Hawk coming again and again and again, looking for the redirect, but not finding it.
It's gracious. Hawk almost called their own number again. Ovi looking for a bit of a must. He can't quite get underneath it, sharing some oomph behind it. Instead, we're going to see Goob putting it back up center. Top down. Very unable to follow. Not a lot of beans. So they're going to have to let this play develop just a little bit longer. And Hawk finally finds some breathing space for the Hawks.
Yeah, and for Goob, I like their playstyle switch up. They're basically trying to bump the first man, and so that Hawks don't even have an opportunity to set up passing plays that we've seen them do already in this series. And so for Goob, just getting that physical play in, messing up the first man, giving space to themselves is the most important part. You need that space in this game 3 where you're staring down a 2-0 lead on the side of the Hawks, looking for that that second goal, but still knocking on the door.
Oh, tough spot. That's going to be goal number 2 here for Goob. I mean, you're right. They've totally changed up their gameplay, and it is paying off in droves. The amount of times they've moved either Hawk or somebody else off the ball and just forced their way to the net has been, I mean, it's just money at this point. 3:14 left to be played. We'll see if Goob can continue. Barry deleted from the pitch here. Bit of a back pass off backboard here. Ovi fakes the contact. Instead, wants to go for the carry around the defender, but the read from the Hawks to make that save. Incredible play.
An aerial play attempt from there, but dropping it due to no boost. Same thing with Hydro. He's trying to advance it down the field. Spalty contributing on that one as well. The demo coming through. Barry trying to get it middle. The defenders are there. Up for Goob. Just trying to at least extend this lead or keep it up in the air. Trying to keep this one going. Ovi in the midfield. Hydro getting bumped away. And they're retaining possession so well here. I mean, even when it comes downfield, you know, such an awkward spot for Spalty to be in. Got an awkward touch as well. And Goob, these physical plays and their rotations are finally coming together.
Top tie. Spalty wants to keep that play alive, putting it back into the corner. Hawk can't quite make contact, and they do, but there's so much momentum that it carries it over to the sidewall. Looks like a bit of a miscommunication. Hydro Spalty double committing off the sidewall, caught out of position. You start to wonder if maybe Goob's very physical play might be getting them off their game.
Wi-Fi getting this one as a third, doing a lot of damage actually. Not necessarily on the ball, but off the ball as well. Ovi coming off the crossbar, the backboard rather. Just sending it up there, seeing what they can do. Barry trying to get a shot on target. It's still off the backboard and now on the ground as well. Going missing on that one. Hawk trying to start from square one in their half, just getting something on the board. Because, you know, as soon as Goob, if they take game 3, you know, suddenly the hope is alive. And a 1-2 series is much less scary than an 0-2.
Barry looking for the follow. Unfortunate touch here for the Hawks. It's going to be an outlet here. Hydro underneath. Spalty fakes the shove. Decides to slow down the play a little bit here. Ovi has control. Gets swatted away by Hawk. It's wild the amount of times where you would expect a just booming touch to immediately be cut out and turn into a 5-mile-per-hour ball catch. It is incredible. And it's paying off. I mean, it really is getting these defenders out of position.
Yeah, just pure mitigation. Just exactly like you said, cutting it out, and essentially just, there's nothing to it after that. There's no danger to it. That demo coming through, could be some danger. Spalti forced to make a slight fake challenge and then back off. Back in the corner though. 40 seconds for the Hawks to try and build something, anything in this game. Spalti again finding themselves on the goal line with the ball. Good flick downfield though. Spalti to finish it off themselves, and they're going to carry their team through even if they have to do it all themselves.
What an incredible flick. The amount of power. That's the kind of thing you see out of a Dominus hitbox. Not the Octane. Like the fact that he's rocking the Fennec and he gets that much power downfield. Insane control with the flick. But the door's not shut here. Spalti, Wi-Fi, split the 50. Spalti's got the follow. No, they lost the 100, so instead this is going to go to Ovi. Playing for a bit of time, letting it go, develop the Wi-Fi. The triple commit on defense keeps it out of their net, but it allows Goob to keep the offensive pressure going. Trying to drop it down to Hawk. Hawk elevates it over one. 10 seconds left to be played, Tibbles, and this is it potentially for the Hawks.
It could be that one going wide as well. Hydro backwards, trying to get a touch on it. Just about 0 seconds left. This now cannot touch the ground. They have to get in a shot. It'll be put past, and Goob have one on the board and are fighting back.
Predictions. Do you see this ending in game 4 with what you just saw, or do you see us seeing a game 5?
The main thing the main difference I see is just how different the stats looked. I mean, for Hawk and Hydro and Spalti, they had so many shots last game. I believe they had a lot of saves as well. And to see that kind of be stifled, there's like maybe 1 or 2 on the board across the board. And so to see that, you can kind of see that Ovi and Barry are starting to figure out their rotation. And I'm just looking for them to be a little bit more creative to break down this Spalti defense.
For sure, for sure. And we'll see, I guess, as we get underway here for game 4 kickoff about to happen here. Very difficult spot here. Barry able to shove it all the way through to the back corner. No follow for Goob is going to be able to put that back center. So now Hydro has a chance to do what they wish. Off backboard. Quick read by Barry. Elevates it. Cut out by Spalti. No beans, but they're going to put a hand up here. I mean, it just seems more of the same of last game. Hawks, they're trying to get a quick outlet, but Goob wants to play possession.
Yeah, I see Hawks spread out a little bit more. One player was basically open on that one side of the field, and they're putting themselves in positions where they can pass to each other. And the passing plays that we saw earlier in the series seem to be absent in that last game, in game 3. Hydro up for this one. Looking to get that possession, that passing play, exactly what I was thinking, and they do get it. But again, it's too far back from them, and a clear was inevitable. Almost a goal!
Oh,
An
no!
own goal, I believe. It might have been Ovi to put it through. I didn't quite see.
No, that was definitely an own goal. That was probably going to bounce out. Yeah, that was definitely wide. The unfortunate follow by the Hawks. Caught off guard, not really sure where they were on the pitch, and they slotted it on their own net. Unfortunate. Off push here. Spalti's going to immediately try to push this up pitch. Ovi has control. No, Hawk's there. Hawk gets another. Oh my goodness. Almost get another off the ceiling shot opportunity by Hawk.
Up for Hydro. Amazing control. Not to touch the ceiling, but no boost, unfortunately, to take advantage of the spot they had put themselves in. Up for Hawk again. 0 boost. Same story, but getting the bump, or trying to at least. Buried downfield. Again, just passes it to the defense. That creativity that I said about earlier at the beginning of this game, that's what I'm looking for. I didn't quite see it there. You want to see that control to your teammates. Barry looking for that handoff, doesn't quite make it, just not fast enough to the ball. Spalti again, and that was the Hawks' basically biggest asset, was their speed to the ball, and we're now seeing it once again.
Has control. Ovi pushing it up pitch here. No beans, but they want to at least put the contest up. That somehow drifts center into a dangerous spot. Hydro with 26 is going to elevate off sidewall. Probably not going to be able to make a great touch here. Spalti has the follow, putting it up into the corner. Hawk able to put that up towards net, but it's going to go wide. And you're right, you really want to see the Hawks bring that speed back that we saw in the first 2 games, but it feels like they're getting their first in possession, their second follows, and then their third's just a little bit too far back. So even with that momentum, that pace, it's getting cut out by Goobs, then don't break defense and play for possession.
Yeah, well, they're playing some very good defense right now to keep the Hawks out after scoring that first goal. Wi-Fi to collect, and I like to see that composure on the ball as well, even as the third man. Maybe as the least experienced potentially, not just banging that ball away and giving the possession away. up for Barry. Full boost and the ball and an aerial. That's exactly where they feel most at home. Olvi up to the ceiling. Could be a threatening bounce, but again, the Hawks are there. Trying to get that final puzzle piece to put it through the goal off the corner. The follow-up is there. What a save to keep it out from Goob, but the follow-up to the left, and they finally get it.
My goodness, Hawk with the double, able to put it back center. That was incredible team plays. But Spalti there, pushing up his third, knowing how important that goal would be. Plays up aggressive and gets the rebound, gets the put away. And with 2:01 left to be played, it's anybody's game for sure. Hawk off to the no. Barry cutting that out quickly is going to immediately push that aggression, push the tempo, and shove it all the way down pitch.
Spalti taking that 50. Made their teammate a little bit awkward, actually. Barry with the shot. Straight down, straight on the bullseye. You can see it in the replay as well. And that's another one for Goob. They get their lead back.
It's still a bit of a miscommunication. Both Hydro and Spalti just kind of taking their time back for the rotation. Could be a miscommunication. Could be that Spalti was just out of beans. It is what it is. But we'll see with a minute 44 left to be played if Hawk can never mind. Oh my goodness. Goob pouring it on, getting a quick kickoff goal.
Look at the launch forward all by here and the ground pinch as well to finish it off. I mean, that was just sublime. The smoothness on that, the serenity. 3-1 now for Goob, clawing their way to this Game 5. You asked if they had enough for a Game 5. Clearly they do.
Olvi trying to elevate. Spalti does not want to let that develop yet again. Bit of a team bump here. Barry trying to shove it through the Hawks. Can't quite get it. Wi-Fi does. Oh my goodness, what a dunk to keep that alive. Spalti putting it off ceiling. That's going to be an open net. Barry. This is not anything remotely close to what we saw in games 1 and 2. I mean, Goob is literally just cranking it up a whole nother notch and saying, hey, we're here. We're forcing a Game 5.
Yeah, let's break this down, because Spalti, if that touch doesn't hit the ceiling, it's a perfect pass because his teammate was ready. If it does touch the ceiling, it doesn't go nearly far enough, and it gives the other team an opportunity. It did hit the ceiling. That's exactly why that goal happened. Looking for another one for the Hawks, trying to get one back at least, because they're still in it, Game 4. If they can still win it, they would take the series, but it's definitely easier said than done.
Wi-Fi, bit of a dangerous spot, puts it down. A quick dive by Barry. He's going to keep this out of their own net. A push up for Barry, who possibly has the redirect opportunity, but that's going to be shoved into the corner. 50 split, dangerous spot. Barry's got to step back a little bit, let the play develop. Hydro underneath, flicks it back center. Good follow-up shot immediately. I mean, we saw there, Hydro, no beans, decides not to go for the off the backboard pass. Just looks for that infield. He's like, hey, Hawk, you got to be there. Here's the pass.
But you know why that is? The defenders were far too close to the back wall. None of them were even covering that back line, the back post, or anything like that to cut out an infield pass. Saw that vision perfectly and executed that as well. And so they do get one back. 30 seconds left, though. The journey is not over. Back to the middle. Can they get one through? That might just be it. 29 seconds left and a 5th one on the board.
I don't know about you, Tibbles. I think that might be the dagger. I mean, coming back from 3 goals in any Rocket League match with 30 seconds left is incredible. But to come back from 3 goals when you're playing against a team like Goob, where all 4 cylinders are firing, they're playing for a team plays, they're playing for control, they're playing to play creative, they're making their own plays. I cannot believe that shot. What?
Yeah, Hydro just showed up and said, wait, what were you saying again? Say that again? I want to hear it. What a redirect as well. Time will tell. Well, 24 seconds will tell, to be exact, whether that will be impactful or not. I mean, either way it is, but really impactful with a game win. This goes in. That would likely be it. So in the corner now, needs that momentum, but can't drive forward. Needs to get it out, but the demo comes through. The miss on the back line as well. Nobody can take advantage, but it doesn't matter. 10 seconds left. And that could be the story of Game 4. Game 5, I believe the first of today, could happen. Up on the save, that'll be it. 0 seconds on the clock. As soon as we touch the ground, we go to Game 5, and what a series to do it in.
Brother, this has been the best series by far for content. I mean, we're in Game 5, first of the night, like you said, but we got a 4-minute overtime earlier. We're getting nonstop, just even action across the board. Holy cow. I cannot believe looking at Goob's team. They had 7, 4, and 2 shots. They had 13. That is relentless offensive pressure against a team that you know can play incredible defense.
I think that's that confidence coming in from the first series that they played, and both teams won as well, right? The one on playing on stream right now, they both won their first series of the day, and bringing that confidence in and being able to replicate that. But it wasn't just one team dominating. It was constantly changing and adjusting, and I think that's representative of what they both brought into the series. But at this point, it doesn't matter. Either you play and you win Game 5, or you don't, and you'll be the loser for this one.
It all comes down to this. 4:52 to be played. Olvi just getting a hand up, at least look threatening. Barry putting it off backboard. Hawk has control, elevates over one, looking for a bump on Olvi, can't quite get there. That would have been an easy goal. Oh my goodness. What a swat by Barry. That probably had the angle to go, honestly.
And a passing play a little slow by the Hawks, but they had the time to do so. Put past Hydro, back in the mid. Again, Hawks pick it up. I don't know how they just had free access to that ball. Back in the corner again, Spalty trying to break it through. This Goob defense looking a little awkward, up off the ceiling now. Backford for Wi-Fi, but you can see that they're able to control it, bumping Hawk away, trying to get something middle, but again, that defense comes through.
Hawk has possession, Spalty just being aggressive up pitch here. Hydro has control, can't quite get back to it actually. That's an unfortunate 50. Almost pinched all the way back to their own net, but Hawk quickly regains. Spalty just trying to put their hand up, get a 50. Olvi has control. Fakes contact. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Is this about to be a clip?
No. The answer to that is no. They couldn't put the shot on target. It's not a clip. But 0 goals on the board. Plenty of seconds to go. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. But neither team have really had a really good opportunity on goal. Hawk looking to change that off to the corner. Really good defensive touch from Goob. This team just trying to break it out. Keep it tight and break it out on the offensive side. Up for Hydro, looking for that pass middle, but can't find it. And as soon as you as soon as you shut down Hawks' passes, they're basically moot. I mean, you really have to work at that point. These passing plays have come firing in, back in the midfield, and Goob trying to get any touch or any pass.
Spalty makes a sacrificial touch here. A bit of a missed touch. That's going to drop back to Spalty. Spalty's got control. Looking for the 50, splits it. Hawk was right behind, now has to quickly turn and dive to make another 50 happen. That's going to be over. Olvi able to catch the defender off guard and score goal number 1. We talk about how much pressure you can be under when you're down 2. How much pressure if you're the Hawks and you started up 2 and now you're about to potentially get reverse swept.
I hope that was some comical relief for Hydra there, because they went to the boost. The boost wasn't there. They backed up to hopefully that the boost would spawn. They had to leave as a third man. The boost spawned behind them, and then they got scored on. I think a universal experience as a Rocket League player, and unfortunately it happened in this Game 5. But they still have an opportunity, about half the game left to go, and we know Hawks can score! Hydro on this one to tie it up!
Immediate redemption. Hydro, who else? Bit of a gaff last play. Immediately this one says, nope, I'm going to bust out the power. I'm going to put it just outside of the reach of Goob and take the equalizer. With 2:17 left to be played, I mean, there's a lot here, but it's still anybody's game.
Definitely could be. Both teams have proven that they can fight back even when down, even when threatened. Hawk now, that's a huge clear back to this Hawk side. Spalty to pick it up. Not a great spot on the wall to try and get something going, but does keep it going against those 2 defenders. Still going at it to collect for Goob. Up for Hydro. Only enough boost to get to the ball. That save back downfield, open for Spalty to collect. And I feel like either team, you know, if their defense just isn't there one time, that's all the difference that it is.
Incredible read. What a push. Olvi somehow finding a way to split the defense, takes control, and just gets it between in a way that Hawks just can't read. I can't believe the way that this Goob team is picking apart the Hawks defense. when it matters most. Barry splits to 50. Spalti is going to go up and steal the 100. Hydro putting that on target, but easily Olvi is going to be able to swat that away. I mean, if we had to pick some kind of MVP for the series, even if Goop doesn't win, Olvi has just been nuts all series.
Yeah, I agree. Olvi's been just kind of insane. I mean, the other players have had good looks, but Olvi overall, really good. But we still have a minute left to go, over a minute to go, and a goal as well. Only a 1-goal lead. That could definitely change things. A miss from Hydro, left for the third man. No follow-up, though. Will be for Goop, and I think, yeah, for Olvi coming in. But for Spalti and Hawk and Hydro, they've just lost that edge, that aggressiveness that allowed them to do so well earlier in the series. 50 seconds left, looking for that.
Hello?
Get one back.
Hello?
See that again. I mean, what a pinch.
My brother, what is that pinch?
Yeah, what a pinch to tie it up with 50 seconds left. When you get that kind of goal, the momentum that you gain can be so valuable. It could all go away in an instant, though. Buried downfield, saved away by the Hawks defenders. Up for Hydro, trying to follow it up. Spalti, the other defender left, will just be an open side of the field for Goop to attack.
Hawk quickly elevates, puts it up to Spalti. Spalti drops it back down. Great team play, really getting established. Oh my goodness, they were looking for the bump on the back line, but before Hawk or anybody else could put that shot on target, it was swatted away. Double dive from the defenders here, keeps him out of harm's way. Hydro somehow staying alive in this play, but with 10 seconds left, this is do or die for Hawks.
It's do or die for both of them. I mean, Goop was on their back line defending as much as they could just to keep this one out, because one goal could go either way. Game 5 overtime. One of the most stressful positions that any Rocket League player will be put in. This all-important series to take a 2-0 lead in the group is really all here to play for.
Quick redirect by Hydro, putting it off the sidewall. Olvi, the person you want to see with the ball, has control. They're looking for a redirect back center. They can't quite get it past the last line of defense. So instead, this is going to continue for OT.
Down for Spalti, Olvi getting there. And for Hawks, I'm nervous because every single play, Olvi seems to be there, ready for the touch. Hydro across, could have been bad. Spalti there to collect. Off the corner, just kind of a throwaway touch from this Goop defense. But again, they're there on the backboard to clear it away before it happens.
Hawk with a double doink, gets it. No, can't quite get it past Barry. So instead, Olvi's going to have control. Decides to take the pinch. Not a favorable bounce. Spalti's going to be able to take possession. Shot on. Hydro quickly pushes it up pitch, gets it over one. That might be dropping back down for Spalti. It almost waterfalled into place, but it was cut out before that could develop.
Yeah, Goop have to be careful there because their last man was so far back. You risk being in no man's land. You either get flicked or get scored on. What a save to keep that one out by Wi-Fi. The third coming in as an extremely important player. What an awkward bounce as well, but they keep it out nonetheless.
Barry, another 50. They're just trying to get it up pitch. They're just trying to start applying some pressure because Hawk is immediate. Like, their team is just playing on all 4 cylinders right now. They are establishing their own presence. Olvi has control, looking for a pinch down. It's going to be wide left. That is such a dangerous shot if that goes.
Spalti all the way downfield, all there for Hydro to try and place one. It's just off. It's just that one shot. This could bounce awkwardly, coming straight across. Hawk needs to be careful there. They almost gave it away. The brown pinch will get it across over for Barry. Some time for Spalti to take it. Took too much time, though, a 50 coming through. Hydro off the wall, a miss from them. This could be bad as the third man coming in. They are, but a 50 away, and the Hawks survive.
Spalti, no boost 50, able to finally collect 100 and turn back into it, but they don't have enough time. Olvi is smothering. Pass up forward by Wi-Fi. That's going to drop back center. Somebody needs to make contact. The team pinch gets the outlet, the breathing room they need. So in turn, Spalti can finally start rotating back.
And it's almost like those moments move in slow-mo, right? When it's going across your goal, but you know you're okay. You know that if you don't touch the ball, you're not okay, but at least you're not under imminent threat from these Goop players dropping down. The defender, we've seen a lot of these corner passes, and at least so far, both defenses have been there to stop them away, but as soon as they are, that could be it.
Good turn by Barry. Opts not to take contact. Wi-Fi is going to shove it back over for Olvi. Olvi is completely swatted away, unable to develop their own play. So in turn, Wi-Fi is going to put a shot on target. Probably the least threatening one we've seen all game, just from how insane these shots have been. Finally, a little bit of a breather for Goob.
Yeah, Goob getting downfield now, courtesy of Wi-Fi. Hydro to the middle, a save, necessity. Another one coming through now to the corner. A little bit of a scare for the Hawks. Hydro, no boost, trying to get this one out as well. Olvi, plenty of boost, leaves it for Barry. The shot will be saved away. Awkward bounce for Hawks, and at least Goob trying to regain possession.
Hydro gets it over one, tries to fall up for the 50, gets the split, able to put it into no man's land. Olvi pushing up pitch, looking for contact, isn't able to get there, so Wi-Fi is going to be able to take control, shoves it all the way up into the corner where Hawk is in the waiting, splits the 50, that's very favorable for Goob, might be able to know. Spalty pushes that back to the sidewall.
Up for Olvi, looking for the bump, the dastardly play. Barry with the follow-up, but Hawks not letting them have a second touch, which is extremely important, but the bump coming through could be a little bit threatening here. Comes in out to Olvi, all three defenders there for the Hawks. They need to get it out and do. Hydro to clear.
Oh, tough spot. They're going to be able to put it back to the other side. Wi-Fi able to quickly, Barry able to quickly dive back in. Wi-Fi with the bump. Olvi has control. It's 1v1. Are they going to put it in? They do! It goes! Olvi, your clutch hero in overtime.
The trials and tribulations. Olvi, all they had to do was get a ground 50 through, and for Goob, they fought, and they fought from a dominant Hawks in the beginning of this series, but they emerge as victors.
We came full circle. Hawks took that first game with 4:23 in overtime, and we finish game 5. Goob taking a 4-minute overtime. I mean, it's an incredible change of pace, but somehow Goob locked in, and when Olvi was needed most, didn't disappear, rose to the occasion, and stuffed it through the goaltender.
Yeah, and those kinds of plays will separate the teams that go 2-0 and the ones that go 1-1. And so from Olvi, I mean, congrats to your team. That's a wonderful win for them.
All right, we are back live at WCSA Fiber Frenzy, and introducing to the stage the first team, the Bunions, with Vex, Lemonhead, and Turtle Meat. Introducing their opponents, LeBron's James, with King, Kilo, and Quaza.
We have a really big rivalry match here. We got Kilo versus Lemonhead, two guys that went to the same school, two guys around kind of the same rank, and they play with each other all the time. These guys are going to go head-to-head today. I'm so excited to see these guys.
Yeah, it's for sure a little bit of a grudge match here. They know each other quite well. They are very much so looking to get this win over them. I'm not entirely sure the group standings, what they're looking like, but I'm pretty sure both of these teams kind of want this win.
Yeah, and I'm actually really interested to see what they're at. There might be some matches that are unplayed. I'm not entirely sure because you know how LAN goes. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get some matches in. Sometimes, like with my match last, as you saw, a little bit of a game 5, 6-minute overtime, multiple overtimes. It tends to make things take a little bit longer.
And while you're checking that standings, I just want to give a quick word, a quick shout out, a thank you to our sponsors. You guys are the best. I mean, you literally made this possible, funded the prize pool, funded the venue in the first place. So huge shout out to all our sponsors and as well as the staff behind this who make this happen.
Absolutely.
Very great crowd.
Yeah, and I pulled this up. I'm not sure how updated this is. I'm not seeing either of the second series matches, but I believe those went to JDE and Huday's team. So if I am correct, Lemonhead is 1-1 and Kilo is 0-2. So Kilo's team kind of needing a big win here to try to maybe, with a three-way tie, you could always kind of sneak your way in, right? But being down 0-2 is kind of a tough spot. Lemonhead, on the other hand, has been performing quite well. So if they can keep up what they're doing, then they will absolutely make it, make it.
And here we go. Kickoff has started. King here into the sidewall, pops out mid toward Kilo. Kilo beat out though. However, Bunyan's doing well so far. Offense starting to at least put some pressure on LeBron's James. What a great name, by the way.
Yeah, very creative. We got some creative names here today, as we can see from Bunyan's as well. But Bunyan's, on the other hand, they have been performing quite well. They took JDE's team to Game 5, and JDE is the 1 seed. So all things considered, they also performed quite well at the qualifier. I believe they got top 4, which is very, very impressive considering if you look at like average MMR between all the teams, this Lemonhead team is not as high as a lot of the others. So they've just performed above standards, and we'll see if they can continue doing that.
Possibly here is an offensive opportunity for the side of Bunyan's. Kind of stalled out in the corner, however. King does well with that one. Now Quaza awkward on the back. Ends up being a missed shot from Turtle Meat, however. Now Lemonhead, 50-50. This being a ball out in the midfield. Who's there first? It is, in fact, the Bunyan team. But King takes this one across the other way. Has the up to the ceiling toward the double. Not able to put it away. This ball into the midfield.
King kind of just trying to get a little bit of a clear. Makes it a little too awkward for himself, though, as he has to get one more backflip touch to just put it towards the middle. Virus, though, putting it into the side wall. We got one up from Bunyan's, but not quite anywhere where he wants it. And Turtle Meat kind of left alone on an island for just a second. Does put it to the corner. Maybe can get a little bit of boost, but kind of a double commit in the corner here as Lemonhead having to scramble back, get a little pinch out. But a lot of kind of pressure so far from LeBron's James this past 30 seconds here.
For sure, Bunyan's trying to do it what they can do to get this ball out of their third. Not a lot of boost on any of the side of the Bunyans. Just trying to get this ball toward the blue side of the field, and they finally do break out. Still not much boost, though, to their name. Do have a shot here. Opportunity not quite good. Off the backboard. Now Turtle Meat into the corner. Follow-up is decent. Opportunity drop down, and that is a goal from Turtle Meat. Just great follow-up play from the Bunyans.
Yeah, Virus just kind of getting a one soft enough touch to where he can get to the wall with enough boost and just dive at the ball, put it midfield, and well done to be in the midfield there by Turtle Meat as they bring their score up 1-0 in Game 1. Still half the game left, though, as Virus tries to take a little 50 in the middle here. Quaza does get a beat, but not enough boost to kind of get back to the ball there. And a little bit more pressure coming out here. A good backfield clear here comes out, but it's immediately shut off by LeBron's James here. And Virus, she's trying to keep the ball close to his teammate, and that's kind of going to be the name of the game here, is how little will you have to kind of boom the ball? How much can you try to control the ball? And whoever can control the ball the most, especially with both teams not seeming like super aggressive yet, will be kind of the name of the game here.
Yeah, and at LAN we do see teams bang the ball a lot more, right? It's one of those panic impulses of, all right, I have a chance to hit it, I'm at least going to get this out of my half. And it can result in a lot of given away possessions that would have possibly resulted in a much better play had they just taken it slow, taken a 50. Here, taking it slow off the backboard, not quite good for the triple tap. This one, 50-50 into the mid. This is an open net opportunity. Kind of shanks it off toward the backboard. Maybe didn't have the look that they wanted. Now Turtle Meat pinch across off the corner. The Lemonhead into the corner. This ball popped out mid. Bunyan player up early, 50-50 from Turtle Meat. Lemonhead goes for the demo, not even playing the ball. That is another thing that maybe, the physicality could provide an opportunity here.
Absolutely. With controlling the ball, a good way to kind of counteract that is to just take them out of the play, right? Keep demoing them. They're gonna keep controlling the ball. You're just gonna have to throw yourself at it, try your best to just get them out of the play, try to get a demo, and that kind of messes up with rotations, right? And so kind of as both teams start taking a little bit more control, maybe some demos could be coming out here. But we got a minute left on the clock here. Kind of still scoreless for LeBron's James, but they've had good looks all game. It's not like they've had no pressure. Ball going downfield here could be in, as one is able to get the save there. Kilo kind of just awkward leaving it for his teammate, as Quaza kind of diving at the ball. and not much happening here from LeBron James, just trying to control the ball as much as he can, but isn't able to get a good enough play, and this ball will go right back to Bunions.
And it's kind of just been a matter of play that solid defense, don't overcommit for both teams, right? We saw one mistake result in a Bunyan goal, but it's been very, very clinical, very safe from both teams. Neither trying to really make anything crazy happen as Quaza pops this one up mid, trying to follow it himself. Lemonhead does turn that one away. Into the corner now is Turtle Meat. 50-50 goes the way of LeBron's. Lemon into the middle. Miss on the field, not quite good on the shot, however. Turtle Meat pops this one up, has a really awkward angle on it, kind of just gives it away. Who's there? Surprisingly, is still a Bunyan player with possession, has boost, goes for the flip, gets it over one. Is it gonna go in? Not quite. Quaza off to the side, and that is the ball down. Bunions take game one, but not really in that convincing of a fashion.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised by seeing that both teams had a decent offense, but I felt like almost the other team had more offense throughout most of that game. It's just the quality of shots weren't as good, right? That's one thing, is you can have a lot of shots on net. You can just rail shots at the net. But if you're not putting good enough shots on that can't get saved, then you're not going to get a goal.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes down to, can you find that team? We've kind of been talking about it up here all day. It's those passing plays. It's that third man connection of, all right, you may have put a shot on us first. You may have had your second rotated and take a 50, but if the third's not there for the finish, you know, plays over.
You're right. And, you know, you always also have to kind of be careful, especially if you're playing an aggressive team. You got to be careful throwing that third man at the play because if you can't overcommit too much, right? If you can trust your teammates to rotate fast enough, then it's not that big a deal, right? But a lot of times it's pretty hard, especially at a LAN setting. People are super nervous. People are not playing a lot of times up to potential, and you know some do, but a lot of times, you know, it's just really hard to play up to your potential at LAN, and so you just have to play solid Rocket League, just solid rotations, solid passing plays. You don't need to do anything super fancy. If you do something fancy and get away with it, that's good, but like at the end of the day, solid foundation for a team is going to win LAN.
It doesn't really matter if you pop off once if you're not playing well the entire game. It is really, you know, a full game thing that you need to be locked in for at LAN. Bunions now trying to make something happen here early off the kickoff. Shot opportunity from Turtle Meat and does go in. Bunions strike quick, strike fast, 5 seconds in. Show such a great play here. Just a kickoff win. Quaza kind of on the back foot, has to do a quick rotation. Caught off the, you know, the rotation on the kickoff, just so awkward.
Yeah, and, you know, kickoffs is one thing that definitely kicked me in the butt earlier, let me tell you. You just sometimes if a team is playing really like just better kickoffs than you, you just have to do something different, right? You just have to maybe play a little bit safer as that cheater, maybe play a little bit safer as that third man turn towards net after getting that boost instead of maybe trying to fleek up for a play, right? So, I mean, I don't know if that was exactly the idea there, but another goal comes out here. Turtle Meat just kind of given a free net here as Quaza, a little bit of an error, and a good passing play comes out. Turtle Meat putting it right over Kilo, and they will be up 2-0 within 30 seconds.
Yeah, Lemonhead doing a really good job there, playing that one into an awkward spot in the corner where the defense kind of, you know, those wall cam reads in the corner when it's over your head can be so rough no matter how good you are. And that one finding its way in for the Bunions. They get another goal. LeBron's James has not yet scored. Looking proper to the name. A little bit of bronze gameplay possibly. We won't say that just yet, though. They're definitely having some great chances. This shot, though, for Bunions, looking like another great opportunity. Lemonhead goes missing on that one, just didn't decide to boost up on it. Has the patience to let a teammate come in. Turtle Meat 50-50. This shot not found.
Yeah, 4 minutes left on the clock here. Still scoreless for LeBron's James as they are down 2. That's a little bit of a deficit to come back from, but they do have plenty of time to try. But they are still getting shot after shot put at them as this one could potentially be an opportunity here. Last man just needs to go. He does get one to the corner, puts one mid for Turtle Meat. And a good save off the backboard. Doesn't really have anyone to follow up for it, though, as that one's going to go a little high. Could have been a potential 3-0 lead, but that one's going to kind of fall away from them as 3 minutes, 28 seconds are left on the clock. LeBron's James needs to get something going.
And game one, it looked like they, you know, the teams were even. It was a lot of really good shots from both sides. But here, the Bunions have really taken control of this. They've cut off all the plays in the midfield before they've even really had a chance to materialize from LeBron's James. And the Bunions have been better off for it. Up 2-0 here. 30 minutes remain, though. Lots of time. A fake here from Vextrus. Not good enough, though, to result in a goal. And the 50-50s in the mid. This shot almost on target, off the crossbar. Elo now running out of boost. More shots from Bunions, just putting on the pressure.
Yeah, slippery set coming out here for a 50 from Virus. Doesn't result in much though, but Lemonhead opting to just dive at the ball, keep it in the play as much as they can. And this ball, I feel like, has been on the blue side 80% of the time. As they have another opportunity, they are going to put that one back in the net. Half the game left, but Bunions are running away with this one.
They are running away with it, up 3 now. That is a very impressive scoreline. And I know, yes, there was one kickoff goal, so, you know, LeBron James might have some hope there where it's like, all right, yeah, we let him concede some, but it was quick and, you know, chalk it up to luck, whatever it is. Keep the mental high. But they do need to make some sort of offensive pressure result in a goal if you are LeBron James. You cannot be held scoreless for this long, and it looks like another goal is going to drip in, and it does. Hat trick there from Turtle Meat.
Yeah, I mean, Bunions looking like they really want to make day 2. They're proving themselves so far to potentially be that one to go 2-1, make day 2. And I'm not sure how the rest of the group is, but they're definitely in a really good spot right now. LeBron James needing to make something happen. And, you know, it does suck kind of not being able to have that original, you know, Bob from Walmart was going to be in place of King originally. King luckily being here to sub in today. But Bob from Walmart has been improving so much recently. He hit almost SSL, I believe, which is just absolutely amazing from him. It sucks to not have him here today, and his team really needs him. But regardless, they could prove me wrong. They could prove to me that they aren't needing him today. They do need this win, though, really bad.
They do, and it's not looking likely at this point in time. They need something here. This touch awkward from Lemonhead. This is an opportunity, but it's saved by Turtle Meat, and maybe that might be the official slam shut. I don't like calling games early, but this is one of those where it's just felt so dominant out of Bunions. They've kept them in the midfield almost the entire time. Only a few transitions have even looked possibly threatening, and LeBron James kind of, you know, you start scratching your head and wonder, like, all right, yeah, game 1 didn't go our way, but it was a 1-goal game. It was close, and they needed something, and they do get something here. Maybe, you know, a possible light at the end of the tunnel for LeBron James. Possibly a comeback in this game. They are down 3, but a minute and 15 remain. Anything is possible.
Absolutely, it is entirely possible to come back from this, but you need some good kickoffs here. You need to be winning these kickoffs. You need to be controlling the ball off the kickoff, which is exactly what they do as Quaza. Instead of trying to control the ball, decides to put it downfield to his teammate who was there, but the shot is not on target. Virus just beating out 2. King kind of alone on 0 boost here. Trying to maybe take it to the corner, collect some boost here as he is beat out by Turtlemate. Does get a decent touch to the mid though as his teammate is beat out. Quaza now gets a beat on 1. King was there, but just did not commit to it. Gets absolutely dunked out of his mind. Turtlemate getting a beautiful demo. This is going to be really scary for LeBron James with 47 seconds left on the clock, being down 3 goals and no pressure from them. They are needing to get this on the orange side.
And they do manage to get out of defense, but how long is that going to last? Boost is there for the Bunions. They're able to get at least one outplay. The ball kind of popped awkwardly out in mid. Lemonhead is back, however, for this off the backboard. Gets a little bit of a hard touch out, not able to follow it himself. Shot opportunity here, past mid. Who's there first? It is not a LeBron James player, and that will do it. 15 seconds, 3 goals. If they didn't get one immediately there, it's basically over. And that will seal the deal even more as I'm saying that. Lemonhead tapping that one in.
Not much you could really do. Bunions is playing very aggressive. LeBron James just kind of needs to play fast and fight back, right? If you're just going to let them try to collect the ball and let them beat you to the ball and dunk you over and over and over again, you're not going to really result in much. I mean, the ball's just going to constantly go back into your side of the field. And so that's kind of their issue here as clock kind of ticks down a little bit here. This game will go game 2 to Bunions. LeBron James needing a breath of life here.
Yeah, not only do they need this next game, they need the one after that, and the one after that, and the tiebreaker situation to go their way. So definitely backs up against the wall. But the nice thing is, pressure is completely gone, right? You are not expected to do anything at this point, and that can really be a relief on the LAN setting where it's like, all right, we're playing with a sub. We have no more expectations. it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind too is, you know, you talk about not really having any expectations for this game, kind of a lot of pressure being relieved. I mean, these guys, I forgot what I was going to say, to be honest with you. But I mean, these guys are here. They are playing well. They are down. The issue kind of is for me, they are down 2-0, so the best they can get is +1 in this series.
Yeah, and
and being
is
down
not looking
2-0,
good.
I'm pretty sure the first tiebreaker is off of game diff. So being kind of going down 2-0, even if you get the win, you're getting +1. It's not a lot. Very tough to come back from. It is not entirely impossible. Like I said, I don't remember what the rest of the bracket looks like. There is a chance that if they do reverse sweep this, like we just saw last game, you never know. They could maybe barely get there, right? But
Yeah.
Who knows?
Unfortunately for you, it was proven LAN reverse sweeps do in fact happen. And this is an opportunity for one. It's a setup for one, but of course we need the execution. And King with some execution on that flick, but still saved away from Bunions. They've looked so solid on defense, barely conceding at all. Both of these games have looked so solid. And I think that really has stemmed from their midfield.
yeah, shot on net here. Turtle Meat able to collect that ball into the back of the net from a little bit of an error that 50 was not good enough, and King just on 0 boost. Turtle Meat honestly taking that quite well there. Noticing that they're kind of awkward and having to jump at the ball. Opts to play it beneath him since he knows he's going to have that momentum going above that ball there. And he does get away with it. LeBron's James needing a goal here to fight back.
Little Meat into the corner. Gets the 50 successfully. Does play it past one. Trying to get around this for a shot opportunity. Unable to get it before Quazo has the clear, but immediately shoved back in. Once again, Bunions cutting off the transition in the midfield. Swarming LeBron's James like a pool of sharks. Bunions not done yet. Turtle Meat up off the sidewall. Turned away though. More solo plays off the sidewall attempted. A little bit of time here. Lemonhead up a little bit early on that ball. Does pinch it out. Immediately possession giveaway. King into the corner. Kilo trying to pass this one mid to a teammate, but all of Bunions are back. Double commit though, not exactly what they would have liked, but the third is there in time.
Absolutely, 3 minutes 17 on the clock here. LeBron's James kind of overcommitting here for a second does result in another goal. That is not what you want to see out of a team that is down 1-0, which you do have to be aggressive, to be fair, but that third man leaking up that far is always dangerous no matter what situation you're in.
Yeah, and it's not like they were down 3, right? They were only down 1, so it does hurt, especially with that early on. You have lots of time left. Goals, you know, while they have come at a premium for LeBron's James, they happen, right? You have lots of time. You have lots of opportunities that you could have made something happen. There wasn't really a need to push that, but unfortunately, it can really feel like your back is against the wall in this situation where nothing's going right. And I'm sure they are probably feeling that here.
Yeah, and that's just one thing you cannot be feeling if you're wanting to win, right? You just have to not focus on the previous games, right? You have to focus. You can pick out what you did wrong on those previous games, but you can't focus on the score of the previous games. You have to just look forward, look at the game that's happening right now, and just put forward your best effort, which I hope we can see a little bit more effort out of them. Half the game is gone. LeBron's James still down 2 goals here. They do need a game win. Virus kind of diving at that ball and missing up a little bit here. And this could result in an awkward scenario for Lemonhead, but Lemonhead plays that quite well. Virus cutting off, getting 1 touch, but Quaza with kind of a free ball does get demoed. Kind of a double demo coming out here, actually, as King does have a free 1v1 here. Does get past 1, but that spawn just in time to save his teammate out there from Lemonhead.
Yeah, and the Bunions have been doing time management like that so well, just allowing their teammate to get back barely in time. As I say that, though, time management slightly off, as LeBron James does, in fact, have that lead of Bunions. Maybe an opportunity here for them to get back in it. 2 minutes still left. Definitely still a chance, but they're going to need to take that small bit of momentum and start building on it very, very quickly here if they want to be back in the series.
Absolutely, and that was, definitely a breath of fresh air from them. Finally getting that goal. I'm not sure how many goals they've had this series, but it has not been much. But I mean, Lemonhead on the Esper, I believe that is, taking a top corner shot. That's going to be a little demoralizing for LeBron's James, kind of just finally getting that goal that you need, and then immediately after, just retaliation from Bunions.
Yeah, what I will say is, though, LeBron's James looked like they were still having a fun time in the face cam, so they're at least taking it in good spirit. But Virus out, trying for the double tap, not able to get that one. Turtle Meat, kind of an awkward turn here. Has to turn off of it, a jump early, has to bail on it too. Quaza with a shot, but the save comes through. And LeBron's James, once again, just time ticking down. Gotta make something out of nothing. And I don't know if they're gonna give them an opportunity. Bunyan's playing so well so far and looking to sweep this series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they've looked incredible all day. I was surprised, like I said, with that JDE series, them taking that series out away from the original winners of the qualifier. So good on them to do that. That put them in a really good position for this game. All they need is the win from this, which it is looking like they will get, but still a minute left on the clock. Anything can happen, a minute left. We just need to see something out of just like Quaza hitting the ball away every time. You just need, when you have that time, you got to take that time with the ball. You got to control it and try to get that, bait in that first man and get the beat on them, right?
40 seconds now left. Time is a resource here for both teams. Bunions, of course, trying to run it low. LeBron's James trying to make the most of it. Into the corner now is Quaza. Shot not good enough. A pinch out for the other side. This one not quite in, but will stay on the blue side for, at least 10 seconds, and it causes more of that precious time to tick down. Bunions here with a chance. Not good enough. Maybe something here? No, not quite. Now, LeBron's James looking to finally make something. King turned away, though, and that will be time. There is just nothing left in this game. Bunions take this one. At least, they can sleep easy tonight knowing that they moved on. Very, very good for them. Quarterfinals, of course.
And they get one for the road as well.
Yeah, the garbage time, of course, right? Need the stat pad.
Of course. I'm not usually one to stat pad, so I don't feel the same way as Turtle Meat here. But no, good shot from Turtle Meat there to close out that series. Bunions will take it 3-0 over LeBron's James. LeBron's James, unfortunately, did go 0-3 today, so they will not see day 2. However, I mean, we have such a beautiful venue here. We are at such a beautiful place. There will be plenty of things for them to do regardless of being out. And so, I'm excited to see more games. I know we got, I think, 2 more series, I believe, on the stream. And I'm actually up next on my game where I need to win to move on. So we'll see what happens there. I hope I win that.
Best of luck to you, Spalty. But we will be right back coming up with you with the next 2 series here soon. Welcome back to WCSA Fiber Frenzy. Introducing the first team, the Spaltwater Hawks, featuring Hydro Dude, Spalty, and Hawk.
Come on, boys. Let's do this. We do this. We're not losing this game.
Their opponents, FAF, including Erkspire, Fluffball, and Slow. And with Tibbles here. Welcome back. Nice to have you.
Yeah, nice to be here. Really excited for this series.
I have not seen either of these teams play yet, so I'm very curious to see just how they are going to play. I know Spalty as a player, and I know Slow as a player, but the rest of these players I have not yet seen play. I know these past years have been very much so focused on who can keep the offense, who can push their opponent into that third. When you have sweeps like that, it tends to be that. One team just really pushing the other. We'll see if it's that here.
Yeah, and as we head into game 1, some really important context. This was that team for Spalty, that team that went to game 5, went to that almost 5-minute OT and lost it in the end. So Hawk and the Hawks here will be looking to basically reverse that momentum as fast as they can. Still back for FAF, though, trying to press forward. Hawk having to do some defense. A little bit all over the place. Hydro off the ceiling, a miss from there. Back to the midfield, though, a demo, and back to the opposite corner.
Up here for FAF, trying to get some offense rolling. Hawk into the corner, however, takes some time, 50-50 on that play. Has low boost, kind of forced back in an awkward position here. Erks for the corner. Hawk able to turn that one 50-50 out. Now this ball rolling into the midfield.
In the midfield it is. Fire getting a good 50. And the Hawks is trying to press this one through. Forced backwards, fluff ball up. Tries to get a second touch for Hydro. Now an opportunity, Hawk over one. Alex will be there to throw it to the midfield. What a redirect from Fire, but high and wide as well. But the follow-up won't be. This time fluff ball gets it through.
And Spaltwater, not exactly the start you want. I mean, they had a decent stint of defense. They were doing okay at holding off that pressure, but that FAF offense was able to just swarm around them, get that last extra touch over the last player, and that will result in an early lead here for them. Can they hold on to it, though? That is the question. Spalty having absolutely no boost. The ball immediately challenged off of him. Alex into the corner, has to leave this one, however. This ball up high once more in the corner. Shot down mid, possibly a pass. Spalty turns it around quickly, however, and transitions out, at least for a second.
I'm not seeing the aggression and the precision that I saw from Hawks in that other series that we saw here on stream. Looks a little bit awkward on their plays. FAF been mostly able to capitalize on the opportunities they've gotten with that 1-0 lead. Off to the side for Hawk. Has to beat Fire, though. Immediately up to try to get the 50 against the wall. Hydro off their own back wall. Will leave it for a teammate. Fire awkward. Back up to the wall. Good aerial to keep that possession going, but no follow-up touch as well. It's just in that corner for the Hawks. They finally break it out. Coming from Hawk to the corner. Again, an easy one to save, but a demo in the bump coming through, and that was their best chance yet.
And the corners are kind of an interesting part of Rocket League. Of course, offense can a lot of times be generated from that corner, playing it mid to a teammate, playing it back into a spot where a second man can come in and take that shot. But it's also a spot where the defense tries to funnel it, right? You want to get that ball into the corner away from the mid. So it's kind of an interesting thing where the defense is desperately trying to keep it in the corner and the offense is trying to pop it out mid for a player to follow. This one popped out mid, but once again, the defense keeping it in that corner. Now to the sidewall, trying to get this one transition out. Just FAF on the back foot. Really awkward ball, but does manage to miss and a little bit of time off for them.
Yeah, that bounce was really unfortunate for the Hawks. They had FAF pretty awkward there, pretty off balance, but it just didn't work out for them. They didn't garner a great opportunity from it. Up for the wall, good reach from Spalty. And again, the defense for FAF coming across, getting a clear away. In the midfield, a bump, a shot there. It'll be off target. It had to be. No follow-up. Means in the midfield, Hawks will take possession. Up for this one again, a good pinch down, but they're ending up having to chase it. And for the Hawks, I feel like that's not their best asset. When they're on point and getting those passing plays, they're extremely dangerous. But the chase and, the dump and chase trend really isn't it for at least this series.
Yeah, and we see teams kind of default to do that on land. It's a lot of, all right, well, the ball might be in a spot where I can at least hit it, so I can guarantee the bang touch does get me at least a few seconds of time. But a lot of times it does give away long-term possession, which is so important in the game of Rocket League. Fluff ball here on the 50, trying to play this one mid to a teammate. Does successfully get it mid, but no one there for the follow-up. A shot for the net, but slow hands for D, a.k.a. Alex, also playing that one for the corner. This one followed up by fluff ball. Popped out mid. Not good enough, however. Spalty's team trying to finally make something happen on the offense, but they've just been held scoreless this whole time.
Yeah, scoreless they are. 30 seconds. In this offense, as you say that, of course, Kessler first coming for the best possible time for the Hawks here, and they get one with 30 seconds to go.
And that is a crucial shot from Spalty, playing it behind both defenders. There was multiple people in the net for FAF. Just had to make a diving save. Spalty with the placement, able to get that one away, and that will lead his team to at least an equalizing goal. Maybe posturing for OT, depending on how this one plays out. The teams have been definitely on the side of caution as far as their positioning and their, supporting each other. We've seen kind of deep third man's safe play all around.
And I'm gonna dump some lore here, but Slow Hands McGee also played in CRL quite a bit long ago, earlier than Volt Destroyer did, but still CRL nonetheless. That's an awkward one, drop down. And to bring that experience coming through as well, you know, as an older player, coming back and playing these tournaments, especially as a solid defensive player as well, you know that FAF has their defense locked down. Hawks, even with their supreme offense, only scored one, and overtime, 10 seconds already, and this has no shot really, so far at least, of being resolved.
Yeah, and into the corner now, trying to transition out our Saltwater Hawks. Hawk over through the midfield. Is this an opportunity? The shot almost good. The ball was completely in and then fall out, and that shot goes off wide toward the crossbar. Absolute cinema here in overtime.
That was a crazy save, a crazy shot too. Looking for that one again, it's off target for the Hawks. Back the other way, looking for that passing play. I like to see that, but the third man for FAF is ready. Hydro again to the ceiling. Can they follow up? That's the one that they need. Their teammates were not in the vicinity, and they lose some time trying to develop that play.
Time here crucial. I mean, they have an opportunity, and it's good. Just the amount of time they had in the midfield there. So much with the demo. You know, you get rid of that second man, you get rid of that third man, and you have the opportunity to let all of your offense push forward. It's not like no one was left back in that play for FAF. They send the whole house, and they get the game win because of it.
And we saw similar breakdowns of defense earlier because that third man was so far back that they couldn't make the challenge in time. They couldn't shut it down. And you also had the second man trying to boost as fast as possible, trying to get back on that one. And neither of them could make a defensive play on the ball. And so the way that they're able to carry it out is really good. And yeah, they take the win here.
And I'm just getting word here. We have a tech issue on stage, so we're going to take it to a quick break. Hopefully that's resolved quickly. We'll be back soon. And we get back into this one. This is, of course, game number 2. FAF taking that one. Saltwater trying to get something here, though. Offensive opportunity, and that shot not quite good. Fluff ball barely back in time. Playing that one out toward the corner on the 50. Fire popping that one mid. Does not get it in time. Saltwater positioning for a little bit of a defensive stand, and they successfully do play it out. This 50 kind of an awkward one into the corner. Spalty bumped off that one as well. Physicality finally started to ramp up.
Yeah, Hawks looked very interesting there on the defensive side. Did come out unscathed, but looked a little shaky at the same time. Now Hawk trying to retain possession here, control the ball up for it fast as Hydro wins that. The ball actually as well. It's just in the corner. Cleared along. Hawk will receive again, just dumping it in the midfield. A teammate can't get there in time, and it's in the Hawks half yet again.
Fluff ball into the midfield, trying to find a teammate. No teammate is there. Shot opportunity here for Saltwater, but they do not manage to find it. And now Spalty kind of back in an awkward position. Shot opportunity, and that one's almost in, but Hawk able to play that one away to the corner. That's an absolutely insane save.
Yeah, crazy save to keep that first goal from going on the board here in game 2. Sent long and high by Fluff Ball, but back the other way. Hawk trying to retain control here in the corner. Maybe get one across as a pass. Over to Hydro, getting bumped away though. Still back on it. They actually just have another shot because of how much space they had, and Hawks will get that first goal.
Yeah, and Saltwater Hawks really looking to make the most out of this game too. They did get reverse swept, like you mentioned, the last series they played. So they want to keep the mental high here. They want to not have to play a game 5 overtime. That's probably the last thing on their mind. And this is a great kickoff for FAF. They get the pop up, but an immediate bump off on the air dribbler allows a little bit of pressure relief.
Yeah, and losing that as well, it's so tough because then the next series, even when you have a 2-0 lead, it's, okay, remember the last series, remember what happened, remember when we kind of let it go and they were able to come back. You don't want that to happen, but too early to be worrying about that right now. Just about halfway over here in game 2. 1-0 for the Hawks, trying to get an equalizer for the series score at least. Fluff ball back to the middle. I really like that pass, but his teammate was not ready.
Off the sidewall now. Ball ends up being missed. Fluff ball into the corner. Spalti does play it past one. Is this an open net opportunity? The breakaway, not quite good enough. Bergsfire Jr. barely there in time. Ball kind of going in a weird place for FAF. This one's really, really awkward. Can Hawk dunk it? Not quite played off to the corner.
Big clear, immediately cut out by Hydro. Return. This has been a storyline for this game where one team will try to clear it and just gets cut out immediately. And when you can break down those playstyles, you have to get creative. Spalti not getting that read. Teammate coming in, getting the 50 as well. No shot on target. We'll just leave it for the Hawks half. Hydro, not much boost though, trying to control that one out. Well, just leave it. That was a risky one. Just allowing these shots to come through, that's a miss as well. And thankfully for them, Spalti can carry out.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Saltwater Hawks just kind of run out of boost on their play. We saw it happen there twice, right? First Hydro dribble out, and then Spalti not able to follow up his own touch. And it's kind of led to FAF at least be able to hold off the offense. They made that one mistake. They conceded the one goal, but FAF have looked pretty solid on the defense otherwise. Saltwater trying to make something out of nothing here. Pass toward the midfield. Who's there first? It is Alex from FAF, clearing it all the way across. Shot opportunity. Spalti barely back in time to save that one away.
Yeah, the Hawks still with a 1-0 lead with 1 minute to go. And for context, like I mentioned earlier, they came into that second series with a 1-0 lead. This is now their third series. And so they need to win this if they want to go 2-1 in the group stage. It's really important to move on to the quarterfinals. So this team, or this match, excuse me, has a lot of implications coming through. So on the Hawk side, Hawk to Hydro, or the attempt at least to bump through. Spalti will take a wide shot though. Maybe keep it on that half. That's an awkward bounce and forced to make a save.
A little bit of pinball here in the midfield. Passing it back and forth are both teams. A pass that's really good from Hydro there, just has no one to receive it on the end of Saltwater Hawks. FAF getting away once again, just keeping a solid defensive stand, not trying to overcommit too much. As I say, that double commit comes out, shot opportunity, but no boost from Hydro. This ball, kind of an awkward read, ends up missing, and that ball will drop. Saltwater do run away with that one.
Yeah, a close one at the end there. Wouldn't have mattered at least for the result of this game too, but they're able to tie it up here for the Hawks, and I think that first win on the board in the series is really important for them, coming back from that reverse sweep. You were right, it was a reverse sweep. And to carry that momentum, have that confidence, and to get back into it, especially on a LAN stage where that really matters so much. And I thought their adjustments in game 2 were really effective.
Yeah, they looked a lot more productive on the offensive half. I mean, I did give credit to FAF on their defense, and I do think that they did a pretty good job shutting it out. I just think that Saltwater really stepped it up that much, right? They forced FAF to be that good on the defensive end.
Yeah, and a few times Spalti was having some solo plays there, not only on offense, but defense as well. So I agree completely with that. And, you know, for FAF, Slow Hands McGee leading that line and making sure they don't concede. They're going to have to do a little better in game 3, try to recreate that game 1. And see what they can do here at a very pivotal game in this series. Spalti to try and take this one. Getting shut out in that corner for FAF. Straight to the ceiling for Hawk. Over for Alex. It's an awkward bounce, maybe get there. And FAF have been kind of hitting the ball around that Hawks net, but you need to do more to get a real shot on target.
Yeah, both teams here just playing it safe. Into the corner now. Trying to get this one out mid to a teammate. Really awkward ball from Hydro. Does well to at least get one touch on it. However, FAF immediately transition this into some form of offense. Trying to play it around one. Alex successfully does so. The passing play is good. Is the double tap. The miss from Hydro makes that one a little hairy, but Spalti does get there in time. And that will not end up being an early goal for either team. Still lots of time, though, on the clock. 4 minutes about remain.
Yeah, thankfully for Spalti, it was low enough that they could get, again, a mitigating touch instead of it being high, and a hard angle to reach. Looking for that second touch, but the follow, again, is off. Return to the corner for FAF. Now time to break out, though, something they've struggled with, at least so far this series. That's pinched forward. Over for Spalti, another awkward touch, but not there to take advantage of it. Again, will receive the ball, get one pass forward. Up for it fast, but Fluffball is already on the backboard, ready for that save.
The boost game crucial here. Alex, lots of boost, but kind of an awkward position. Has to leave that one. Not a lot of boost for FAF to follow this, but they do get a lot of time from that wayward clear. Now Hawk on a solo play, just one back, trying to pop it up over them. Successfully turned away, though, from FAF. Alex up early, does get the beat. Spalty really awkward, but manages to successfully play it toward the corner. This one not safe yet, though. Back towards backboard. Hydro off to the side, finally relieving that pressure for the Saltwater Hawks. Now trying to do it himself. What can Hydro do? Immediately turned away, however, and FAF counterattack.
Bluff ball up for that one, looking to drop it in. All the defenders at the party, but none of them where it counts. Couldn't save that one, and FAF break through for the first.
And they get an early lead, trying to, just shove Saltwater Hawks back. They looked, very defensive the past game, and they've looked very defensive at least the beginning of this game. Finally getting a little bit more offense rolling. That's exactly what you want to see out of them. But can they keep it up?
And they keep it up indeed. Half the game left for game 3. And again, whoever wins this will be on match point. So it's a really important series, especially with it rounding out the group stage for both of these teams. Fire taking that 50, stalling time for his team to come flying in, but they didn't really get the best touch. Now having to do some defensive work. Back on the corner. Up for it fast as Fluff Ball for the clear.
And FAF have been doing well when they've been tested on defense so far. They, probably are getting tested a little bit more than they would like, but Saltwater have not really been that threatening so far to them. They've managed to at least fix their mistakes. We've seen a few double commits, and that's not exactly what they wanted. Really awkward ball from the backboard. Hawk getting it up to the corner ceiling area where it's just so hard to read for the defenders. And of course, Hydro there for the follow.
And the truth is, the reality of what that should have been is someone on the backboard. That was how they didn't concede earlier for the goal. Were able to save it away. That time, nobody was on the backboard. Two players trying to scramble to get there, but at that point, it's just too late. And they're able to get that equalizer. Could be another one for Hawk now off the post. Back in the corner, plenty of boost to work with. Has the flip as well, trying to dunk that down. Again in the corner, and Hawks are just trying to having to try again, excuse me.
Hawk has been so good on the solo plays so far, and that is another goal for the Saltwater Hawks. Able to claw back a lead somewhere. And I thought FAF were looking so good on defense, and then immediately we see two breakdowns where they probably should have had someone back. I don't really know what happened to the third man there for FAF, but it just seemed uncharacteristic.
Yeah, an interesting one. One they won't want to concede. Getting that rebound off as well in the midfield. They just need to shut that down from Hydro. That's a big pinch back the other way to the Hawks net. Alex in the corner, giving away possession. Hawk with a big clear back the other way. One past the midfield. Looking for the flick, gets it. But Hydro's ready for it. And Hawks are really motivated to keep this lead that they have, looking for the demo. Instead, he does find it as well, but his teammate's not able to shepherd that ball where it needs to be. The demos for the Hawks are everywhere, but they need to put it through once again to have that 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, the physicality's been great, but they need to follow up here. A follow-up opportunity, not quite good enough on the shot, just no power on that one. Hawk now into the corner, has the read, but immediately challenged by Alex. Getting that ball to safety temporarily. A bang out finally finds its way across toward the blue side of the field. And FAF kind of breathed a sigh of relief on that for at least a second. As I say that, Saltwater immediately on the counterattack. Here's a double tap opportunity. Hydro off the ceiling. Not quite good enough. Spalty ends up missing that one. Hawk left back alone, but has time in the corner to play that one to safety.
Training packs, that's all I can say. What a save. That's also what I want to say from Spalty. The backflip to keep that one out off the post with 0 boost to boot as well. Up for that one fast. Over the backboard, 0 seconds on the clock. Just has to drop for the Hawks. And they get that match point win, but it hasn't dropped just yet. Have to keep it up for Fire. Does off of the ceiling as well. It's still up somehow. I don't know how. Spalty trying to keep that one out. Get it all the way down the field. It finally drops, and Hawks will move on to Game 4 with a 2-1 lead.
And that is a very hyped Saltwater Hawks that I hear on stage. Very excited for that win. Unsurprising. We've heard them get loud before. And Spalty is known for that type of personality, right? He's the type where He's hyping up his teammates. He's making sure everyone feels like every goal matters and that every mistake, you brush it off. He's been a team leader so far, and I think we saw that there in that game.
And having someone like that on your team is so important, especially in a LAN environment where many times teams bond in person as well. It's a lot different than playing online. And when you can actually see the person you're playing with, to have that person with the spirit, you can see them in the background behind me, with all their actions, their emotes, whatever they're doing. But yeah, it's really great to see the passion, the spirit that they bring to the event.
Yeah, and even, just seeing the face cam, seeing the players smile after goals, seeing them celebrate, it makes such a difference in A, the quality of the event, and B, how these teams react to, scoring on and getting scoring and getting scored on.
But game 4 we go, and Hawks in a somewhat familiar position. They have match point, but they need to take advantage of it this time. Hydro to clear downfield. That's an awkward one from the mid. Straight to fluff ball. Immediate challenge on that one as well. Hawks are not here to mess around. Off the corner, an opportunity, but it was saved away before it could get there.
Off the sidewall now. Hydro trying to use some mechs to make something happen. 50-50 into the corner. Hawk ends up going missing on that one. Saltwater not done yet. An immediate clear out. Who's there first? It is Hydro, able to play that one into the corner. Has to leave it though for a teammate. Spalty pushing up a little bit deep as third, or a little bit out of deep third. Trying to get this one through. Not exactly what he wanted though.
Up for Hydro. That's a dangerous one. Forced out a double commit from the Hawks just to keep it, but an open net on the other side. No! The savior for FAF will clear that really long downfield. Spalty to cut it out. So much time left in this game, but had some chances already. Hawk, an awkward touch, gets the reset, but gives it away as well. Over for Hydro. Again, a good clear to give your team some seconds to recover as well, and they need it. They don't have that much boost. They're awkward on their goal line. Zero boost with that clear. They needed it.
Off ball, off the backboard. Alex to follow. Spalty trying to get it mid. Double commit from FAF. Once again, we see the dump and chase strategy. Kind of just panicking on defense, throwing that ball away. That's allowed Saltwater Hawks to get a little bit more possession. Here is a possession play out of Spalty. He has the flipper set. Shot is not quite in, but it is. That was an insane crossbar bounce. I thought for sure that was bouncing down and out, but Hawk ends up slotting that one barely, and of course the ball probably would have been good. It's just such an awkward ball for FAF, and that is a Saltwater Hawks lead with only 3 minutes left in a game.
Yeah, and Spalty made it pretty awkward for them. Had the reset. As soon as he got the reset, both defenders were forced to pay attention. They both committed, and yeah, that was an open net to shoot into. So even though the reset didn't score, it provides so much damage and danger for the other team. Trying to keep that one out. Hawk, that shot will be off target. Fairly calm, clear at the end of the day. Back for Hawk again to receive. Gets demoed for that. No follow-up from them, but Hydro downfield, and Hawks have been so much better about following up on each other's touches, which allows them to keep this possession.
So far, so good from Saltwater Hawks, just trying to play the long-term game here, keep that offensive pressure. No need to make any unnecessary risks. You are up in the series and the game. It's just about playing solid, playing risk-free. We see that here from Spalty, kind of just taking his time in that corner, playing the ball, waiting for that offense from the FAF to commit, and just buys so much time, sucks up so much pressure.
So in the midfield, Spalty, I like that idea. Just basically put it off the side so you don't give possession away and an easy clear. 2 minutes left. Hawks still defending that 1-0 lead. Again, they're on match point or series point. So all to play for still on that half. Spalty trying to get that one out. Fluff ball had an opportunity to have it on target. It's a cross. No, the danger was not cleared, and it's through.
That is an equalizer. A minute and 40 remaining here. FAF making something happen. That is exactly what they needed. When you're down in the series 2-1, it is game point. FAF have been kind of on the back foot a lot of this series, so I'm sure they're happy to finally get some offense that ends up in a goal. Now Spalty gets it past one. An immediate challenge, however, pops that one out. Corner touch. Who's there first mid? It is Hydro, finally relieving some of that pressure.
And this timing and awareness that FAF has shown. That's a big miss on the defensive side. Just as I was complimenting their rotations, they had scored on again, and that feels bad after they just got the equalizer.
Yeah, the ball kind of just ending up rolling mid. Alex, of course, coming in from the wrong side of the rotation. Gonna be so awkward to try and turn around or half flip or anything to make something happen where your teammate just goes completely missing. You thought something would happen in the corner of 50, a possession touch, but the ball leaking out mid, and Saltwater Hawks are there, but FAF on the other side of the field have an immediate follow-up.
Yeah, and just to return that goal, Spalty's just there, and he doesn't even have the shot. It's just a 50 from the defender Alex coming through. Again, a tie game, and Hawks, they're definitely not giving it to you for free. You're definitely have to working for this one. Up for the ceiling, though. That'll just bounce straight up. Up for the player. Gets a reset as well, still in the midfield. Hawk just to push it forward. Off the corner, Hawks, I feel like they're going to start pressing now and avoid that game 4 overtime, or at least an overtime that's almost in. It is in with the follow-up, and they might not even have to worry about it.
This is a really awkward ball here. Alex ends up going missing, and then the low 50, trying to play it to the corners, but the dunk comes through from Hydro. Hydro just has that red the whole way. FAF on such low boost have only really one play there, and it was not hard for Hydro to read. Successfully does tap that one in. Now Hawk on the air dribble, trying to put the nail in the coffin, not able to do so. Hydro into the corner, turned away though by FAF into the transition.
40 seconds left for Hawks to hang on and keep that lead. I'm a little surprised they didn't go for a ground shot there, but maybe that's all they could muster at the time. Hydro coming across, again, left, right, across, get that time clock down for the Hawks. That's all they need. They're just about 20 seconds left from that win that they couldn't get earlier. Hydro also off the backboard, possibly looking for the pass, and it'll be through for Hawk. That might just be it for the Hawks here.
Only 16 seconds remain for FAF to make something happen. You have to think they need something on kickoff here. I have seen it happen where teams do drop this type of lead before, but FAF are going to have to make something happen. What is their kickoff plan here? Do we see a fake? No, we do not. Just a typical lose it to the back corner, but the ball is touched out a little bit far, and that's not an immediate goal, so Saltwater Hawks looking good on this one. As I say that, an opportunity arose, but it is turned away, and Saltwater Hawks take game number 4. They take the series, and they are looking in a great spot in group standings for that one.
Yeah, that goal at the end, not going to matter with 0 seconds on the clock. The scoreline is already final, but for the Hawks, they finally get that win that they worked so hard for earlier, or the second win they worked so hard for earlier, and then just couldn't pull through, but this time they do. And for FAF, I mean, I gotta commend them though, because even though they didn't quite match the offense that we saw from the Hawks, I felt like they were always still in it. They always at least had some kind of opportunity to try and get back in it. And that says a lot when you're going up against a team of the Hawks caliber, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the games, all of them were very, very close individually. And that last one only nudged away by the Hawks at the very last second. And we do even see a goal to take it to 1-goal game, even though it was a pretty comfortable win from the Saltwater Hawks at the end there. But yes, I agree. FAF doing a great job pushing the Saltwater Hawks to their limits.
Yeah. And I do believe we have one series left for tonight, so we will take a quick break, about a 10-minute break. So go get a snack, a drink, or something to catch the end of our stream. And welcome back to Fiber Frenzy, provided by WSTA and WCSA. We have one more series for you tonight, and that will be Golfing Sunday and
Underdogs.
the Underdogs, excuse me. And so, yeah, really excited for this one. Juxo coming in all Golfing Sunday, so it should be a really interesting series. But let's get them introduced as well. And so Underdogs will be the first one here. Let's welcome Underdogs to the stage. NK, Fluffy, and Volt Destroyer. And for our other team, their competitors, Golfing Sunday, let's welcome them to the stage as well. Taco, Juxo, and Coral's Nuts. Yeah, this series should be interesting as the players get situated into the lobby. Yeah, what do you think of this one?
I think this one will be very fun. I know Carl is someone who gets very loud and very animated on stage, so that will be something to watch out for sure. And I know, I mean, Bolt Destroyer, we saw him earlier, not one to get loud, but has that experience, like you mentioned. He's so, just a veteran player, right? He has tons of CRL experience. He has so much, coming into this, at least on his side, as far as the gameplay. And then, of course, Fluffy there, kind of a duo. They've been playing together for a long time, so certainly more of an established team. So this will be an interesting one.
Yeah, and for Golfing Sunday, their team name is like that because they didn't quite expect to make the second day, or it was a tall ask. They're not feeling great coming into it, but I can tell that the vibes on that team are top tier. Those are some really fun guys over there. And they actually did win their first series of the day in Game 5. So a 1-1 record coming into this series. So definitely not all bad news for Golfing Sunday here.
For sure. I think this one is probably a toss-up in my mind. I didn't really come in prepared with a prediction. If I had to just throw one out, I'm going to go with Carl's Nuts team just because I like the hype, right? You got to cheer for someone who's loud on LAN. Maybe that's just my bias because I like being loud on LAN. But it'll be interesting to see if that really plays a factor, or possibly, the mental on the other side. If you hear your opponents getting loud and you're getting scored on all the time, it can be such a detriment to the...
Yeah, and we've seen underdogs already on stream, but Fluffy's team did actually lose both of their series so far today. So an 0-2 record coming into this series. And so for Juxo, Carl, and, for their team there, it's really all for them to make a statement and show that they should make the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the tournament, you're very tired, right? The players have been playing for all day long, and this is the final series of the day. We'll see if they can pull a win off here, or if Golfing Sunday might not actually be golfing on Sunday.
There might not be, and I told them that. I'm like, you know what? I believe in you guys. You're going to have to make a choice between golf and Rocket League, and that's a really tough choice to make. Who knows what will happen there, but first they have to get there. Bolt Destroyer getting that one away. Maybe we can see a bit more of an impact for him in this game, coming back on the corner. Fluffy with the save. Coming out for Golfing Sunday. Juxo first to the scene, off the corner, off that bounce. Carl trying to rebound it as well, and I like the early pressure from Golfing Sunday.
Early pressure mounting, but nothing to, take home just yet. Here's an opportunity off the backboard for Golfing Sunday. Shot not quite on target. Saved away. Fluffy now toward the side wall, trying to follow himself with those wall dashes. Not able to make contact on the ball. Golfing Sunday able to play that one safely away. Here's a counterattack opportunity. Carl trying to pinch it mid, but Bolt has that one read all the way through.
Juxo almost had it free and clear. It was only the angle that prevented that goal, essentially. Carl now to keep it in the corner. Just give it away to NK, but returned immediately off across the underdog's goal. Coming in to meet the player taking the shot is a 50. Again in the midfield, it just seems to stall. The ball seems to stall just in the midfield. And both teams are really doing a good job of shutting down that first half of the midfield that they have so that the other team doesn't go very far.
And it makes all of the gameplay so much more comfortable. As I say that, uncomfortable angle for Fluffy. Bolt Destroyer's touch left a lot to be desired there. Taco just an early pop shot, not anything crazy. Plays it up knowing that the third is out of position, and that will find its way in the back of the net. Golfing Sunday up one here. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Still lots of time for the underdogs to make something happen.
Yeah, a lot of time. We'll have to see how they use it. Golfing Sunday doing some defense here, courtesy of Carl. Does get past two. Has to have some help from Juxo though. A miss from there, Bolt in the middle. And really, for Golfing Sunday, I think on their defensive drive, they really mostly have to worry about Bolt coming across. So far, they've been a little bit, a good bump there, but no teammate to follow up in time. They had to take a 50. Up for Carl. In the midfield, still a 1-0 lead, and in the corner for the underdogs.
Kind of an awkward ball in the midfield. Has to leave that one. Bolt Destroyer up early, but has to bail as well. Really awkward half flips from him, doing kind of a double take in the midfield. Not really sure what's happening, and goes missing there. Bolt Destroyer not looking as comfortable. Here's a shot, opportunity, redirect around, and that is good for Juxo. So good passing play up from Carl, but Juxo tapping that one in.
And Carl on that play, just streaking back, getting the lunge pass up to Juxo. Juxo puts it away perfectly. And to see that kind of impact from Golfing Sunday, maybe even surprising themselves with their performance today, but it's definitely not over yet. More work to do. Carl on the defensive side, a little bit awkward. You can see the underdog attackers just prowling around like sharks, waiting for that ball to drop. Up for NK, way over them. Bolt as well, and no player. Oh, NK can as well turn around on it. Golfing Sunday just waiting for that shot to come through before the clear.
And we see the entire house being sent and a counterattack, of course, punishing that. We saw all three of the underdogs immediately push up and be punished. No boost there for NK. Carl's Nuts able to tap it around on the other side of the net. NK trying to cover both halves of the net, but just such a bad place to be. No boost, no support in the teammates, and the entire net to cover.
And maybe some frustration coming through, potentially, to send all three players forward like that. You know, even when you have time, I mean, you have a couple minutes, it's not ideal, but that's really what I look out for, especially for teams on LAN, is who can step back and say, okay, we don't have the lead right now. We might even be losing right now, but that's not the time to just send everyone forward, put all your eggs in one basket. The demo coming through. Really important for the defensive side. Juxo, maybe they can get another one. A pass over, it's a hard angle, it's off the post, but the follow-up is through, and it's a fourth goal now for Golfing Sunday.
Yeah, just unrelenting pressure. All it really took was playing it around one at a time, right? It was very clinical, very one by one, breaking down that defense there. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just one or two touches, but they found their way past the defense, and that will result in Golfing Sunday running away with game number one. Up 4 here, still a minute remaining, but at this point, it's kind of just, can the underdogs get some momentum going into game two? Can they get a goal or two? Get a little bit of mental back in this one, or are they going to be shut out? And that is not looking good.
And Juxo, the placement from Juxo, perfectly bottom left. Fluffy tried. Absolutely tried their hardest, but was not able to. And a 5-0 lead here in game one is a statement. I mean, they didn't have the biggest expectations, but look at their performance now. Fluffy trying to find something, trying to dig deep and get any kind of play going, but they're going to clear again for that offensive drive.
Bolt Destroyer in the corner, trying to buy some time. Not a lot of time, though, left to play for the underdogs. You have to have, I guess game one's chalked. I'm not even going to pretend that they have to get a goal if they want to stay in this one. It is kind of just over. It's more about, all right, you have 40 seconds, you have some chances to generate offense, to get some sort of momentum, but the gameplay so far has not been working. Golfing Sunday has been clinical on their transition. They've been clinical on getting those opportunities to actually fall and result in goals.
And I would expect a lot of those conversations happen between games as well. That's another save for the underdogs, at least stopping the conceding of these goals. But again, between games, that's where a lot of those conversations happen. And I think it needs to happen for the underdogs. I mean, 1 or 2 goals, it could be a mechanical mistake. It could be one rotational mistake. Those margins are that close. But a 5-0 lead, again, is a statement that will drop down the end of game one. Golfing Sunday will take it. And underdogs, again, like I said, back to the drawing board.
And that was a comfortable stroll, even a Sunday stroll maybe, out of the Golfing Sunday. I mean, Carl Nuts with the MVP there did such a great job carrying that team forward, but it was really a team effort. It was not an individual effort, and I think that's what Golfing Sunday excel at a lot here, right? I look to the other team, and Bolt immediately stands out, right? Don't get me wrong, Fluffy's incredible. He's on my premier team in MCS, so I will hype him up every day of the week. But there's like levels, right? And Bolt Destroyer is just on that level. Golfing Sunday, however, well-rounded. All 3 players doing well to contribute, doing well to make those chances convert.
Yeah, and I would give a lot of credit to Juxo, but I agree with you completely that the reason Juxo was able to score those goals was because of that team effort. They were able to set each other up, and it wasn't like Juxo was doing everything themselves and having to force the team to have that energy. They just had that energy, and coming in at the end of the group stage, that's exactly when you want to get hot and be playing your best Rocket League.
And energy, it's the name of the game, especially on series like this where the other side is a little bit more quiet, right? Both Destroyer and Fluffy are not going to be the ones yelling when they score a goal. They're just going to be like, all right, that's expected. We should have done that. But Carl's Nuts and Juxo, regardless of who they're facing, they're getting loud, they're getting hyped, and they're keeping that mental, even in those situations where they might have made a few mistakes, they might have made a few double commits that they didn't exactly want. They've just been able to look past it. And while it has been sunshine and rainbows on the field, I think it's off the field that's kind of helping them do that.
Yeah, and nothing feels worse than, your team being silent and you're down a few goals and your series life is on the line, and if you don't win, then you go home from the tournament and you can't play anymore. And to not have that communication, not have that energy is kind of demoralizing. And so it's great to see that energy, no matter what's happening, that they believe in the team and they're going to keep going no matter what.
Yeah, and I'm sure it helps to keep up the energy when you are up by 5. You can't really ignore it, right? It's going to be a lot easier. Maybe we'll see them tested here. I don't know if it's going to be that easy of a series. That game looked easy out of Golfing Sunday, but Bolt Destroyer is known to put up a fight.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of those mistakes to be cleaned up in Game 2. I wouldn't expect another 5-0 lead, but then again, I didn't expect it in Game 1. So, I mean, who really knows what's going to happen? But Bolt Destroyer, you mentioned it before, and how I mentioned it as well. He has the experience to go back and say, okay, this is what's most important is not just, okay, we need to change, but this is what the other team is doing, and this is how we respond.
Yeah, that level of experience, it really results in the ability to change series around, right? This game went completely against them, but this is a team where you cannot count out them that early, right? This is a long series. It is a best of 5. It's not like, the best of 3s you see in early RLCS formats where, the team drops and things go wrong really quickly. This, you have a little bit more time to adapt. Here, they have a lot of off time, taking a little bit of extra time. Probably a little bit of a tech issue there on stage. Don't worry about it. We'll get it resolved here very, very soon.
We're getting into Game 2, which we are right now, but we'll have to see the response that underdogs have, because a 5-0 lead in Game 1 definitely necessitates one.
Here, early pressure though for Golfing Sunday. Not exactly what they wanted to see. They do successfully play this one off to the side temporarily. Fluffy and no boost, trying to just flick it early, play it around 1, but Juxo, stalwart defense so far, does play it around 1. Carl's Nuts on the follow-up, gets the 50, pinch out to the middle. Who's there first? Fluffy goes back for the boost and ends up getting beat because of it. More pressure resulting for Golfing Sunday from that, but the transition finally starting to come through as Fluffy plays Headhunter.
Up in the corner now for Golfing. I might just call them Golfing. Golfing Sunday is a lot to say, but up to the ceiling for Juxo. Looking to continue that possession as well as Taco. And the recipe, at least for today, for a lot of the teams and their success, is the passing play and just getting the ball to each other. I have to credit a lot of Golfing success to that. Have to keep this possession going, though. Taco to the sky. Plenty of boost. The reset uses it as well up to the ceiling now for Fluffy to get that one out. It's off the backboard. Awkward for the underdogs. They do get it out eventually. Coming back the other way. The demo, though, but it's going to just dribble across and fall aimlessly in that underdog's corner.
Possession play here for Fluffy. Gets the flip reset. Leaving it now for NK. Bolt Destroyer beats 1 early. Bolt trying to do it himself, does flick it up, but Carl's Nuts is there. Great force from Golfing Sunday to allow their third to come in and collect that ball when it becomes non-threatening. Bolt Destroyer trying to play it past more defenders on the side of Golfing. Carl's Nuts up toward the corner. Once again, trying to just get those touches where they can be followed by a player. But that ball finding its way into the back of the net. All 3 back for Golfing Sunday, but all 3 end up going missing.
Yeah, and it's such an awkward, I keep saying yeah, but it's an interesting situation because they needed to get that touch because a player was already coming in and you wouldn't expect them to be in that position, but they were, which forced the touch. It didn't go their way and they do get scored on because of it. And, it's not that it's a reversal of energy from the last one, but definitely a good adjustment from the underdogs there, keeping possession more, getting these opportunities to pass across. Fluffy is there for the shot saved away.
Even just getting on the scoreboard, for underdogs, while they didn't, pop off the same way that we expect Golfing Sunday to do, able to just get that final, all right, we're on the scoreboard, we have some offense, we're ahead even, right? It's not like Golfing had already scored one. So I think they're back in this one. As I say, that shot almost in for Golfing Sunday. More opportunities here. Both players miss. Juxo trying to sneak that one behind Volt Destroyer, but not quite able to find the angle. This one into the corner. Juxo plays it down, runs out of boost. Fluffy also running out of boost. Volt Destroyer bailing, but that's third. Who's there for the follow? Carl trying to play a mid to a teammate, but not able to do so before Volt plays it out.
Fluffy to receive on that back wall. Carry the ball here, looking for that Musty. An awkward touch from Juxo, the follow-up from Volt. And the demo on Golfing as well in that underdog's defensive side, which essentially gives him free reign here in the midfield to get something going. Juxo somehow finally gets a touch on it. The shot coming through as well, thanks to the second player from Golfing. Carl to the ceiling, will opt not to go. Taco, no boost, we'll send it to the corner anyway. And if this just creeps across the middle for Golfing, they can get one, but I think underdogs have understood the play for Golfing now because they're just sending it across the mid from the corner and getting it every time.
Yeah, the adjustment has definitely been made for underdogs. Looking a lot more solid here, not near as panicky in defense, and Golfing Sunday have just not had the same level of opportunities they saw in game one. Here's an opportunity for the underdogs, but Taco with an early challenge as third, able to keep the pressure for Golfing Sunday. Kind of a risky strategy. Great shot there from Carl's Nuts. Not quite good. This ball popping out. Who's there first? Volt Destroyer, of course, fast on that one. One of the fastest players in the lobby for sure. Ends up making this one. Carl's Nuts gives it away slightly. Fluffy in for the follow, but the shot is high. No good, and the 50 out.
That triple commit out from Golfing there. And thankfully for them, underdogs didn't have the resources to get that one forward, or at least refrain to use them. Over to Volt, looking for that third, a third crashing in, Taco across, and you could just tell that Volt was cooking up something great. So for Golfing to come out of that not having conceded another goal, it could be really good for them. That one will float again, Volt to make the save, and Fluffy to carry out.
That was definitely a good opportunity for Golfing Sunday. Those opportunities are coming far less as underdogs have really posed themselves on the defense, making much less mistakes. Maybe a chance here, though, for Golfing. Cross, who's there first? Carl's Nuts does beat out, and another 50. This is an opportunity, kind of an awkward slot to be in for the underdogs. Volt Destroyer clearly beat on this one. Corner double goes missing. Juxo, communication not quite there with Taco, ends up letting that one drop to the floor.
A win here in game two for the underdogs, but a well-earned win, a hard win. NK, unfortunately, with, I don't want to call out players, I usually don't, but 62 points is generally more suggestive of a more support role for that one, and that's totally okay. You got to do what you got to do to win at a tournament. I mean, that's really all that matters, is who comes out on top.
Yeah.
And yeah, to see them, Volt doing their best as well to get that win.
You're saying you're calling out the points, but you can't really have a bad scoreline if you're the team that wins. Like, I'm a huge proponent of that. You could have 0 points. I've had it where, you play with someone and you just tell them, all right, just go chase, right? As long as you're playing in a way that supports the two teammates and that works for you as a team, that's what matters.
Right, and there was never a point where I thought, NK, was on the ball and it didn't go well, or, they weren't capable of handling it. So yeah, definitely props to them to grind out that win here in game two. And that's what you need to do. Sometimes it's not always pretty. Sometimes you really do need to grovel for it.
Yeah, and the adjustment was made, right? They come off 5-goal smackdown, and they managed to get a game. That's the door open in the series. It's now one of those short best of threes, where either team can come here in game three, get that lead, get that match point, and maybe run away with it. We've seen quite a few 3-1s across the day. Maybe a game 5 looking here. I'm hoping, but I'm also ready to be done for the day. It's been a long one.
Yeah, and for Golfing Sunday, I think for this game coming through, it's pretty indicative based on game one being a 5-0 and game 2 losing 1-0 for them, because it suggests in game 1 that their goals specifically came from like a rotational problem from the underdogs that they've since cleaned up and were able to hold Golfing to 0 goals in game 2. So I think the onus is on them at this point to come out with a reaction, something different, which is a natural course of Rocket League. But here in game 3, they have to, or they can't have another scoreless game. They need to get something on the board.
Carl's nuts now from the corner. Taco there on the follow. Taco trying to follow it once again. Juxo now off the backboard hard. Who's there first? Bolt Destroyer does successfully play it out. Carl just did not have the boost to really push that one. Really awkward ball for him. Luckily, a teammate follows through. Now Taco from the back wall. Dribbling this up. Gets it over Fluffy. Does he have another touch? No, he leaves it for Juxo, but Juxo demoed on that play, giving Bolt some space. Bolt avoiding the bump. Plays it past one, but the follow from Juxo relieves some of that pressure. Shot opportunity. No good for Golfing Sunday, and the underdogs will transition that ball out.
Golfing forced to make a save there, but something I saw in underdogs is that Volt, just consistently has these plays that gets it past, one, likely 2 defenders. But the second man for underdogs just isn't there. Thankfully, they were that time, but they weren't in the past. Maybe looking to fix that particular issue. It's Volt again. Golfing on that corner of their goal. NK trying to get it through, locking it down is Golfing. No boost as well, but at least they're advancing down the field.
Opportunities here. Possible shot for Golfing Sunday, trying to play this one off the sidewall. Is Taco not able to get that one shot, denied by Bolt Destroyer. We see him playing kind of bail the team out very, very often. There's so many times where we see him take control, take an air dribble out, or even just make a cross net save where he plays the ball towards safety, at least temporarily. Lets, NK and Fluffy get some boost, get some positioning. Here, more chances for Golfing Sunday. Do they get one? Juxo turning, has a shot. Once again, Bolt Destroyer there, stoic on the goal line.
Yeah, once again, Bolt there to save the day. Taco looking to get it back in for Golfing. That's not a great touch from Juxo. He could have an opportunity. Back in the corner, Carl looking for the flick to the far side. It's up the corner as well. The follow-up is there, but not across the middle. And Golfing has had so many, at least close opportunities, that they can't just get it right in front of the goal. It's that final piece that they don't have. The flick was dangerous, but they get it away.
More opportunities for the underdogs, just keeping this one in the corner. Fluffy trying to play it mid. Bolt Destroyer kind of have to push back on this one. Shot from Juxo, played to safety from Bolt once again across the net. Has to play a little bit defensive from his teammates, committing so hard on offense. Over and over again we see it. Bolt Destroyer back in time. Once again, Bolt Destroyer playing kind of that deep third, but he's also kind of been their win condition on the offense. So we'll see if, it's been the transition game where Bolt is able to get loose, get the ball, and have that transition and support.
And Bolt Destroyer just has kind of that play style of carrying people as well. So it's not like he's put out of position by this, that he's a more rotational player. He is very mechy and is very fine with taking the lead on the ball and trying to get that score through. Fluffy will take the shot instead. I believe Bolt was there as well. Fluffy sent far to the middle, needed to. NK was in that spot exactly. I like the accuracy, just over a minute left. No goals yet to get between these two teams here in game 3.
Kind of an interesting ebb and flow where we saw Golfing Sunday go so far ahead in game 1, and then game 2 looked so dominant from the underdogs. And now we kind of see in that tug of war, the flag kind of finally in the middle. Both teams pulling as hard as they can, trying to get some offense here. Fluffy tap up toward the backboard. Taco into the corner, plays it towards safety. NK though, trying to play it back into the midfield. Gets the 50 successfully, saves a lot of his boost, so that way he can rotate back. Bolt Destroyer, speedy on that ball, does beat one. Carl's nuts back into the corner. Does Fluffy get the touch? No, they do not, but once again, Bolt is back.
And I was going to say, it's impressed me that Golfing, every time I look at their boost tank, they seem to have nothing. And yet they're not conceding at all. They're very much in this game. But what I realize is underdogs are giving them so much space in the midfield that it's just allowing them to recover and recuperate. That will go wide from Carl with 10 seconds left. That could have been it. That might be it again. Bolt with a save. Having to be called upon time and time again. Juxo for the win. Bolt will save again. 2 seconds. Can they get one more? Or will it be overtime? Still 0 seconds in front of that goal. Off the wall and down. In overtime we go here in game 3.
And both teams looking incredibly even. They've been so solid on the defense. 0-0 overtime, not something you see a lot in Rocket League. Normally a goal does manage to slip in regulation. Here the teams are dead even though. What will be the difference maker? I haven't seen a lot of physicality from either. Maybe that will be the difference. Here Volt trying to play that one through with the double. Another beat from Fluffy. Is NK there for the finish? Does beat one, but off to the side now. Carl's nuts able to play it past one. Trying to follow it himself here. Just kind of forcing it for his team. Does well on that one, but this ball, kind of an awkward play. Juxo does play it across, a little bit of time bought, and Taco, no boost, passes it out mid. Carl's nuts up, but misses that one.
And Juxo is just playing so well right now. Basically held off Volt Destroyer on that play, and also just made another save. We're approaching 1 minute here in Game 3 OT. For Fluffy, well, his teammate will take it instead. NK up off the backboard. Volt not getting there. Getting beat by Juxo again. Up for Fluffy. Actually just getting beat there again. Volt Destroyer had to fly backwards to make that save and still does so.
Absolute heroics from Volt Destroyer so far. Fluffy trying to make something happen. Underdogs would love to see it. They have had a lot of chances to die in the midfield. Kind of wanting something a little bit more. They do not have a lot of boost here. Shot opportunity from Juxo, who's there for the follow-up. It's Carl's nuts, but not good enough. So many great chances from Golfing Sunday, just not able to put them away.
So close, but close is not enough. It has to be all the way in, all the way across the line. Carl with a flick over one. Juxo to follow up. Is there back in the mid. Taco is the one streaking back. Fluffy to Volt, but just not in the right spot. Again, Golfing find themselves in the corner with not much boost, with a lot to defend against. Coming up off the wall now, thanks to Juxo. Was missing. Juxo can follow up on it though, trying to get it down the field again. Off the corner, getting anything down from the ceiling, but it's to the side again from Volt.
Possibly a chance here. Taco losing control in the corner. Juxo called in. Now Carl trying to play it himself. NK goes missing on that one. Fluffy does play it across, runs out of boost. Pinch opportunity. Is that not, is it almost in? Not quite though. Off the backboard, and now Juxo playing it across. Juxo trying to shoot this one himself. Places it well, but Volt Destroyer there has seen much better shots in his day. Knows how to play that one.
Yeah, Volt getting challenged on the physical play though. I believe they were waiting for that demo or bump to come through on Volt, which is essentially probably Golfing's way through, or at least a very likely way through, is to get rid of Volt off the field and then basically, you know, do what you can to get past the remaining defense. It's up for Taco. Juxo to be there for the shot. It's through. They can't get there. And the second win for Golfing Sunday here in Game 3.
And you hear the pop off as well. Golfing Sunday love to get active on the cams. They love to get active on the field. That one was such an even game too. Underdogs looking very, very good many times. They also, you know, did look a little bit pushed back. They had a lot more saves here. That is a lot of defense to be playing. 13 saves compared to Golfing's just 6.
Yeah, and Juxo had so many shots as well, was so often on that offensive side, but I complimented during that game their defensive play and how, even though they were struggling for boost for a majority of that time, they were still able to lock down that defense and keep it going. And I think for Volt Destroyer, you know, dropping like 7 saves, I think it was something like that, just something ridiculous. And, you know, multiple savior medals. And for Volt to, you know, have all that effort and still not come through, you know, I am really happy for Golfing Sunday. But the question, I think, is can they hang on again? Because I'm sure we will see a different switch up here from Underdogs.
Yeah, the adjustment from Underdogs has allowed them at least the Game 2 win. Will they get another here, force a Game 5, press the issue? That's what I kind of want to see. I want to see them pressing the issue. I want to see them pushing out a little bit more out of defense. We saw them really kind of just play back. I don't think it's out of, you know, their own volition. I think a lot of it is just Underdogs being pushed back by Golfing Sunday.
But a new game on this one. I love how NK was just bouncing on that one. Not the best recovery. Looked a little comical. Volt to follow up on this one. Volt and Fluffy looks like they're flying in tandem. We've seen a few times where they're trying to set up plays together. NK now back the other way, dunked by Taco. Looking for another touch. That is a crazy bounce that Juxo will have to get to, but Fluffy will beat him by a large margin. Will get the dunk through, and they get the first goal of this all-important Game 4.
Fluffy, great control all the way off the backboard, taps it past one, and dunks Carl's nuts. Carl probably just an awkward cut across in that position. Not exactly the time that he wanted on that challenge, or the timing he wanted on that challenge. Kind of forced, to go after Juxo forced the Fluffy initial touch. But you ideally want, someone to force and then someone to immediately follow. That disconnect between the second and third can result in some awkward spots, but Golfing Sunday do get one back here.
And again, a double commit forced out from underdogs. The pass from Carl to Juxo. And when the defenders are coming across the goal to try and make a save, instead of starting from the ground, they just don't have, they have momentum, but they don't have the direction, the freedom of movement that's necessary a lot of times to save that goal. Now Fluffy on the other end, looking for that bottom left, but saved away by this solid Golfing defense.
Now a clear out. Fluffy toward the corner. Kind of an awkward bounce, does manage to follow it well, but an immediate challenge from Taco plays it continually in that blue third. Shot not there from Juxo. Taco now does play it up. This ball in the midfield. Juxo playing it toward the corner, trying to follow it himself. Shot opportunity for Carl, but kind of shanks it off to the side. And NK able to play that one away. Runs out of boost. Fluffy called in, pitches it once again across the defense. Carl goes missing on that one. Juxo in an awkward spot. Does get a great 50, however.
I really love that touch from Juxo, and the reason why it's up is because he's backwards there. If he goes for a front touch, he'll have possession, but it'll be in an awkward spot. If he goes for that backwards touch, he'll lose possession for a second, but it'll be much safer, and you could see the player try to advance on that one, but I love the smart plays from Golfing right now, which is essentially keeping them in it and getting that tie game that still remains. Juxo off the wall, looking for the follow-up, but saved by Fluffy, who's just ready for it.
And a lot of times the smart play is just the possession play, right? It's a matter of, all right, maybe this touch, while I can't follow it, my team is more likely to, as that is a team play. Once again, breaking down the underdog's defense, commit early from Fluffy, no one back, dive in the corner from the third, and Taco is there. Carl's Lutz would have been there as well. You just can't leave your third on an island like that.
Yeah, I was going to say the play itself, like the pass from Juxo and the finish, was pretty bread and butter, but the lack of the defense was not bread and butter. That should not be happening at the stage of this game, at the stage of this series. And so for underdogs, they need to figure that out. It could be reminiscent of Game 1, and they just have to hope they don't concede more. Back to the middle off the corner, looking for that play from Juxo to Taco, looking for that shot as well, gets it off. Now they can approach the corner. This possession, this basically domination of that underdog's half is how they will keep this lead.
Taco now on a bang. Fluffy has the space, plays it off to the corner. A little bit of time. Golfing Sunday trying to make something happen here. Taco opting to turn back, play safe. Carl as well. Playing a deeper third, knowing they are up in both the game and the series. Time is ticking down, about 100 seconds left on the clock. This one played toward the corner once again. Fluffy and Volt double committing on that one, leaving back the third alone, something we've seen far too often, and that is a fake from Juxo. Absolutely has the number of the underdogs, and that is diabolical.
Oh, Juxo. And then beats Volt on the 50, something he prides himself on. You're 90 seconds away from choosing golf or Rocket League tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say. 2 goals to go. Underdog need to get something back. No, that's 3. Make that 3. A 4 for Golfing.
Yeah, and the 3-goal lead for Golfing Sunday. Definitely a lot more comfortable. Still almost 90 seconds on the clock. Lots of time for underdogs to possibly make something happen, but they almost need an immediate kickoff answer on this one. You cannot be letting that clock tick down.
Taco looks like a miss, but it looks like they were leaving that for their teammate who had a better angle. Fluffy, oh, that shot was just off, comes off the post. Saved away, and again, I mentioned before, the margins are that close. They really are, and maybe if they got one back, they could get more, but that first one has to come, or that second one rather. Volt trying to break out. to the 50, but again, nobody is there. Fluffy, I believe, was the second man and just not able to get through. Juxo, it's off the post. They finally get it out, but it's a trend here. Underdogs are really struggling.
Yeah, they need something, and they need it now. 40 seconds on the clock. Bolt Destroyer does play it up. Possible follow from NK, just immediate dive. Juxo actually faking that one for Taco. Very smart possession play. Clock ticking down, 30 seconds now remain. Carl's Nuts playing it past. Literally just bang ball, play possession, play time, anything but a volatile ball. And they are doing such a great job with it.
20 seconds left for Golfing Sunday. Just got to carry it through. It's all there. They did the work. Now reap the rewards, making the reset. We'll just play around with it. Maybe dribble, maybe flick. I don't know. It's a fun time. And just about to finish this game 4 here. Golfing, maybe another one. It's on the goal line. It's saved away. But Golfing Sunday are your winners for this last series of the night.
And they did it in style. Going to be honest, they played really well. They found each other as a team. They got hype over they kept their mental high. They got hype. They did everything right. It was one of those, like, if you look back, it was a cookie cutter LAN series that ends up in a result that you like, right? It was, all right, we're finding each other. We're playing smart. We're keeping possession. We aren't panicking. And the mental stayed high the entire time. The energy stayed high the entire time, even when they conceded in that game 2 and were not able to find a goal the whole game 2. They still kept that energy all throughout the series and managed to get away with this one.
Yeah, and you could see, I don't want to discount the rest of Volt's team because they played pretty well in my opinion, but you could see the effort being output by Volt, just trying to get anything going. And even at that last game, basically all they had were saves. And so you could see the effort coming through, but it wasn't having the results that they wanted on the pitch. So unfortunately, they will lose out on this series, and I believe that means they're out of the competition. But Golfing Sunday, I have great news for them, or maybe not so much if they really wanted to golf, which I know they did. And yeah, they win this series.
They still might have time to golf. Now, a reminder about what's coming up tomorrow. We will see 4 quarterfinals to start the day, and then the losers from those matches are not actually out yet. They have an opportunity to win the 5th place prize pool, so that'll be an interesting thing to at least make the day a little bit spicier. And then, of course, we'll go into the semis, rounding out with the grand finals, winning $1,500 for first place. Such an impressive prize pool, and we have no one other to thank than our sponsors for that prize pool. I'm going to read off a few of our sponsors now. We are so appreciative of them and the donations they have provided. We have Amherst Communication, Edgewood University, Baldwin Lightstream, Mosaic, TDS, KGP, Nokia, Calix, Citizens Connected, Edge Consulting Engineers, Arista, Norvada, Serenity, Wind Technology, Marquette Adams, Lynx Networks, Goldfield Telecom, TJader and Highstrom, TCC, Adtran, Cornerstone Group, and ITCI, and finally Power and Tel. We are so incredibly thankful for those sponsors, and I'm so incredible for all of the staff here that makes this possible. We've had great production, we've had great TOs, so I'm very thankful for this. And personally, thank you, Rob, for making this happen. I love being here.
Yeah, live events are always great. We always have some issues to fix, but you know what? As long as you have the right people around you, you can fix whatever problem comes your way. But that will be the end of our stream for tonight. We will catch you again at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. We will have some more games for you, and we'll see you then on Championship Sunday.
This is the final game of the night. Rube Time versus Bad. This is Danielle casting with Jack. They are hitting the ball all over the field right now.
Hello.
No shots scored yet.
And Rob with a nice flip reset.
It's been a long day for these players, but they are putting up a fight, and it's great to see it.
Shout out to the viewers at home. We appreciate all the support we get.
Oh, look at that shot. Not a lot of boost happening right now. The ball is low to the ground.
Could really use a goal here.
Jack, what would you be doing if you were playing right now?
They're keeping up rotations pretty well and passing the ball nicely.
That was a great spin by the red car. Pink car is driving off the ceiling. Oh, and now the ball has changed hands.
It's hard to get past the defensive line for both teams right now. Both teams at a stalemate.
It's really apparent that they are exhausted from a long day of Rocket League, but they're still putting in an effort. No points scored yet, though, and only 2.5 minutes left. Red car
Off the
wall.
crossbar.
Who are you rooting for, Jack?
Well, Rube Time might be the favorite, but Bad is an underdog that's looking to win and pull off an upset.
Yeah, Bat is certainly an underdog, so I would say I'm rooting for them, but happy for whoever wins tonight.
About 1:30 left and the score is still 0-0, but still a thrilling game nonetheless.
Truly a thrill. Let's see if anybody gets a point before the game is over. Who's it gonna be? Who do you think, Jack? Who would score the first point?
Well, Bad is putting together some pretty good offensive plays, but Rube Time's defense is staying strong. Maybe they can find a counter and find a way to get the ball in the net.
Yeah, although I am rooting for Team Bad, I would like to see a point scored by Rob from CSA.
Any team.
Just one. They are still moving that ball around the field.
We're almost down to the final 10 seconds now.
Come on, Hoop Cub. Let's get a score.
And we got a goal by Rube Time!
Only 7 seconds remaining. What a shot. All right.
And
Rube Time just needs to
7-5.
play defense to win this game. 2 seconds left. Game
Ball's
over.
gotta stay in the air. Oh. What a thriller, game one.
In between games, we see the players talking to each other about some strategy heading into the second game. I was surprised to see Rob sitting on the side for these games. Typically, he sits in between his teammates, so looks like they're going for a different arrangement this time.
And we've got game two kicking off.
Off to a strong start. all the cars near the ball. Let's see where
Whitlock
they take
taking
it.
the ball up the side.
Upside down car.
There's demolitions all over the place. And they are lawn mowing right now, as we got word.
Just some burger gameplay happening over here, but excited for some points to be scored pretty soon. Still got 3 minutes, 45 seconds left, so lots of opportunities to score some points.
It's really been a defensive battle so far between these two teams. And we got a goal by Whitlock. He is bringing the boom to this Rocket League
Sometimes all you
tournament.
need is 1 point and a bunch of defense. As Rob says, you can't lose if you don't get scored on.
A minute 30 in, and they have reached the score of what the game was the previous game.
Yeah, let's see. Do you think we'll have another 1-0 game, Jack?
Well, Danielle, I'm hoping we can get some more goals, some more action, but the defense is really something to appreciate.
I don't mind a mowed lawn, you know? There are worse things.
They're doing a great job mowing the lawn right now.
Bob the Huge Man has been doing lots of flips this game.
Dark Frost has been showing off his offense with 3 shots so far.
I must admit, I have
demo
never
from
played a
Rob.
full game of Rocket League, but I have watched some.
Oh, and we
there's
got a
score.
goal.
Another goal from Rube time.
Rube time goes up 2-0 with 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining.
The team named Bad may have been a self-fulfilling prophecy tonight, but there is still hope for everyone. Still got 2 minutes left and more games in this series.
Yes, Rube time is looking to go undefeated on the day. Carrying some good momentum into tomorrow before the big tournaments.
You can tell that Rob is very relaxed. He has his ankles crossed, unlike many of the other players who have their feet flat on the ground. But I think that's helping them tonight.
And with the score 3-0 here, Bad is going to have to put together some offense pretty quickly. Shout out to my girlfriend Taylor in the back.
Best
She's
girlfriend
been
ever.
doing a great job supporting the teams.
Everybody seems very calm up there. We'll see how that unfolds in the last minute of this game.
And And another goal for Rube Time in front of the sold-out crowd.
I see we have some new viewers in person at the LAN. If this is your first time watching CSA, please note we are not the usual casters. This is our first time casting. But if you do play Rocket League, join the Discord. PlayCSA.com is the website that will lead you to all of those links.
Very professional, Danielle.
"15 seconds left. It is looking like Rube Time is going to win a second game, and then they'll only need one more to win the whole series.
Yes, Bad will have to regroup after this and figure out a new game plan if they want to come back. And that is the end of game 2. Rube Time takes the 2-0 lead in the series.
Remember, go to playcsa.com to become part of this amazing community. You too could be on the big screen one day. A fun fact about Rob from CSA. He started playing with his dad when Rob was a teenager when Rocket League first came out. And his grandma loves to watch all of his streamed matches.
It really is just a treat to watch him play.
It's always a treat to watch him play. And all of the players tonight, they have really put on a great show for us, and we are so lucky to have them here. All right, this is the series winner determining game coming up here, because it is best of 5. So first team to win 3 games takes it all. We can see it's nighttime in this Rocket League world. There is a moon outside of the field. And it's nighttime here too in the Wisconsin Dells at Chula Vista Resort.
It is, it's late, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We're trying to show who really has what it takes to win.
Alpha Ray taking control of that ball, but looks like ran out of boost.
A minute into game 3, and we are still waiting on Bad to have their first goal of the series.
I have hope. I think Bad will get at least 1 goal this game. It is worth noting that Bad's team changed last minute because one of their players dropped out yesterday, so Ping stepped in and has been putting up a fight even with the team that he is unfamiliar with.
That is some great inside information you can only get here from Danielle and Jack.
Rob from CSA takes that ball, and it's back to Hoop Cup.
Hoop Cub with a great clear. And we have a shot on goal, and it's blocked.
Blocked. If you didn't know, Rube Time is a combination of the gamers' tags. Whitlock, Rob, and Hoop Cub make Rube Time. I assume that Bad are the initials of the other players, but I haven't thought about it that much yet.
That'd be pretty cool if it worked like
It
that.
looks like it is. It looks like it is. We have Bob the Huge Man for the B. A is
Alpha Ray. We got
Alpha
Ray
Ray
with
and
an A.
Dark Frost
D is
RL.
Dark Frost,
There we go. Got some combo team names happening
some
here.
very creative names.
Still no scores and less than 2 minutes remaining.
And Bad better put something together quick, or they will be going home tonight.
If we run out of time and
it's
there are
blocked.
no scores, we will go into overtime. That's how it works in Rocket League for anybody who's new. And then the first team to score a point wins the game.
Oh, and Alpha Ray with a great pass to Bob.
That is the first score of the game by Bad of the
It's deflected.
series.
And Bad takes their first lead of the series. Let's see if they can hold on to it here, Danielle.
Given their track record in the previous games, I'm not so confident, but I also wouldn't be totally surprised. Looks like they're getting their act together and really putting in a good effort.
Oh yeah, great effort going on here, but it looks like both teams have been having trouble scoring, so 1-0 might be enough to hold on to this win.
I wonder if they're just exhausted from a long day of playing Rocket League. Not a lot happening here.
Yes, these teams are going to make sure they get a great night of sleep and refuel for tomorrow.
Word on the street is there is pizza for them and half of a steak burrito for whoever wants. I ate the first half. Oh, is that? Oh, Alpha Ray almost shot it, but did not in the last moment. 5 seconds left, and Bad wins this game. Rob will not let that happen. Oh, he did.
And a great game from Bad, making this a series, down 2-1 now. They need a clean sweep to win the whole thing.
This next game could still be the last of the series if Rube Time wins. Jack, what's your experience with playing Rocket League?
Well, back in the day when Rob was grinding Rocket League, I would play with him sometimes, and it was tough to try to compete with him. He was very good and a very skilled player.
Circa 2017, maybe?
Yes, this was around 6 years ago, and Rob is still playing Rocket League at a high level to this day.
For those who don't know, this tournament is a way to connect Wisconsin high school players with collegiate players. So for instance, Hoop Cub is a high school player.
And we're 30 seconds into game 4. Rube's team needs 1 win to close this out, and Bad needs 2 wins in a row, and we have a goal from Rob.
1 point to Rube Time, starting off strong.
It looks like Rob is out of Pokemon cards as he is no longer opening them when he scores a goal.
The Pokemon is within him, I believe.
And we have another goal from Rob, CSA.
If you're watching at home and can't hear them, they are getting pretty excited. Rob is, in fact, a chopped unk, but he's still got it. 27 years old.
Rob is, in fact, one of the older players in this tournament, so he should have some more experience.
Major unk. Fun fact, Rob was born in the 1900s. Can you believe that? And he still plays Rocket League.
Wow, that sure is impressive.
backstory about this event. When Rob was about 13 years old, he was a competitive baseball player, but he broke his hip and was no longer able to play as competitively. But Rocket League came out right around that time, and he was able to focus his athletic efforts into an esport. And he did not have the opportunity to be recruited to play Rocket League by colleges because that infrastructure was not in place. So this tournament is going to be really helpful for competitive high school players in taking their passion for Rocket League to the next level.
That's the thing about competitors, Danielle. They're going to find a way to compete. And what better way than Rocket League? And we have another goal by Whitlock, making it 3-0. It's going to be tough for Bad to come back. They're going to have to put something together offensively to have a chance.
I'm guessing Rube Time is going to put up some strong defense for the rest of this game since they are ahead 3-0. You can see them in the goal there. Oh,
not
but it
so
did not
strong
work.
of defense right there, Danielle.
A failed attempt.
Couple more of those. And Bad's going to be right back in it.
But they are still ahead by 2, so they'll get another try at the defense.
Oh. And Hoop Cub gets a goal, making the score 4-1. I've won. It keeps getting worse for Bad, but maybe they can put something together. They would need a miracle to come back from this.
Something about LANs that's different from playing online tournaments is that you can use tactics to distract your opponents in person that you couldn't do online. Like you can yell loud enough that they can hear you through their headphones, or you can make big motions with your arms to distract them.
That is great advice, Danielle, yes. It is also tough with the live audience. Some people can't perform under the pressure of a live audience.
That's very true. I have seen people need barf buckets during the LAN games due to nerves. Another goal. 6-1, that's crazy. I think we know who's gonna take home the trophy tonight.
6-1, Bad has put up a valiant effort by winning the last game, but
there is a whole nother round of Rocket League series tomorrow, starting in the morning, going all day long.
This is turning into a slaughter.
Seconds left. I think we all know who's going to win, but it has been a pleasure watching these two teams play Rocket League tonight.
Yes, Danielle, these teams left it all out there on the pitch.
They mowed some lawns, that's for sure. And then some. Eight points for Rube time.
Whitlock with a goal with 4 seconds left just to rub it in.
You know when you see that rubber ducky, that Rube time, got another point by Whitlock.
And Rube time is your official winner. And that concludes the Fiber Frenzy Day 1 tournament, Danielle.
Looking forward to seeing you, Jack, and the rest of our viewers and players tomorrow morning for another set of series.
Yes, we will be back broadcasting tomorrow morning.
Not us specifically, but CSA. Can't wait to see you. Everybody have a great night. Signing off from the Wisconsin Dells. See you later.
Looks like we're going to be getting back into the action a little bit faster. Day 2 of the WSTA Fiber Frenzy LAN. Thanks to Lord Oscar. Getting into things here, we're going to be doing things a little differently. We'll actually be running 1 quarters off, 1 quarters on. Quarters have shifted to the best of 5. With that being said, we will run off quarters and we'll see if I can get grand finals. We'll go from there. Those people are tuning in. Minute has already been played. Pretty interesting time here. Uday behind the ball. Great back pass by Golfing Sunday to take control of possession. WCO trying to play for patience. Can't quite get the touch here. It's going to be outletted back out center. A quick dive by Sneaky and Tibbles. You excited for some potential grand final action today?
Oh, for sure. I'm always excited for grand final action, but I'm most excited to see who will get there. But for this match, though, starting off day 2 or Championship Sunday, as you might like to call it, Hude with a shot coming off just off target. Same spot again. Double trouble. Hude turn around on the corner, no boost. Swish coming through, trying to keep possession. Up in there, Sneaky up in the corner again. Golfing Sunday defense struggling again with no boost, similar to what happened yesterday, but at least no score just yet.
Quick dive by Uday. That's going to be outletted back here. Rotating swish, looking for an outlet up. Uday's going to rotate back, though. Now looking for team play. Very different from what we saw yesterday early on. Uday's team was very much looking for that extra pass, that extra touch. Pop up high off backboard. Pass to sit a little bit too far back here. TBCO has control. A team bump, though, keeps that out of Swishful Thinking's net. Golfing Sunday, Tibbles, I heard you have some additional information about that team.
Yeah, Golfing Sunday didn't quite expect to make it today. I believed in them, of course, the whole time, and they did win their 3rd match of their group stage yesterday, so that secured their ticket into the quarterfinals today on Championship Sunday into a best of 5. So really, if they can progress even further in the tournament than they thought, that's great news for them, and so far, good news, or at least no news, is good news for this game so far. Juxto up for that one. We saw a hot streak from him yesterday, but a miss.
Well, and especially making it to day 2, there's only 8 teams, and I believe 5 are going to walk with some level of financial funding here. First place coming away with $1,500. So every single game truly matters today as we get into some really heated action. Wow, a minute 43 left on the clock, and nobody has even so much as sniffed the net. Quick elevation by Switch, trying to get over. A bump by Carl, gets that off the ball. It's going to go out center, a pass off backboard yet again, maybe a potential dive. Ooh, Sneaky with low beams has to turn back into the action, trying to dodge the bump. A good chance by Swish. Fake contact, no. Carl's going to split with the 50 back to the corner, and Tibbles. It is just non-stop pressure.
Non-stop pressure. Hude again for the follow-up. Golfing Sunday doing everything they can to get it away from their goal. Looking in for it off the post as well. It's saved away. Has some time now. Sneaky, big pinch out. It's a little awkward for Hude. Too close to that Golfing goal. Back for Swish again. Put it back in the mixer. To the corner once again. These corner reads and clears have been great from Golfing. Trying to get through for Juxo. Get anything going. I haven't seen Golfing really on that offensive side too often, and a great clear from Taco.
Great pass down center, looking for a shot. It's going to be cut out by Hude. Slapped over the sidewall. Oh, unfortunate touch here is going to allow Dolphins to take control. It's going to be off backboard. So, elevates, splits the 50 off sidewall, going back center. Nobody able to support from Golfing. They've played 90% of this game for sure in the back third, and they have not had the ability to establish a second game.
But that's really where they thrived yesterday. I mean, there were a couple games where they really had to grind it through, keep it to 0-0, and then score either at the end of regulation time or in overtime. And overtime is looking like where this game one will go, unless Swish can have something happen here. Carl to the corner. Maybe a clear out, 0 seconds on the clock, and OT for our first game of the day.
You like Rocket League, OT is always where we want to see it. Do or die. First goal is going to take the dub here. Hude, right possession. Gets the 50 split out. It's going to be off backboard. Looking for pass center. It's cut out, though. TVCO unable to make the diving touch.
Retreating back for Golfing in the midfield. Just too awkward to get to that ball. Swish no boost, but carrying the 50s through. Up for Hude. Getting it past him. Juxo, again, was kind of the star of the team yesterday. The team were enabling that offense. That will just go off the corner to the middle, and he crashed the net there. Swish will get it to the side. Back to receive it for Juxo. No second touch for him, and a clear out again.
Quick elevation by Carl. It's going to be pushed through by Hude. Hude can't make the second touch off the sidewall. Swish back in. Splits the 50, pops up high. Sneaky's trying to buy some time, putting it over to the sidewall yet again. A split 50, it's down the middle, no defender available. Golfing Sunday will take the opening goal. They may have not thought they were going to be playing Sunday, but they seem to be playing well.
And even before the day started today, I thought, you know what, Juxo is on the team. I talked about him, but Carl as well is a really good player. Got that 50 to the pass for the middle, and Juxo puts it away. And yeah, like I said, this is kind of characteristic of what we saw from them yesterday, where they did have to grind through some games, really get into the nitty-gritty of Rocket League and make sure that they had and get whatever goal they can, and that's what they did here.
Ooh. Well, we will quickly roll right into game two. Today's pace of play will be, I don't want to say nigh instant, but it has to be pretty on point. We're going to roll through the matches as quickly as humanly possible to make sure we get as much sooner as possible. With that being said, though, going into game two here, do you foresee any necessary changes from Golfing Sunday to secure another win?
I think for them, it's got to be the passing. I'm looking for these passing plays between them because, you know, maybe they're not the most confident. Juxo has some mechanics, but, you know, isn't a mechanical monster like Mogi or some of the other players that we've seen so far in the tournament. And so for them, I think the team chemistry will really carry them through if they can get it.
For sure, for sure. And we definitely need to see, if we want to see Hude winning a match, they're going to have to go back to what they did yesterday that worked really well. They're going to have to go back to going for that extra touch, looking for one more pass. They seem to have tried to force a lot of plays in game one. And in reality, you got to let it develop. You got to let it come through, take an extra touch and pass the last line of defense, and then hopefully you might be able to score a goal. Switch, off backboard. No, Juxo is going to cut that out pretty quickly. Incredible composition by Switch to take control, has another touch, looking back left, but it's going to be
Follow up from Sneaky. Off the ceiling now, Hude with control. Will come out for Juxo, 0 boost, tries to get it downfield. A double commit there for Golfing. Now back the other way on the midfield, but Carl, smart positioning. Up for that one again is Swish. A little bit of a toss the ball and collect it for these teams so far in game two. Hude going missing. Juxo downfield, maybe a shot on target, but it's cleared away.
Oh, dangerous spot. Sneaky having to make another diving save. XL looking for pass out center, trying to get the no-look bump. The secondary touch here. There's an open shot. If they can get that deep cleared, looking for a pass back center. No, it's cut out. They could not make a touch. I really thought the quick outlet redirect was going to pay off.
Hude up now. I'd like to see some mechanics come out from these teams. Set yourself apart from the other players in the lobby. Carl can't turn around on that one. Juxa going missing as well. We'll just cede possession back to Hude here with full boost nonetheless. Carl downfield again getting blocked, and that could be Golfing's problem right here, is that every time they advance down the field, they get blocked away.
So, on top, Hude's got available opportunity. The outlet for Swish. Swish looking for that goal. Slots it perfectly bottom right. Insane shot.
Yeah, awesome shot from Swish there. What a pass from Hude as well to find that player on the other side of the field. And this is more what I expected. I mean, Golfing can keep it to 0-0, but when Swish wants to make those passing plays happen, they will. That's what we just saw there. Hude now coming off the backboard, looking for that aerial play. We'll continue it as Swish in the corner, full boost in formation as well. Hude to the middle for the third. Sneaky is there. It's off. It's off. Oh, both posts and somehow out for the counterattack for Juxo.
Quick elevation. It's going to be off backboard. Potential shot in. No, it's cut out. This is the opportunity for Swish to put another goal on target, and there it is. Hude's team taking a 2-goal lead. Looking far more like yesterday than we saw earlier.
Oh, and that was a full overcommit by Golfing. Just wanted to capitalize on that chance and tie up the game. And unfortunately, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but that impatience can come back to bite you. If you're 1 goal down and you have plenty of time, just don't force it. Wait for that opportunity to crop up. Taco trying to make an opportunity for themselves now. Juxo 50/1. Still in the corner, going missing for the defender there. Does get it out. Finally, though, still trying to press and back in the mid.
Touch here. Carl trying to take control of the sidewall. It's going to go right back to Hude, who puts him to the Sneaky puts him to the corner. Swish elevates, has control, off backboard, look at center, but can't quite redirect here. This is far more, I guess, what I expected Devils out of this game. I expected Hude and company to really just dominate possession.
Yeah, really has been so far, at least. And I think what's interesting, oh, that's another shot. That's even more interesting. That's a 3rd goal now for Swishful Thinking, and Golfing really needs some answers at this point.
Incredible angle, Sneaky diving in. We'll see, though, with 2:14 left to be played, what Golfing Sunday can do to turn around momentum. At a minimum, if they can get a goal or two here, going to come back in the game, they might be able to get some momentum into game 3 with dive, running contact. Sneaky, quick outlet, a little bit of a chip shot. Not really threatening, but enough to make the defender move. Sneaky, double taps, it's going to push Swish out of position, and unfortunately they will not be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and yesterday in Golfing series in game 1, they actually won 5-0 in their last series against Volt Destroyer's team. And that was to make it for today. Of course, that game 2, they lost 1-0, so they can have momentum, they can use it. But can they regain it when they have a pretty big loss on this one, at least so far? 90 seconds left, a 3-0 lead now for Swishful Thinking. To the middle for Taco. Back for Carl, just sends it high and long. Swish to the corner, and at least for now, Swishful Thinking looks like their defense is set.
So, unable to get the flip reset. Hude is going to cut that out pretty quickly. Carl turning back in, tries to get control. Hude with no beams, wants to just keep that out of their own half. Shot, a dive, a save, incredible play to keep that out of their own danger zone. And Tibbles, this could be,
well, it could have been. It wasn't. A triple commit out from Swishful Thinking. Just trying to get 1 on the board for Golfing, and that's probably the closest they've looked in a minute or 2 here. And again, it was Juxo to try and make that opportunity. They might have another one here. That's not a good pass from Hude. It does get tipped to the side, but Swishful Thinking, count your lucky stars.
Behind with no beans, tries to get up to it. Golfing Sunday just trying to keep applying pressure. They have been able to camp out rent-free up in the front third. Quick dive by Juxo, tries to take possession off sidewall, can't get back to it. Hude's going to pass back down in center. Not viable, but Hude ends up maintaining possession for Swishful Thinking.
All the way downfield now. Hude to collect. It'll be his teammate instead. All the way downfield again. And as this game draws to an end, 5 seconds left, it's not going to be realistic for Golfing to come back here in game 2. So the series will be tied up. Maybe one for the road. a tied up series for golfing. I mean, they won that last series yesterday 3-1, and so I don't want to see what happens for them if Swishful Thinking is able to take game 3, because that's such a pivotal moment, especially when you're just starting your day and you want to progress.
And I really did think with one goal there at the back end, they could have generated some momentum going to game 3, but unfortunately, they're just going to have to kind of workshop it now, try to talk it over about what could have been, what could have worked, and what could change. But my goodness, talk about Swishful Thinking making the adaptation between games 1 and 2 to really just shift how that game is played.
Yeah, definitely. And I think them figuring out their offense is really what helped there, because they were shut down in game 1, and then Juxo's team was able to take that game, able to take that goal and the game in overtime. So, yeah, what a great series. We're going to keep it moving along with just a few-minute break. But next up, we will have Bryant's team and Spalty team playing. So that'll be a really good matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you. We are back live with some more Fiber Frenzy, hosted by WSTA, produced by WCSA. Tibbles, I am ready to get back into the action.
Yeah, definitely ready to get back into the action. And I did mislead the stream there. We're actually not moving on to the next match just yet. We did only play 2 games, and it's a 1-1 series. We don't want to skip that one.
No, not with so much money on the line. We definitely want to make sure we get everybody hammered out, figure exactly who's going to be making it to that grand final stage. So, without further ado, I believe they are hitting the field here.
Yeah, and for game 3, especially for Juxo's team, we're looking for an adjustment there. A 3-0 loss there in game 2 after just eking out a win in overtime in game 1. So their adjustment is what's important for this game 3.
Oh, for sure. And they effectively get an extended timeout. I mean, yes, one of them was working with technical issues, but for the most part, that gives them a chance to all step back, kind of team, workshop it out, figure everything out that they need. Are we all square? Or?
Sounds like we are switching out some equipment, very important equipment, things that the players play on. So we could take it to a small break as we figure that out. And thank you for your patience. Welcome back to Fiber Frenzy, of course, our first series of the day. Still 1-1 in the series. First game was a 1-0 win for Golfing Sunday there on the orange team. And game 2 was a 3-0 win for Swishful Thinking. They're on the blue team, but starting hot in game 3, Taco getting a goal.
Incredible way to come back from tech issues, utilize that time away, and just roll right back into the action. Golfing Sunday opening up goal number 1 here. 4:50, still a lot of time left to be played, but you definitely want to find yourself up 1 goal early on. Quick kickoff, incredible hard cheat. It's going to be off backboard. Swish has to make a very difficult play. Off backboard, takes possession, puts it back center, looking for a 50 split, and that's going to be outletted by Switch. Sneaky, trying to rotate back. A bit of an awkward spot here. Golfing Sunday, though, coming out with the kind of pressure we expected from game 1.
Yeah, really that response, knowing that they had to have more pressure on the ball in order to break through, because that's what they weren't able to do there in game 2. So back in their corner now, having to do some defense. Over for Swishy, I believe. Juxo to the corner. It's a nice bounce for Swish again. Off the wall, looking for the middle. Teammates just prowling that midfield area in front of the Golfing Sunday net. Again for Sneaky. They just have prime possession right now up to the ceiling. Could be a shot opportunity, but thanks for Golfing Sunday. Carl was in the right spot.
Carl, the aggressive push. Swish trying to outlet down to a teammate, but Juxo is able to stop the play, just keep it kind of killed to the sidewall. Carl pushing all the way down the pitch. Hude takes control out of the corner, looking for possession, up over 1, still with the ball, looking for a flip reset, pass 2, can't quite make contact. So instead, TVCO is going to have to rotate in. Dangerous spot here on the near post. Juxo just trying to buy some breathing room. A good outlet opportunity. Hude, though, can easily put that back into the corner.
Yeah, great defensive touch from Hude just to get it out of that danger zone. Juxo, full boost as well, just relentlessly attacking that ball. I think took their corner boost as well. Boost looking good for Golfing Sunday right now, taking that back to their corner to keep possession, start a play. Taco needs to get over 1, that challenge coming in, keeping it in that corner. Again, that could be high, up for Swish, but the defender gets there first. Up in the midfield, it's a 1v1, but straight to the defender.
Carl trying to get it 50 into the opposite net, or opposite corner, I should say, but unfortunately they weren't able to get there. Low beans, TVCO is just going to outlet all the way across, try to buy some time. They stay in the play with 0 beans, and it pays off. Hude has control, 50's up. TVCO's, or sorry, Juxta's already up, looking for a touch off the corner, might be looking for a double, is going to leave it for TVCO, who puts it off the backboard, but it's slapped and 50'd out of the way. Goodness gracious, a lot of pressure coming in from Golfing Sunday.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure. And something from yesterday is that they actually won their first series of the day. That's a good save from Wishful Thinking there. Follow up again, still in that blue corner. And Golfing Sunday, yeah, they won their first series yesterday. I think that's giving them the confidence to say, you know what, maybe we can do this. That's just a miss, it looked like, on the back line. Sneaky on the goal line to bail out his teammate.
I really thought with the way that was drifting in front of the net, that might have been punished, but nobody was able to push up. Golfing Sunday, though, already back on the attack. They've got on the Swishful Thinking's back third. Hude trying to get a bit of an outlet. Able to stuff through Jexo. Dangerous spot here, though, is this going to be pushed up for Swish. Swish looking for a double touch off backboard. No, that was just a direct shot, but it's going to be swatted away. Golfing Sunday easily keeping a lot of Swishful Thinking shots out of the net.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much creativity from Swishful Thinking there. As the Swish gets a double touch, but doesn't really go anywhere. That's just a long clear downfield, looking for the 50th Juxo. Taco sends it high. Up for the third man, crashing in from the air. Carl still in that corner. Keeps it in that corner as well. Golfing Sunday, if they can just put something together across the backboard, looking for that bump. The defender went flying, but no one was there to finish.
That is so unfortunate. The quick extension, the bump opened up so much room. I mean, that was its own zip code at that point, and they just weren't able to follow. The second man playing a little bit too far back. Instead, though, finally we get a push-up pitch here. Hude leaving for a light touch for Swish. Swish looking for a double off the backboard, back down center, but it's going to be cut out quickly. A bit of a goof. An outlet here. Carl trying to get a pop-up that's going to be off backboard. Anybody able to follow? Can't. Swish going to put it back into the corner.
Again, forcing out a defensive save from Swishful Thinking there. Taco coming down on that one pretty hard, but again, cleared the other way. Back for Hude. Shot on the target, saved away by Carl. Taco has some time here and plenty of boost, but Swish pressing the issue again for Swishful Thinking, approaching 30 seconds. And that's kind of where the time goes. All right, we are 1-0 down, but you know, wait for your opportunity, but you need to force it if need be. That might be what they have to do here. Start from square one in their own half. 20 seconds left now. Sneaky up with one, will leave it, gets the bump in mid-air. Taco still gets a touch. Hude to take a shot. It's there, and he can't get it, and a tying goal with 14 seconds left.
If there's ever a time to get an equalizer, it's literally right now. 14 seconds left to be played. You don't want to go down 2-1 in a best of 5. I mean, the amount of pressure you're going to have, knowing that it's do or die. You lose here, you're out of the series, you're out of the entire bracket, and that $1,500 prize pool is completely out of your reach. Carl, though, gets a very favorable push. They're going to stay on the play here, looking for a direct shot on a potential bump opportunity. Doesn't even need it. He gets the slot. Carl might have just put in the dagger.
Yeah, what a great response. And I was just thinking in my mind as well as this play was developing that, you know what, maybe it's a good thing that Swishful Thinking scored at the last second, because it's forcing Golfing Sunday to go, we're going to have to fight for every single game, every single play, every single goal. And to get one back like that, it must be so crushing for Swishful Thinking. They have one more opportunity. 0 seconds on the clock. The pass over. It's there for Hude off the corner, but is anybody there to get it? No third man. And Golfing Sunday with that Game 3 win.
This is an incredible opportunity for Golfing Sunday, a team that, like we already talked about, said that they might not necessarily be able to play on Sunday. They named their team for it, and now they find themselves potentially moving up to semis. I can't remember what the minimum would have been for outlet for fourth place for the prize pool, but I do know with $1,500 for first team, I think it's $1,000 for second place.
I believe so.
That is a lot of money to find yourself right on the cusp of.
Yeah, it is a lot of money. I mean, this is serious business. These players are here to play. They're doing their best, and we, of course, want to accommodate in every way possible. So we have had some tech issues, but that's just to make sure that the players have the best experience that they can. And, of course, we want everyone to walk away feeling like they had a fair shot at that $1,500 first-place prize pool. But we'll head into Game 4 again with Golfing Sunday on match point.
Difficult spot here. Looking for that bump, the aggressive play early on, but Hude is able to dodge. Tries to take a bit of a silly pinch. It's cut out pretty quickly, though. JXCO, no beans, going to stay with the play, puts a shot on, just applying a little bit more pressure here. Off ceiling, Sneaky, Jexo dives back in, looking for a pass off sidewall to keep this play alive for his team, and he might have just gotten it.
Ooh, and a last-second save by Sneaky there, just coming across at the perfect time, and it looked like it was going in too. Golfing Sunday now onto their own backboard. Taco 0 boost. It's so scary to be having 0 boost in a position like that, but they do all right on that one. Back for Taco. Carl will have to collect in the corner, goes past him, still in front, gets a great 50 downfield. Can they follow it? Streaking up in the air, looking for the pass. The follow-up is there, but the defender beats them.
That was an incredible read by Sneaky, knowing the pass was going to drop back down center, looking for just that one extra touch. A great read. Unfortunate push here. Second man, though, I don't even know how you can punish that. You realistically are playing incredible competition. We have a lot of players in the SSL GC3 range. You almost never would expect that to just drift in front of the net in such a free spot.
Yeah, it is really interesting to watch pro play because it's honestly not that bad if you miss, depending on the situation, because the other pro players expect you to hit the ball, and so they're not going to be going for that play in case you miss. But yeah, they get away with that one a little bit there. I've noticed some whiffs on Swishful Thinking's part, and that could be something for them to check out because Golfing Sunday has taken advantage of some of them. Juxo back in the midfield. We'll just leave it for Hude. Big carry across the field. A miss from that player as well, and still in the mid.
Great opportunity, shot on. It's going to be cleared away, though. Sneaky with an incredible outlet, buys a lot of time. An insane dive, though, by Swish. He's going to immediately apply pressure to Golfing Sunday. Push up here by Hude. A double commit. Carl is going to have to stay up in the air to split that 50 just to prevent his own team from being scored on. WCO pressing pace, looking for a pass back center, splits the 50. It dies in the corner, and Swish is going to be able to leave that for Sneaky.
Yeah, Sneaky with the carry out, looking for the team play. You could see the ball up in the aerial formation. Swish up for this one. Looking for over Carl. He just can't get there. An awkward movement from them. And Swishful Thinking getting one on the board.
Well, and we talked about it yesterday with Swish, is that they're that level of net. You know, we saw it with Bull Vibe, we saw it with a few other players in the tournament. Swish is that player where if you give them just a little bit too much time, they're going to go up and over your defenses, and you have to commit at least one hand up immediately to block that away. Same problem here, looking for a double tap down. Oh my goodness, Swish almost got a clip right off the rip here on the reset.
Back for Sneaky in their own corner, looking to keep this lead or even extend it. I mean, the lead that they did have there in game 2, they successfully extended it. Didn't want to just sit on one goal. Looking for that drop down, the carry down, but the Goliath in the goal was able to get it away.
Insane outlet by JXEO. Looking for the follow, though, with no beans. Can't quite beat Switch to the ball, so instead Carl's Nuts is going to take control here. No boost in the tank. Uday looking for a redirect opportunity outlet. It's going to be wide, but that is very dangerous and pretty well placed. JXEO pops number 1. Swatted away immediately. Golfing Sunday trying to find some footing, get some outlet here, but they can't quite make the room, so instead this is going to be dropped right back down.
And for Swishful Thinking, really where they're thriving right now is this extended pressure that they like to put on, but that's now gone away. Carl getting a 50 to the mid. Juxo fast on the case, and that's part of their success as well, is the speed of Juxo looking for that pass, a shot instead. It could be a rebound, but it's away.
Quick push by T. Gets 1, gets 2. It's going to be swatted away. Carl kind of backing up to let Jexo go for the touch here. Pushed over by Sneaky. Sneaky trying to follow with no beans. At least gets the bump on 1. Allows Swishful Thinking to push up forward.
And up for Taco as well. Keeping in that Golfing Sunday corner. Approaching 1 minute now, and I said earlier in the series, 30 seconds is kind of where you go, all right, let's push people forward. We're not to that stage yet. We might be soon. That could have been a second goal. A big clear coming through. Juxo to follow up. Sneaky has to make a save. Swish will instead. And Wishful Thinking, at least for right now, have the goal locked down.
Such a dangerous spot, too. You saw all 3 players from Golfing Sunday up in front third. A lot of committal for the offense, but they know they need the goal here. A goal could put them into OT, and an OT is exactly where they want to be with the amount of momentum they're carrying. Huge outlet for Sneaky, though, putting it up into the corner. Jexo's control. Flicks over 1. Might be getting a touch here for a second. It's up off the backboard. Nobody able to follow, so instead this is going to go lifelessly into the corner again.
And a hint of an overcommit just there for Golfing Sunday there. 15 seconds left, not even They will have to clear it and get one on the board to take it to OT, or they will go down here in game 4. Just keeping it in that half is so effective for Swishful Thinking right now. Just getting the 50, getting the dunk, maybe getting the goal. It's not quite there, but 0 seconds. They have to cross the entire world. Taco just to pop that one up, straight down and out, and we head to game 5.
Smart thinking by Swishful Thinking. Doesn't want to let that develop. Doesn't want to let the play at all. Taco slapping it straight down. I mean, smart play. Smart play all around.
Yeah, really smart play. And heading into game 5, it's just an interesting turn of events because game 2, when they were able to take the win for Swishful Thinking, it was a 3-0 lead. Game 4, not even close. It was very neck and neck for the majority of that game. Gets 1 goal. And so game 5, I mean, it's going to take every effort that Juxo and company have, but I believe they can do it. I believe either team can do it at this point.
Well, and the wild thing as well, as we saw there with our stats, is that we saw that Swishful Thinking had to make 7 saves. Traditionally in Rocket League, if you have to make 7 saves, you're not necessarily dominating, but I felt like the amount of pressure they applied for the first 3 quarters of the game were just absurd. They had possession, they had control, they had the team plays rolling, and we'll see if they can play that level of Rocket League going into the next match.
Well, we'll get game 5 started for you here. Hude not quite getting that touch. This is really where it all comes down to. That semi-final spot depends on this next 5 minutes right here. Juxo back from the backboard, Taco to receive, but just gives it away to Swishy, who has control in the air, looking to drop it down off the reset to save away. The offender not following up either, and Carl has a clear.
So that's us here in Taco. Taco has collected the ball. Great flick to get past one. Dangerous spot though. Jexo's going to go up for the 50. Splits off sidewall. Swish is already up. Insanely quick aerial to apply defensive pressure.
Really quick aerial. Taco just to dish that one out away from the goal, sent straight to the ceiling. These are dangerous because if you don't get the read, the attackers will. They do, thankfully for them. Now bouncing off the sidewall. Big clear opportunity. Opts to control it instead. Pop it up for a teammate with actual boost across the field now. Sneaky on the case. Wishful Thinking have just had that player in the mid ready to take the ball when they need to. And that means when the space opens up, they will be ready to score.
Incredible outlet. Swish looking for the bounce off the backboard. Gets the touch. Stays in the play. Opportunity abound for a double. That's going to be swatted away. Golfing Sunday committing 2 there off the backboard. Taco plays for the read, plays for patience, doesn't make contact, so Fude's got possession, pops it past one, tries to get control, can't quite get it as they get bumped by their own teammates. Instead, Carl's going to be able to apply pressure, shot on opportunity, but Fude swats it away at the midfield.
Juxo powering through that one. Golfing Sunday doing whatever they can in the midfield to get a shot off. That's just a pot shot. Fude is just there waiting for that one. That's a better one for top left for Juxo. Again in the corner, Carl coming down. Taco there to meet it. Juxo went there instead. Maybe a miscommunication, and they walk away with nothing.
They maintain possession here. Carl trying to get a waterfall straight down. Can't quite get us cut out. Juxo fakes it. Taco kind of rotating back in an awkward spot here. Able to make the read. The double tap almost put it back in, but they were able to get it up, elevated over the net. Juxo putting it over to Taco. Taco has control, pops it over one, looking for Carl. Carl might be able to redirect this back down, but Sneaky elevated quickly and swatted that away.
Squish with an opportunity, but the hustle from the defenders on Golfing Sunday to get back and get a challenge in. Juxo from the skies, drop down, a double commit forced out. The third will take it. Swish a 1v1. Wins the 50 in the mid. Fude to follow up. Actually, both players just go missing on that one. It's a missing party. A shot for Juxo. Again to the other corner, but saved away.
Juxo elevates. Can't quite make the touch here. Difficult spot here. Taco having to just take whatever touch they can. It's a bit of a pinch off the sidewall, but it's not able to clear the defenses that are Swishful Thinking. Incredible control. Carl tried to get underneath it and then just elevated over the defender. But Swishful Thinking's defense has been absolutely airtight.
Absolutely, and close for Juxo. I feel for that situation there. You don't want to hit the ball in own goal, but at the same time, it might not matter because if you don't make the touch, the attacker will be there. Swish was 1-0 for Swishful Thinking, but that's an extremely important goal here in Game 5.
With a minute 57 left to be played, Golfing Sunday is going to need a goal, and they're going to need it relatively soon. You don't want to let the pressure mount. You don't want to let it continue to build, especially knowing that this is Game 5. This is truly do or die for them here. Insane outlet, but Swish playing patience. It's all the way back. Bit down on Swish here. Looking for the bounce off backboard, can't quite get the follow. Juxo dropping it straight down. Hude, though, switchful thinking, taking control.
And I feel that Carl could be the catalyst here for Golfing Sunday. You expect it from Juxo or maybe even from Taco. Has the reset up in the midfield. That's an open net. Can they get back? They do. The demo, but it was necessary anyway. Up for Hude. 50 coming through. Golfing Sunday, you can see their gameplay speeding up. They know they have to get something on the board. Back in the corner. That could be it. A miss from Carl coming through. It's off the crossbar and down. It's just bouncing in front of the Golfing Sunday net. They all go missing. A disaster. And it's a second.
What an incredible clutch shot. Swish putting it right behind both defenders into a spot that just could not be reached. I mean, we might look back at this at the minute 03 mark, and that might be dagger. That might be the point where switchful thinking just kind of closes the door on this game 5. Splits off sidewall. Juxo, one off, going here. No bump on the last line of defender. That probably would have opened up something, but here they're going to be shut out.
Yeah, and Golfing Sunday has been so consistent on defense so far this tournament, but they have to make something happen now. 45 seconds with a 2-goal deficit, sent long, but again cut out. Juxo doesn't even get the opportunity to shoot. And for wishful thinking, that's exactly what you want. Cut it out before the play even starts to develop. Make sure you have something, but signs of life from Golfing Sunday, and they have that deficit.
I'm going to be honest, I'm casting the event, and I thought that was going to be a shot on from Juxo. No, it'd be, who was that right?
Taco
Carl?
scored. So
no, Taco scored. It was Carl's messes underneath. Incredible feign for the shot. You know what? It pays off. Maybe that little bit of the fakes, the feigns might help them out here, but whatever happens, they're going to have to get a hand up here. What a demo! Doesn't bar down, and instead, we're going to stay 2-1.
And, you know, we may look at that as a turning point, maybe not. 12 seconds left, though. They don't have that much time. Juxo trying to send long. It could be a fake. Back off the backboard, maybe an opportunity. Nobody's there. It's just off target, and that could have been the moment right there. 1 second, 0 seconds. That was it. This series was in their hands, but Game 5 goes to switchful thinking.
That was such a difficult spot. I mean, the opportunity was there. That would have easily been the clip of the probably clip of the tournament, to just buy yourself one more moment, one more second, go into overtime and hopefully make that change. But unfortunately, a little wide, and then yes, nobody was there able for the follow. So switchful thinking will continue on. They are guaranteed now some level of prize pool.
Yep, definitely, and that's a really great feeling as a player to win some money, you know, and you know, these aren't professional teams or anything, so it's always exciting for the players to come and play well and win some money and have some fun as well. So that was an awesome series. It's unfortunate for Golfing Sunday, but hey, more time to golf today.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we will go ahead and cut to intermission. We're going to quickly try to roll into our next series, and that should be, I believe, Mr. Tibbles and Mr. Power on the desk, so we will go from there. Welcome back to more Day 2 Fiber Frenzy action. We are going to be kicking it live for the second quarterfinals match that we're going to have on stream today. I am still Boss Radala. I've got Mr. Power 22 with me on the desk. It has been interesting to say the least. There's a lot of money still on the table, and a win here automatically guarantees these players some level of prize pool. So I am really excited. We already know who one of our qualifiers is going to be, but we're going to be getting, I believe, Saltwater Hawks on the blue side and then Sunyon Rings on the orange.
Yes, that is correct. And both of these teams, of course, had a great showing in the group stage. It's not too surprising that they are here at this moment. And I'm really interested to see Bryant and Mogi together. What can they do? They are by far the two best players here, in my opinion. And I think they just clear everyone else. But the question is, you know, I don't want to say it's a 2v3, because it's not. But at the end of the day, they are leagues ahead.
Spalti is, you know, going to be having to hold their own with Hawk and them in company. Sajobi getting an incredible dunk through the goalkeep. Great read, great play, and it's always good to get your first goal within the first 5 seconds. I mean, brother, that's a lot of pressure right off your shoulders, and you know that Hawks are going to be thinking about it going, okay, how do we regain? How do we, you know, try to mitigate that and move on?
Yeah, that was a great start for the Sunyon Rings. I'm sure they're happy with that one. Just an early kickoff goal, always a nice way to start a series. This is an opportunity, though. Mogi has to turn that one away. Spalti up quick on that one, but met to the ball by a Sunyon Ring defender. Now Hawk off the backboard, unable to follow himself. Has to leave for a teammate. Into the corner now, popping up. A shot out, maybe mid. Not quite good enough, however. Here's a chance for Hawk. Plays it toward the other side of the net, and no one is back in time. Mogi and Brian not able to get there before the ball rolls into that bottom corner.
Well, and especially with the fact that they had that missed offensive opportunity where Hydro gets a great outlet back center. Spalti not quite ready, doesn't elevate in time to be able to put that on target. I don't know if that's Kim or a trust issue, or maybe they're just kind of getting warmed up. There's a minimal warm-up time between getting these two teams. Hydro, great quick cheat. Unable, though, to put it on target. But no, I was going to say Hawk, same story we saw yesterday, able to will their team through multiple offensive opportunities and goals.
Here, trying to play it toward the sidewall is Sedge. Mogi challenged immediately on this one. Bryant opting for the boost instead of the ball. Hydro not having the boost to follow himself. Hawk is beat by a defender from Sunyon Rings on that ball. Now Hydro up, misses that one. Spalti has a touch toward the midfield. Who's there first? Hawk up toward the backboard, trying to follow himself. Hydro also there, looming as a second man, not able to get that shot through. However, this one kind of leaking out into the corner, buying the Sunyon Rings lots of time.
Power, where's the energy? This is Grand Finals Day. We get all of the best content here. Spalti gets up, incredible first touch, able to keep it light away from the opponent. Hawk, though, has to make the touch, gets a second, able to put it up sidewall here. Sajobi elevating, Hydro outletting back over to Hawk. Hawk, not a lot of beans, tries to keep the play alive for their team, but it's going to be cut out, and in turn, Sunyon Rings can apply some pressure here.
I'm just trying to keep my voice alive. Got a long day ahead of us. This one actually ends up leaking into that net. Sunyon Rings up again. This ball being played out mid from Bryant, and Mogi there on an accidental bump into redirect. Kind of some chaos there on the goal line.
Sunyon Rings taking that 2-1 lead with 3:14 left to be played here in game one. This is a best of 5 action, just to reiterate. All of our quarters were best of 5 today. Hydro, huge outlet putting all the way down the pitch. Bryant trying to keep this play alive, pushing it up forward. Great touch by Hydro to outlet to Hawk. Hawk has control, might get a second, gets it over 2, but the incredible back post push by the defender is going to keep that out of their net.
And the Sunyon Rings have been clinical on defense so far. They only let one in. Lots of game left to be played, though. About half of the time remains. Now Hydro in this corner. Really awkward ball. Has to just leave that for Spalti to come in. Both committing on offense here for the Spaltwater Hawks. Kind of an awkward ball, but Mogi on the transition, unable to play it around one. This ball pinching across the other side of the field. Who's there first? It is Hydro on the 50. Pinch out towards Spalti. Spalti just no boost. Has to bang that one away. Giving up possession toward Bryant. Bryant on the ball. It's a scary thing if you are Spaltwater Hawks. Does transition it into the midfield, but an early challenge lets that ball drop back toward the other side.
Spalti pushing up, letting the play develop a little bit longer. It's going to be pushed off the back bus by Hydro. Hydro, no, going to opt out. No beans coming off backboard. Waiting for Bryant's next light touch. A little bit double commit here. Hawk, though, had a more advantageous touch available. Hawk has the ball. Dangerous spot if you're Sunyon Rings. He's underneath. He has control. He's dropping it down for Spalti. No, that was Mogi keeping it out of position. Hydro, they forgot Mogi's playing this game. I am sleeping on one of the best players in the entire tournament.
Yeah, Mogi is mechanical menace on the ball, but the question is, does he actually get the time on that ball? Spaltwater Hawks have done a great job getting an early challenge on a lot of these solo play opportunities from Mogi and Bryant, kind of shutting down their offense before it happens, and that is a shot that ends up in the back of the net. Spaltwater Hawks convert there. Hydro tap up, Spalti off the wall, has an immediate follow shot toward the other side of the net, and a dunk potential even follow-up from Hydro would have guaranteed that goes into the back of the net.
Well, in the Hawks, that's something that worked out really well for them yesterday is they played for that concept. They played for the variable, and it really paid off offensively so often. Ryan underneath the ball, pass control, doesn't get the flip reset. They're going to have to let it bounce once. They're going off backboard, looking for a pass back center. The second touch is off the fourth defender. The crossbar keeps that out.
Absolutely crazy opportunity there. Here, Mogi on the Mex, not able to slot that one through. However, Spaltwater Hawks able to get a decent run of defense there to prevent a goal from dripping in, but it's not over yet. More pressure mounting here. Mogi plays it around one in the corner. Sedge there to follow, trying to just get this one mid toward a teammate. Now Bryant across the field, not exactly where he wanted to place that one, but doesn't mind the continued pressure. Sedge now up, backward, drop down from Mogi.
Well, and part of me is not going to continue on pitch this game, but I mean, Mogi has been, all of yesterday, one of the best players we've seen. Mechanical control notwithstanding anyone else. I mean, maybe Ovi at best. But we're going to get another kickoff here from Spalti. It's going to drop over. Hydro has control. It's going to be off backboard. They can't follow. Too much momentum behind the car. The shot, though, going to be a little high. Still very threatening. Forces the defenders to actually make a plan of action.
And so far, the difference has actually been that beginning kickoff from the Sunny Rings. We look back at that and think, all right, that's where they got that initial lead, and now it's kind of just been even. The teams would be 2-2 if it weren't for that. And Saltwater Hawks had an opportunity off the kickoff early where they did not convert, so that might be the difference maker here. And the last thing you want in one of these games is for the kickoff to be the difference, but here the time has run out. Will the ball drop? Mogi plays it into the corner, and that actually does hit right as the clock strikes 0.
And that is going to be a tough spot for Hawks, Sunyon Rings, making it through. And you could see here, it's insane the comparability, right? They're very equal across the board. I mean, 8 shots for both teams, saves pretty equitable. They're playing a lot of the similar game. They're playing a lot of control of the midfield, but it just seems to have cracked Sunyon Rings' way a bit more.
Yeah, and you got to, look at Mogi, you look at Bryant, and you think, like, they did a really good job that game. They made so many chances happen. They allowed so many chances from Saltwater on the offensive end to just completely get vanished like a magician. Immediately relieving that pressure, taking the solo play out, taking the time, and here we see a little bit more time taken as Mogi takes that 50, allowing the defense to get repositioned. Another save coming out. Sedge with a pre-flip, good touch off the wall there. Who's there to follow it? It is Saltwater Hawks. Mogi and friends have to go get boots.
Hydro, quick turn, maintain possession here, can't. A very dangerous spot. Mogi off-sealing to themselves. Easy for a teammate, but it's going to be cut out by Spalti, who puts it back over into the corner. Spalti, 11 beans in a dream, looking for some kind of pass back center for Hydro. Hydro with the follow, bounces off sidewall. A very deep touch by the Sunyon Rings is going to put that into an awkward spot for him. Spalti, 100 beans in a dream, has to rotate out instead. No, he has control, gets the flip reset, fakes the second contact.
This ball getting across toward the wall. Hawk just waiting for it to play where he can play it. Opting to wait on the challenge. Delays this one. Actually leaves it for Spalti. Now he's back, but a really awkward position. Mogi with the shot off the crossbar. Hydro safe, but the follow is good from Sedge.
Incredible start for Sunyon Rings here in game 2. That first goal. I know there's 3:44 left to play. That's a lot of time for Rocket League, but in the end, I mean, getting that first goal, that first step forward, one step closer towards taking a quarterfinals victory and claiming a little bit of this piece of the prize is just so much pressure relieved.
Hawk now on the solo play, tries to flip reset it across to a teammate, but both committing now a little bit of an overcommit. Who's going to take advantage of it? Bryant gets a really awkward touch over Spalti. Mogi is actually beat on that ball. Sedge left back alone, has some boost, has some time, control off the backboard, able to play it out successfully, just buying his teammates enough time to get back, allowing Mogi and Bryant to get that precious boost. But here's an awkward ball for Mogi, and that is a crazy mistake. I was not thinking that was going to punish him, but the pre-flip into a front post position ends up being a little too ambitious on that one.
Well, and that has been one of Mogi's downfalls all of yesterday. Mogi plays one of the most aggressive players you're going to see on the pitch. His quickness to challenge, his eagerness to start a solo play, grab 100 beans, come off sidewall or off ceiling, and kind of backfire there. Hawks able to slide in the lightest, might have been the slowest shot all tournament.
Yeah, that one was not exactly threatening, but this is threatening. The transition is good. The Sunyon Rings make up for that mistake, and I'm not exactly sure what happened to Saltwater. Hydro did challenge early, but there just wasn't someone back after that force. Spalti not quite in position, and that's going to hurt if you're Saltwater, but you do have some time left. You have 3 minutes. You got lots of game left to play.
Sometime, brother, 3 minutes is almost an eternity for a game 2. And these teams, they are almost entirely offensive focused. We've seen so many shots back to back to back to back. We've seen teams in this tournament play far more in terms of defensive rotations and midfield control. Mogi, though, showing off the mechs. They already had their first redemption, and now they just keep pouring it on.
And now 2:44 is looking like less time. Of course, it is one of those series, though. It is a best of 5, right? You expect the quarterfinals. We had to reduce it down from a best of 7 to a best of 5 for time constraints. And, maybe that makes this series feel a lot quicker. You are technically halfway through. If this is a sweep out of the Sunyon Rings, it's one of those things where if you don't make those adjustments quick, if you don't start your offense right away, could just be swept out of this tournament.
And that's such a dangerous spot to be when you went through so many teams to get here. Hydro trying to get back to the ball, can't quite regain after the bounce. Spalti has a follow. A decent outlet touch, though, by Mogi. He's going to be able to put that back to Hydro. Hydro put it a little too high, and instead that's going to fall lifelessly back out to the midfield. Sunyon Rings able to buy some more time.
Hydro with a pinch. Is that on target? It is, but Bryant there on the save. Now has time in the corner. Goes for the 50 on 1. Ball does get played out past. Another 50 out of Bryant, just taking so much time in the midfield, using very little boost to keep that possession. Now has a solo play opportunity. Boost is high. Misses the flip, however, has to drop low for the 50. Spalti there to collect.
Quick fake here from the contact by Hawk, and it's going to let that drop over for Hydro. Mogi already up. Hydro has to make a quick elevation. Can't let Mogi, of all people, take that shot, and I totally understand it with the way Mogi's been playing here through game 2. 2 insane goals back-to-back has left them probably a little nervous seeing him with control.
Yeah, and here control again, pinch toward net, and that is a good follow-up out of Mogi. Just anytime he's on the ball, you have to be scared. You have to be terrified as he goes for the flip, gets the pinch under 1. The awkward touch is not enough. The follow-up is good, and Mogi's just been so good on the ball.
Oh, for sure. And yes, that pinch was criminally well placed. Back left, right underneath where maybe a more aggressive defender might have been out of position. But you saw how little hesitation Mogi had for the follow. They immediately understood, hey, they're there. I can rotate up, make the contact, take the shot, and go for the goal, and it paid off. I mean, Mogi's aggression, while it did hurt him once, has paid off at least 3 times already this game.
Yeah, Mogi very aggressive, like you say, but this time the Saltwater Hawks trying to get aggressive themselves off the crossbar, shot a little bit high from Spalti, double commit on the Sunyon Ring side to keep that one out. Now Hawk with time, off to the backboard, no boost from Mogi, and that is a follow-up shot from Hawk, who are doing a great job to at least cut the lead a little bit.
True, and 42 seconds isn't impossible. I mean, 2 goals in 42 seconds is very possible with Rocket League. We saw it happen twice yesterday. The issue, though, is you're not doing it against anybody. You're doing it against Sunyon Rings, and Sunyon Rings have Mogi, who's been absolutely playing very, very well-controlled Brian. Opts to take the 50 early on, stalls for time. Mogi's coming off sidewall, able to take control. Off sidewall yet again, might have a flip reset opportunity. Looking for the 50, can't get it. And that falls back into the corner.
Now off to the sidewall, Hawk on that 50. This ball pinching across, both players staying in the corner. Kind of an awkward ball from Bryant. Not exactly where he wanted to place that one. The shot comes through, but it's just so slow, not able to get its way in. But Bryant immediately challenged it. That is the shot that does find its way through, and suddenly Saltwater Hawks are looking pretty good.
There's 10 seconds on the clock and a chance to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. I mean, a kickoff goal, very possible. We've seen it plenty of times. But if Hawks want a chance to make it through the quarterfinals, they need to make sure they don't go down 2 in the series. Bryant opts to play for time, splits the 50. It's back out center. They can't get the bump on the defender. Bryant able to make the touch, and that's going to be probably the time killer. It touches ground, and Sunyons have game 2 in the bag. 1 game away from locking up some prize pool money.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to have a very comfortable sweep here, but suddenly Saltwater Hawks did start to make a pushback, but it was just too little too late. You can't expect to make a game win happen if you're down by 3 with like a minute remaining. it's just such a hard thing to do at LAN, right? There is times it does happen, but you cannot rely on it as a winning strategy of like, oh, you
can't. I mean, 10-second plays are just, it's such a high risk, high reward play. And they were so close to get that bump on that last defender. If they could just move Bryant one car's length left, he can't make contact, can't make touch. It's an equalizer. We see OT in game 2, but Bryant able to just avoid contact, avoid the demo, avoid the bump in general. Paid off and locked up game 2 in a way that, if I'm Hawks, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure.
I guess the silver lining to that is that now, they look down the reverse sweep, but they just came off a lot of offense. They just came off a lot of goals for themselves, so they're going to be feeling a bit more confident in this. They don't need to feel like, oh, we needed a timeout to discuss something, because things weren't going wrong for them at the end there. It was only really at the beginning, so maybe they can hold that here. But this ball pinches out, not held well by the Saltwater Hawks. Mogi now with time and control does play it past one, has the boost, goes for the flip, flips it past another. Finally, Hawk there on the challenge. Another hit toward the midfield. This one turned away by Spalti.
Oh, dangerous spot. Hawk able to put it on target. Mogi having to take a bit of a difficult here. Right, trying to get some space, some outlet touch. Oh, dangerous spot. Spalti's putting enough backward. Look for one more touch. The double commit is a very dangerous spot here. Sunyan Rings might be able to get back and outlet that back center. It's a very high pop, though. Difficult to redirect back on target. I thought with the triple commit in terms of Hawks all pushing up to the front third that we would see an instant punish, but regardless, Mogi, insane double tap pass over to Bryant for the punish. Great way to end that play.
Yeah, Mogi with a precision touch of a surgeon. And then, of course, Bryant there in the wing to follow that one through. Great play out of them, combining to give Sunyan Rings another lead. They have started every single game up, and they have ended every single game up. And that has been a huge relief to them. They haven't really had to, claw back from anything. They haven't really been challenged too hard. As I say that challenge goes missing. Hawk with a nasty fake and able to turn that one in.
Brother, that is the epitome of a chair pull. Fakes the flip, takes the very minimal 50 contact, and just walks it in. That is incredible play. Great read on the defense, and we'll see. Maybe we'll get some more of those going forward. That might be the way to pull Sunyan's hyper-aggression out of position and open up some opportunities. Hawk makes the touch, tries to get past out center. Wasn't really anybody there for the follow for the second, so that would have been a bit of a lifeless pass, but they still maintain possession. They still maintain aggression.
Edge for the challenge, doing a good job to stall that ball. A little bit of time here from Bryant, and an immediate challenge from Hawk stops that time from being utilized effectively. Now Bryant cross. Mogi has to leave this one. Hydro with a flip, gets control, but a teammate kind of comes in. Really awkward touches from everyone, not really on the same page, but they do successfully turn it into some offense. The pass down, but the miss on the follow-up, not exactly what the Saltwater Hawks would have wanted.
Live on stream, live in person in such a way. So, 1-1, it is tied, 3:06 to be played. Hydro looking for a bit of a redirect, gets it too far wide. I wonder if we're going to see a change of pace, if these teams are going to be back to the same feel-out mode that they were in Game 1, to see what adjustments the opposition have made.
This ball being played up into the corner, Spalti toward the midfield, now
Great touch by Hawks, applying pressure. It's going to be back out of the corner. Sunyan Rings trying to build some distance here. Spalti rotates out, leaves it for Hawk. Hawk has been absolutely criminal mix there in their own right this series. Bryant able to get over one. Spalti is in an awkward spot coming out of the corner. Mogi's already elevated, putting it now off the backboard for Bryant, who tries to take a chip shot but can't quite corral it.
Bryant taps toward the midfield, trying to follow it himself, has to leave it, however. Mogi with boost, an awkward first touch, able to follow it at least once more. This pop up toward backboard, double tap looming, but turned away from Saltwater Hawks, doing a good job covering that backboard. Once again, Hawk on the backboard, able to turn that one off.
Mogi driving it down, Bryant putting it on target. They're unable to keep it out, and Sajobi is able to slot that on the right side, just out of reach of the defender. That is incredible placement. I mean, that is straight up aiming in the corner.
And once again, we see a Mogi double tap mid down to a teammate. So like you said, such great vision off the wall, knowing where exactly the trajectory of that ball. Every first touch able to be followed by himself. Here gets the boost, but an immediate challenge from Spalty takes that ball away. The pinch out, rolling toward that. This one just literally rolls in for the Sunyan Rings. And now 2 quick goals, only a minute and a half remain, and they have to make something out of nothing for a reverse sweep.
For sure, and that could be a bit of a backbreaker. A 2-goal lead here in Game 3 with Hawks already down 2 games. Could be an impossible mountain to climb. So Jovi elevates, can't get it over the first one, so this is going to drop back into the corner. Hawk is going to dive back in. Able to get a great clear off that minor pinch. It's going to bounce back for him, but Bryant will not let that play even develop.
Goes for the flip reset Musty. Mogi on the follow-up redirect, but Hawk better to it, just staying far enough back to react to that one. Now Hawk on the transition himself, has the dribble, trying to play it low again on the fake, but this time the fake read through. Now Sajobi on the sidewall double, ends up going missing. Spalty kind of bumped off by a teammate, but an awkward ball here. This is an opportunity. Can the ball be dropped down mid in time? No, not quite. Across the net on the other side, and Sunyan Rings just trying to kill the clock at this point.
That's all they've really got to do for the next 40 seconds. Just maintain some level of possession, try to keep the opponents from scoring. Opportunity here, a double tap back down center by Hydro. Unfortunately puts it a little bit outside of the follow. And in turn, Bryant now has control. Incredible fake off the flip reset to get that back center. Sajobi looking to put it in and put the dagger. Can't quite get it. 20 left to be played.
Not a lot of time. Saltwater Hawks need something immediately. This ball into the air. Bryant on the follow, has the boost for the 50 and just trying to buy as much time as possible. Now set Joe BB in the corner. Hawk with a double middle. Who's there for the shot? Not good enough, and that will do it. The Sunyan Rings are your quarterfinal winners in this one. Semifinals booked for them. Saltwater Hawks not as lucky. Maybe a garbage time 0-second goal. We didn't see the ball drop, and that will do it. Sunyan Rings, dominant performance.
For sure, Sunyan Rings walking away from the quarterfinals with a quick sweep. Moving on to the semis. There's some prize pool there, some money to be made. As we know, the top 4 teams will walk away with some money in their pocket. But part of that here, got to give a quick shout out to our grand champion sponsor, Amherst Collective. Amherst Communication. I can't speak today. They've been around since 1903. They've been known for their customer service, their reliable service, and their community engagement. As you've seen today, putting in a good chunk of change to be our highest level sponsor. But we will go ahead and cut to intermission. This has been Boss Rodala. That's been Mr. Power himself. And we will be back with some semifinals action.
Welcome everyone to WCSA. I'm excited to be here, of course. We're going to get back right into the action. Semifinals now. Best of 7s. Finally have that extra few games. Maybe we're going to see some longer series, a little bit more back and forth. This one should be a good one. We got the Sunyan Rings versus Rube Time. What do you think about these 2 rosters?
Well, it's a little bit interesting because I was looking at their records right before this match is about to start, and they actually both went 3-0 in group stage, which means they won all 3 of their 3 series in that first group stage. And so for them to be making semifinals, at this point, you both have the results, you both have the placement, you both have the willpower. It's just about who comes out on top. And I'm particularly excited to see not only Mogi's mechanics, but the chemistry between Rob and Whitlock here.
Yeah, and these are very talented players. I mean, like, Mogi has a Prem championship, multiple actually. Bryant has a Prem championship. Whitlock has a Prem championship. Rob has won multiple lands as well. All of these players are winners at this point, and it's about who's just going to come on top, right? Only one team can win. There is so many great players on the field in this lobby. If I had to, predict who's going to win this one, I'm going to go with the Whitlock again. I have never guessed Whitlock on the desk, I think, and been punished for it. It's either been super close where I can cope, or Whitlock does win, so we'll see on this one. Getting into game number 1. Kickoff goes in favor of Root Time. 50-50 pops out. Now this one into the midfield. Whitlock on the solo play, has some boost, goes for the 50-50, but Bryant into the corner.
Yeah, Bryant coming in. You mentioned multiple championships, and for context, that's for an amateur community league that he's been able to win, I believe, a couple times, and does very well with various teams. So an extremely versatile player. We can see what they do on there, and we just saw Mogi and Brian and their team earlier on the stream played very well against the Hawks and actually eliminated them from the tournament. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum. Hoopy Cub down the field, though. For this, it'll be just Whitlock to have to come back, do some defensive work up for Hoop Cub. Big 50 coming through. Up in the corner, this pressure from Sunyon Rings could do a lot. Double commit forced out, but Hoop is left as a third.
This one in the air, has control. Mogi over one, trying to double it again, but Whitlock across the backboard, able to successfully turn that one away. This one over the one, and follow up is good. Bryant dribbling and dicing the defense.
Yeah, Bryant already with 3 shots, by the way, only a minute in. The fake, just cool, calm, and collected. No worries, no rush. He'll shoot it when it's time, and that was when it was time. Faking out that defender, sending them flying. First goal going to Sunyon Rings there, and it's easy to look at this team on paper and be like, you know what, they're the winners. Brian and Mogi are such a high rank, and no one else has a chance. But it's definitely not been like that. It's not been dominant. They have to do some defense for Rube time now, so Bryant turning around back on this one, up to the wall, getting the boost, got the reset as well, going for the double, gets dunked down. Up for Sajobi, that third man, collecting that ball from themselves again, but getting a 50 through, and Rube time not letting it happen.
And we see this over and over again. Mogi and Bryant taking through the air. Of course, it was the story of last series where they swept Saltwater Hawks. Maybe they get another sweep here, but best of sevens are a little bit longer. Sunyon Rings have looked so good so far. Once again, control out of Mogi and Bryant, and the name of the game, but Whitlock here, diced up 2, has an open net, and slots it through. No defense back in time for the Sunyon Rings.
Yeah, a wonderful 50 from Hoop Cup just to stall it near the goal of Sunyon Rings there. Nice rubber ducky goal explosion, and you can hear some of the player banter in the background there potentially. But a 1-1 game with 3 minutes to go, and I think for Roop time, just proving that they can hang with a team like Sunyon Rings is so important. They know they can do it. It's just about executing. Now for Sajobi, that third man coming through. Hoop again has been solid on that defensive wall.
Cross. Bryant up into the corner. Trying to play this one to her teammate. Mogi once again touch. It goes a little bit wayward this time. Goes missing on that one. More midfield ping pong being played. Bryant now finally with control. Does play it past one. Pops it over another. Mogi with a double tap opportunity. Does he have it? He does. Mogi so clinical.
And that was inevitable. If we know these players, we know the positioning, you know that would be a goal every time. That has to be a save from the third man. Of course, didn't have the read, unfortunately, but yeah, Mogi will put that through. You just can't give away those positions against a team like this. They will take advantage every time, or at least almost every time. Back for the corner now. In group time again, having to do some defense out for Whitlock. Hoop straight up, looking for a teammate to follow up on that, but instead it's Mogi with the reset.
Your players getting a little bit more hype. You know, it's one of those things where finally, you know, you're on stage. Some of these players have had lots of series off the stage, and when they get the chance to sort of see their opponents literally be facing each other, yeah, maybe the mental game plays a fact in this one. Now popped in the middle for the corner, missing that double. Mogi has to push back as well. Bryant trying to cut that one out in the midfield. Mogi committing aggressively once more. Rob from CSA up toward the ceiling. This ball is threatening. Whitlock with a drop down. Not quite in, but the follow-up is good for Hoop Cub.
It's interesting watching Sunyon Rings' defensive rotation there, because Bryant, where is Bryant going? I mean, it looked like he went for the boost, but he went way over it, nowhere near the defensive end, and it's just going to be an open goal for Root time to walk it in, and I think that's uncharacteristic from what we saw from Sunyon Rings, where they were able to dominate that possession and not have any defensive threats like they just had against Root time. So with 90 seconds left, it's all tied up once again. I could see this going the distance.
Yes, for sure. This one not going to be going easy into that good night. Now a drop down. Up from the 50. Who's there first? Not quite good enough from Root time to convert on that one. Now Whitlock up, has boost, has the solo play opportunity, dribbling it up. Mogi with a challenge, but misses the ball. Now a shot opportunity across the net. Bryant easily able to turn that one away. Going for the 50-50 into the corner now. A little bit of time for group time, but the 50 very dangerous. The shot is good. The miss touch from group time spelled disaster.
Yeah, and those kind of arcs, you know, the hit that Brian got, it kind of arcs over the goal and comes down under the crossbar just in time for a window to open up for the shot. That's exactly what happened, and it's so hard for defenders to get up to that before they can even get there. If you're in the goal, you might just hit the crossbar instead of actually hitting the ball. But Whitlock to try and have a response here. 50 seconds left. They need a goal for Hoop Cup. Trying to get a pass middle. It won't be, and cleared by Sunyan.
Group time running out of time. This ball into the midfield. Trying to double it across the field. Ends up missing that. Rob with the shot opportunity slightly wide. Ends up bouncing up toward the ceiling. Whitlock up, but immediately beat on that one. Now Brian with an open net opportunity. Does he convert? Yes, he does. They are clinical. Sunyan Rings just looking so good and threatening on that transition. Any mistake immediately punished. We saw it last series. We see it here now, 2 up.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Hoop Cup. I mean, it's good to be fast to the ball, which they were clearly trying to do. But there's also a skill of awareness as well, of knowing how much time you have. Whitlock trying the response attempt now. 20 seconds left. The clock is ticking down. Up to the ceiling. Any one of these could be a shot opportunity if the position was right for group time, but it just hasn't been. As we approach 10 seconds, a 2-goal lead remains. They need something now to have any kind of chance. Whitlock downfield, trying to get a pass across. It's there, it's wide, and that'll be it for game 1.
Yes, but it is a best of 7, lots of time left. Maybe game 2 adjustments will be made. I mean, if you are group time, do you really think they need to adjust much, or do you feel like they're pretty solid and it kind of just let a few in?
I don't know. I thought they did well. I mean, Sunyan Rings had a couple mistakes where their defense was just not looking like it did, and I think that allowed Group Time to come in and take advantage of that. But as far as opportunities they're creating themselves, I didn't quite see that as much. I didn't see, because we saw a lot of passing plays yesterday when they came back into series. I believe it was a reverse sweep. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they were able to come back, and they had that chemistry, those passing plays, which allowed them to do so. I'm not seeing them do that just yet, but of course it's game 1, so we will see.
Yeah, and the Sunyan Rings, I mean, they've been clinical, right? Bryant and Mogi making basically no offensive mistakes. It's kind of just been, if they commit, maybe there's no one back on defense. Maybe that will let someone in on group time, possibly in transition, but we need to see more connecting passing plays, right? We need to see the ball go from one group time player to another. They can't expect to outplay Mogi and Bryant on an individual basis.
And that's where Sunyan Rings really differentiate themselves, because in aerial plays, it's so tough to just kind of lob it up and set up your teammate with the right spot, but that's what they can do just with the accuracy and precision that they hold. Looking for the shot opportunity here. It's a good 50 from Rob to get that away to the corner. Back for Whitlock, just making it awkward for Mogi, bumping away. Mogi making it awkward as well. Trying to get downfield. Sajobi the third, plenty of boost, but not much control up for Whitlock. Maybe you can get there, but Bryant just sending it back in the mixer.
It pops out in Rob trying to transition this one up. The pass is good, but the shot really weak. Bryant able to easily turn that way. Now Mogi with control, immediately challenged off. Do not want to give him that space. Now Rob obeying out toward the wall. Bryant on the challenge, successfully gets one, but unable to follow it with the double. Said with an opportunity, but backboard is covered. Backboard coverage is going to be something that is really important here, where Sunyan Rings rather love to play the backboard, right? Mogi loves his double taps. Bryant loves his air dribble transitions. So covering that backboard from players like Rob is going to be crucial.
Yeah, you almost need to pre-plan the backboard defensive stand, because, yeah, like you said, they love to do that, and it's such a consistent way of scoring goals, but it puts defenders in such an awkward, hard position as well, and so I think Group Time have done well so far not to concede, and actually have a couple looks at goal, but now getting dunked is Brian. Looking for the follow-up is there. It's over off the crossbar again. The two defenders in net so awkward, and Bryant bails them out.
Yeah, and that precision in the offense is something that Root Time has not quite had yet, where Sunyan Rings has. They've been able to convert those opportunities, but Root Time is kind of off the crossbar, into the midfield, anywhere but the back of the net. And here's another opportunity for Sunyan Rings, trying to show off that precision. Not quite placed well enough, however. And this one on the transition, really awkward bounce off of that corner. Who's there first? Hoop Cup does get it over one, and Demo comes out on the play. The 50-50 is almost in, but just barely turned away. Sunyan Rings get away with that one.
Yeah, and Whitlock had to bend over backwards to save that shot earlier. Coming through for the shot, being pinched away as well. Mogi will take control now. Faking one, going low, looking for the pass. Sajobi is there. Maybe the second touch will come across. Again to the corner. Up on the ceiling, a nice touch from Whitlock, but there needs to be a follow-up from his teammates. Instead, it's Mogi, and that's the last player you want on the ball.
Yeah, Mogi's so threatening on the ball. Not a player you want to give space to. Here's a possible opportunity. Not quite turned in by Root Time. Whitlock trying to redirect that one. Pinches across the field. Bryant in the wings. Has to avoid the bump from Hoop Cub, and that could be a chance, but no. Sajobi playing a hero. Saves that one across. Now Whitlock on another solo play. Sunyan Rings kind of just taking their time, rotating back. Kind of awkward position, but managing to make these touches work.
I thought Sajobi was an imposter at first. That the blue and purple decal on the orange team was messing me up just a little bit, but looking for that passing play is Sunyan Rings, and it will be off. No third man to crash the net, and wasn't really conducive for that kind of passing play anyway. Rob getting bumped across. That's why the pass was way out of reach for his teammate. Up to the midfield, setting up themselves, not getting there fast enough. Rob has to make a save, and was the lone one back.
Sajobi now toward the backboard. Backboard not covered, but luckily that ball bounces down to where a Root Time player is. But a backflip out of Whitlock, kind of uncharacteristic, possibly allowing Sunyan Rings to get some continued pressure, maybe a shot opportunity. That clear helps a little bit. A little bit of miscommunication between Mogi and Sajobi might allow Root Time to finally get out of their half, and it does. Now Whitlock toward the backboard, drop down, really awkward touch. Mogi there to corral that one. Maybe a pinch here, not quite good enough, however. That ball just really awkward for all players. The 50-50 comes out toward the wall. Who's there on the transition? It's Bryant. Has control, does get it past one. The flip, not good enough, though.
With 30 seconds left. I just want to say, okay, the phrase Boki, it's Sajobi, I think sounds really cool for some reason. But 25 seconds left. Sunyan Rings on the prowl again, looking for the delayed 50 there. Doesn't quite work. Comes across now. Whitlock, plenty of boost, plenty of time, plenty of control. Looking for the reset. Gets it. It'll be over. It needs a follow-up. It's there. It's saved away. 10 seconds left, and Root Time are so close, but it's not just enough. Sunyan again in that Root Time corner. Comes across. The clear needs to come out, and we might be heading to an overtime. Up to the ceiling. Up for Whitlock for the 50, but he gets beat. Mogi looking for the redirect. It's there for the pass. Sajobi the fake, but it won't work, and we go to OT.
The 0-0 OT at that. Not very often that we see neither team convert one. No team converted here off the kickoff immediately. Sajobi does play it past one, going for the double himself, gets the touch around, and Sajobi, absolute brilliance. Not exactly the person you would expect the mechanics to come out from on the Sunyan Rings, but he does a great job with that one.
And not only that with the mechanics, I mean, mechanics can be easier in a vacuum, but the fact that they tipped it up to the ceiling in order for the defender that was crashing in to not get any touch on the ball. Rob unfortunately goes flying past and has the shot on target, and just brilliant work from Sajobi as well. And still has the lowest number of points on their team for the board, even though they had the winning goal. And I think that just shows how well Sunyan Rings and company are working together.
I will say it was stolen from him. He had the assist instead of the goal, but he was 100% the reason that went in. So big props to Sajobi, making a big difference there. And now 2 up for the Sunyan Rings, looking pretty good. I still don't know about the sweep, though. That was a 0-0 overtime. A lot of possibilities from Root Time, just kind of not finding their way in, right? There was a lot of chances that it's just, I think the precision in the shooting, right? I saw people there as far as follow-ups and second mans. I just didn't really see the shots end up in the back of the net.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll head into game 3 at this point, and as soon as we get that going for you, we'll have some gameplay. But yeah, for Sunyan Rings, that's a great start for them. You know, they're going to be able to carry that momentum. But Rube Time, don't count them out, because like I said, yesterday they came back in a series and were able to win it. That's why they're at the spot, the semi-final right now. Again, this is a spot for the grand finals of the whole Fiverr Frenzy tournament. So a lot of, you know, money on the line, a lot of pride on the line, coming for Whitlock, looking for that shot. It's just off target. Needed a little tip to the side, but the defender's there instead. Back to the midfield, Whitlock can collect. Has so much time as well. Mogi just going straight up, trying to dunk it down, but the defender on the backboard.
Now this ball into the corner. Mogi not able to get that touch. Club looking threatening. Demo comes through, shot comes through, and that is a goal. Whitlock able to turn that one away. Root Time get a goal here in less than 50 seconds when they could not get one in like 6 minutes of gameplay last game.
Yeah, and I gotta credit a lot of that. I mean, the shot from Whitlock was great to capitalize on that chance. But the real catalyst to that was Hoop Cub doing the half rotation, being aggressive, and getting the 50 across that Sunyan Rings goal. And Group Time, they need to be aggressive like that. You need to shut down Mogi before he even really gets started. That's a great clear from Whitlock. But again, you're just giving away possession. Actually, it's the next one there. Hoop Cub up to the ceiling. Maybe a follow-up looking for it. It's just bouncing in the mid. Whitlock leaving it. Over to the side. Bryant trying to take it. The rotation for Sunyan Rings has just seemed a little bit off.
Yeah, just that slight difference in where the third is has kind of resulted in a few balls being given away where just a bad first touch leaves the possession to Root Time. Here, Whitlock taking possession. We've seen it before. Has the air dribble, going for the double tap. Does tap it down, and Hoop Cup there for the finish. Does get through the contact. I thought possibly a save was coming off the backboard.
Yeah, potentially. I think, yeah, it was Mogi coming down, almost had it, but dunked in them nonetheless. And yeah, at that point, I mean, at least they got close for Sunyan Rings, but forcing out the double commit on the shot was a great kind of setup for their teammate for Root Time, and they're able to capitalize on that. Hoop Cub, I'm really liking the touches on the ball that they're getting, advancing their team forward. Even though you may be the third man coming in, Rob looking for that follow-up, the aerial not quite right, but drop down, and it'll be another.
Root Time looking really good in what I believe to be a must-win game in this series. They would be facing their adversity if they do not get this win out. They have 3 goals up really early in this game, but 3 minutes remain, so Sunyan Rings are not out of this one yet. Possibly trying to get something going on the kickoff here for Root Time. Not good enough, however, this ball transitioned out. Who's up? Backboard hit, double tap, down, but off the crossbar again, and that's a huge overcommit, but Mogi barely back in time to play that toward the corner.
Well, that was a very unexpected overcommit from that third man there. I'm not sure what the mindset was, but I think even though Root Time have done well, they need to be careful here because there's so much time left in a 3-0 lead. It is recoverable. And Sunyan Rings, if anyone can come back, it's going to be them. But right now, they don't have their shooting boots on, or maybe they're shooting wheels. But every single thing that they shoot is either missed or saved away.
Yeah, the crossbar being hit multiple times there. Not exactly what Sunyan Rings want. Possibly a chance here. A fake comes out from Mogi. The bump misses. The transition is on Whitlock toward the backboard. An awkward read. Mogi ends up playing it toward his own net and didn't really have a lot of options there. I mean, he had to come across the net. He had to try and read this. A teammate missing on the backboard. Bryant just in a really bad spot. Cub able to turn that one through. Root Time looking to really run away with this one.
Yeah, definitely a 4-0 lead is very dominant here in Game 3, and I agree with you. You know, maybe not a must-win, but it so often ends up being a must-win game in order to avoid a reverse sweep situation. So setting themselves up well. Of course, the work is not done yet. There's still 2 minutes left here in this Game 3. Mogi trying to get one on the board at least. Follow-up from Sajobi. And these follow-ups from Sunyan Rings have been so fast, but Root Time, their defensive structure right now is great.
Yeah, they've been so solid, just able to deal with a lot of the pressure, and then luckily having that fourth man in the crossbar, able to turn away everything that they haven't been able to make contact on. This shot high, possibly off the crossbar, barely off to the side. Opportunity there for Root Time to really seal the deal, but possibly a window still open for Sunyan Rings to make something happen here, but they're going to need something quick. This is not the touch that they need. Kind of an awkward one toward the side. Forces the person on the backboard to go to the sidewall, has to kind of backtrack, and you cannot be backtracking anywhere in the game with 70 seconds left.
Yeah, it needs to be all smart plays, all intentional plays. Bryant looking for that delayed musty, doesn't quite find it. The defender's there first. Hoop Cup has done so well so far. This series just, I don't know what is going on with Sunyon Rings, but they are not anywhere near their goal. It doesn't even look like they're trying to defend at this point. So Joby, awkward touch backwards, just going to leave it. Anyone crashing from Rube time, it's just going to be left there. Rob, up to Whitlock. And Hoop Cub to follow again. It's just dropping down. And it looks like Rube time, I don't know, I feel like they had a chance to score yet there, but didn't.
Mogi missing the Mogi pinch, an iconic move from him, able to pinch from basically anywhere on the map. But that one just didn't have any power behind it, and it's not a good sign for the Sunyon Rings. Maybe the Rube time and team has finally woken up, starting to implement their gameplay, right? I think that Whitlock and Rob have done a really good job setting each other up, and then Hoop Club has kind of filled those gaps when needed, especially here in this game, and that's kind of what was missing in those game number 1 and 2. Maybe Rube time made the adjustments. The time is in fact gone. The ball will be dead very soon. If this one is not kept up, possibly Whitlock has the pop over. Really awkward ball. This is just garbage time at this point. All the players know that one is long over.
Yeah, so a 4-0 lead is now in the, or excuse me, a 4-0 win is now in the books for Rube time. Gets them on the board for a 1-2 series lead for Sunyon Rings. But what I want to point out there is more analytical, because Mogi, everyone knows his name. He gets a lot of praise for his play style, his mechanics. But what I think really limited his performance that last game was the lack of boost. I mean, every time I looked at his boost meter, it wasn't empty every time, but it was empty a lot of the time. And even on that last play there, wasn't able to get a touch on the ball simply because he didn't have the resources to do so. And so if Rube time are really boost starving them, I think for such an aerial player in Mogi, that can really shut them down.
Yeah, and I didn't even really see Bryant do many air dribbles. When I see him transition the ball off of the backboard, he'll get that control touch in defense, and then he'll transition it out through an air dribble off the backboard. And I didn't really see that too much there. It was just, all the times they were on defense, it looked like Rube time was really cutting them off, getting that ball away from them, or, like you say, starving them of resources. If they don't have boosts, of course they can't transition out. Maybe they should try and bang the ball a bit more, give themselves more time to get that boost in space, because I think that Bryant and Mogi, they're the type of players, especially in these lobbies, where they're going to opt for control every time. They know they are better on the ball than everyone else in the lobby. And I think that can kind of be their downfall.
I think it definitely can be, because my advice to them is, again, you're right. I didn't see Bryant doing much of what he normally does, which I assume, or at least from what I've seen, it's being that defensive backbone and allowing Mogi, of course, to be forward, but Sajobi as well has been really impactful on the offensive side. And so, for them, I think maybe even slow it down. Make sure you have those resources, because if you're doing those aerial plays and you're making a good play, it shouldn't, I mean, of course it matters about the speed, but if it's good enough, if your accuracy is good enough, that's really all you need.
Or another thing, just about the predictability of the play, right? If they take it high every single time, they're going to start noticing that. They're going to start sending someone high every single time. They're going to just challenge the ball. And then your air dribble doesn't become nearly as effective. So maybe, low 50s, fake the ball, do something a little bit different, right? If your playbook's this exact same every single time, Rube time can make those adjustments, and we see that here, right? Sunyon Rings take game 1, 2, and then Rube time, they finally realize, all right, if this is the game plan, if Mogi and Bryant are just going to do these two same things over and over again, we'll just counter it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point about, just setting someone up high, because they're probably going to dribble it up there. And of course, experienced players will just go high and fake it low. But that's how you have the second man following close behind, so you can follow up on that. The third man far enough back that they can actually recover. And I've talked about before about having that kind of play style. That's exactly how you do it, is just being aggressive on the ball and shutting down the play before it happens.
For sure. And, like we said, this is kind of a must-win game. It wasn't necessarily, right? They still have lives, but a best-of-7 reverse sweep would have been very, very hard for Rube time. So I'm really happy to see them make this adjustment, and maybe we see them push a little bit further in the tournament. This is their last life. They would technically have a third, fourth placement match at the end of the prize pool, but they definitely want to get into grand finals. We're getting in here to game number 4. my goodness, that is a shot out of Brian.
What a shot by Bryant, making a statement 10 seconds in. Just a throwaway touch from Rob, and Whitlock can't get there. I think, yeah, Bogey was actually there, but backflipped purposely to get out of the way of that one. Yeah, coming into game 4. Having that lead already is so big for them, but what I was going to say about root time is that I think the number is important as well. It's so much easier to have belief moving forward when that 1 is in the series score under your team name than the 0, the goose egg. And so for them, carrying that momentum forward will be extremely important. The passes as well. Hoop Cub trying to get that one started over to Rob, back to Whitlock, but the ground pinch will give possession away. Oh, wait, maybe not. Hoop Cub will just take it away, trying to get that second touch, but the defense now has it.
Shot opportunity here for Whitlock. Does put it toward net. Double commit out of Mogi and Bryant, running out of boost. Finally, Mogi getting that 100, does get it out past 1. Whitlock demoed for his efforts as well. An immediate bang out into the corner. Awkward ball. Rob not able to get the read in time and put a shot on net here into the corner. Kind of some contact, but here we do see that final transition out for Sunyan Rings, finally able to get boost, but Rob cuts it off in the midfield. Not done yet on this pressure.
And I like the defensive play from Bryant there. Just a soft touch to the corner, making sure that nobody was there as the challenge and just kind of waiting a little bit, using up that time, allowing his teammates to get back on the defensive side of the field. And now Mogi, again, 0 boost, still has the ball, but that could be part of it. It's just Mogi having 0 boost, even with the ball, not being able to do anything with it. Sajobi to the middle, though. That's an effective passing play, and Bryant will come through.
And Brian's shooting has been clinical all tournament, both Saturday and Sunday, slotting it into the back of the net, doing that successfully here. Didn't really have great placement, but it was just one of those really awkward spots for the defender. Puts enough pace behind it, able to double their lead into this game 4. A game that would be crucial for them if they want to turn this one away early and get into the grand finals as soon as possible. Mogi now with 100 boost, has the time off the backboard. Once again, is sending an immediate person high from Rube time, making that adjustment, a shot opportunity almost there from it. And I don't know if the Sunyan Rings can expect to be able to keep trying to do this without Rube time, maybe starting to throw a wrench in this one.
Yeah, I think the timing was really interesting there because you saw Rob do exactly what you were saying about earlier. And, you know, that's great to shut it down. I said that earlier, but the problem is that it can get you out of position as well. And I'm a little worried that Group Time will be so focused on shutting down the plays that they won't be there for the shot. But as I'm calling it, I'm dead wrong. I'm sorry, guys. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left, and they get one back.
Yeah, Root Time do get one back, but they still have one down. Sunyan Rings have done such a good job converting their offensive chances. Maybe a Root Time get another one. They want to press the issue out the field. Rob, sorry, to be on that one. Whitlock, kind of an awkward spot to be in. Bogey transition, has fake under 1, fake over 2, goes for the low 50. That is exactly what I wanted to see out of him, not just the airplay, but starting to use the ground as well.
Yeah, almost got faked out there, but Whitlock, determined not to get faked as well, is a stalwart on the back end there, but the back post is what you need to worry about. Mogi didn't score before, but you know what? They scored now.
And that is another kind of a hard one for Root Time to concede. You know, they have people back, but no boost in the net, kind of upside down, backwards, whatever it is. Root Time not in position for that one. This ball is on the kickoff toward the back corner. Bryant now with a shot, does try and play it under 1. Rob big enough to cover that entire net. Pinch out, this one might be rolling in, not quite off the post. Possible a chance there for Root Time to get back in this. They only have 2 minutes left.
And this precision from Mogi on his shooting there is really paying dividends for Sunyan Rings there. But Whitlock, let's talk about them right now because the flick to get the second and get back into it.
Great control touch there, has the flip, goes down, pops it up again after faking low. Whitlock showing high, playing low, and then playing high again. All over the place from him. Crucial goal for Root Time to get that one back. Now Whitlock again has control, has boost, going for the low, tries to drop it down on the low 50. Bryant reading it the whole way through.
Yeah, it is nice to see Whitlock come alive on that one, and the reason why that earlier situation was so threatening is because he was in a prime position to go for the reset and the musty, which at that angle and distance, but Bryant top left, no mistakes there.
Shooting from the stars. Bogey pinch ends up not going anywhere. Luckily to them, allows him to get that midfield pass, and Bryant shooting on point. Has not missed a single opportunity this game, and leading the Sunyan Rings to double that lead again. Group time have something to make up here. Whitlock once again on the solo play, does dribble it past one, trying to play it all the way, but runs out of boost, has to run back, and Sunyan Rings looking good.
Yeah, Whitlock had a really good setup there, but like you said, just ran out of resources. Rob now in the midfield. Does get the 50. Bryant getting demoed for that one. Hoop looking for the second touch, but goes past him, courtesy of Sajobi. Whitlock, it's nice to see their control. They have been all over, trying to get some momentum going, trying to get another goal to decrease that deficit again. Whitlock to the mid, up for Hoop Cup to take a shot. It's saved away by Bryant. Up for Mogi. Bryant and Mogi, these passing plays between them have just been stellar to watch. And with 40 seconds left, group time are still in a nefarious position.
Bob off the backboard. Pinch out though from Bryant. Buys a little bit of time. Whitlock immediately challenged by Bogey on the wall. Bogey now in the corner. Goes low on the 50. Gets dunked because of it. Using the jump. Bryant now low boost. Has an awkward touch on backboard, but gets the clear over. Just pushing Whitlock back enough. Now Sunyan Rings really just wasting the time here. Group needs something. Group up. Possible chance here. Turned away from Sajobi. Now possible toward net, but that's just too easy for the Sunyan Ring defender to corral into the corner. This one off to the sidewall. Time runs out, and Sunyan Rings do in fact take this game. Group time staring down triple match point.
Yeah, and even on the scoreboard immediately post-match, I mean, okay, I didn't even see that Bryant had 900 points. What I did see, however, is that he had 5 saves and a savior medal, and I think just the combination, you know, when you're going up against a somewhat, someone may call it a better team, maybe not, I wouldn't say so, but if you did, you know, it can kind of feel like, all right, if one player is off, then we won't do as well. And I don't see that even from Sunyan Rings, because Bryant is just a wall on defense. You could see the score, had the most on the team as well. And then Mogi's taking care of the offense. And Sajobi, you know, coming in as the third, is doing a really good job of just filling in those gaps.
Yeah, and Brian shooting, I cannot commend it enough that last game. Taking all of those chances and making them into goals. Not something easy to do. Lots of players would have missed at least one of those shots, but Brian shooting on target. This shooting not quite on target. Group time trying to make something happen. One up early, hoop into the corner, trying to follow it himself. Has to leave it now for Whitlock. Whitlock trying to play it around Bryant. Bryant stoic on that backboard, immediately transitioning out from Mogi. This ball kind of stalling.
Stalling it is. Hoop Cub will take possession, will give it away. Gets a demo in return, though, down for Whitlock, putting Sunyan Rings under pressure. This is a new game, but this is a now must-win game for Roop Time. They cannot lose this and keep their tournament life. Again, this is the semi-final. Almost an own goal. I didn't quite see who it was. Again, in for Roop Time. Another save coming through. Sunyan Rings under fire right now.
But luckily, they have managed to at least delay the inevitable. Roop Time really swarming here, has a shot opportunity. Sedge able to turn that one away before it materializes. Whitlock's ball a little bit far. Hoop Cub into the wall. Bryant there trying to center this one for a teammate and successfully placed around the Roop Time defense. Kind of a bumble from Roop Time here.
Yeah, it's kind of a trend, I think. I've seen a pattern in that a clearing touch doesn't quite go their way for Roop Time. It maybe spills out of the middle or goes to a position where a Sunyan Rings player is already there. And again, that happened, in the awkward positioning on defense does not help them. It forces them to use mechanics in a position that's not ideal, and unfortunately they just weren't able to do so. Those kind of mistakes need to be cleaned up here in Game 5, because your tournament life is on the line, and this needs to happen. But right now, still looking for that tying goal. Getting bumped by Brian is Whitlock. Mogi to take it, has full boost, plenty of space as well, but messes up the touch.
Yeah, the second touch not exactly what he wanted. Now, in into the corner. Bryant on the double tap, has the flip reset, plays it around one, gets an extra touch that probably was not preferable for his teammates. Now Mogi in the air again. Once again, using the air so effectively are Sunyon Rings. Now into the back. Rob does beat one, trying to center it now. Gets the pass back. Kind of an awkward ball, but managing to get it. Now a double commit ends up leading to that transition and 2-on-1 situation. Mogi and Bryant staring you down as the last man. That is almost impossible to save.
Yeah, you'd have to jump at the right time and flip at the right time. Use your boost efficiently at the right time. It was just too much at one time. And the combination of Bryant and Mogi coming at you is very scary. So 2-0 lead now for Sunyon Rings. Again, Whitlock looking to do some damage here with those mechanics. That one didn't quite work out. Up for the midfield, Sajobi coming through. The third man is there. Long clear downfield.
And this one toward the backboard. Possible chance here. Whitlock up toward the backboard again. Who's there to transition? Not good enough. Whitlock toward the side, just trying to play possession here. Does not have the boost. The defenders do not know that. Off the backboard now, pinch across. This one up into the middle. Bryant clearing it into the corner. Mogi there on the follow. Has a little bit of space. Does play it past one. Playing it up toward the backboard now. Sajobi on the double. Does get it toward mid, but Rob is there. Now Rob pop up. No boost to follow it himself. Has to leave this for Hoop. Hoop actually beat out by Mogi, but the dunk is good. This ball played into the corner, successful by Sunyon Rings. Up 2-0 still with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, still up 2-0 in this pressure that I feel like needs to come from group time. Someone needs to be on that ball, and nobody was. And that's just kind of, again, a pattern for this one. Another shot coming through. A third goal now for Sunyon Rings.
Yeah, Sunyon Rings get 3-0 now. Mogi once again toward the backboard. We mentioned it before, the backboard coverage so important, and if you don't cover it for even 1 second, there it is. It falls in, and Sunyon Rings really better off for this one. They're looking to take this series.
They are looking to take the series, and Group Time need some kind of sign of light for this one. Comes back to Sajobi as the third man, gets the 50. Rushing through, but again, as soon as they get it forward, they get demoed, but it doesn't matter because it's in anyway.
Yeah, Root Time do in fact get one. They need, of course, 3 to get back into this, but this is how you start it. Mogi going missing on that one, did not read the pace behind that ball. Hoop Cub able to turn that one into something, but they're gonna need more. 100 seconds on the clock about. Rob up early, has a little bit of space, plays it over Sajobi, pinches it down off the ceiling, but the follow-up is there from a Sunyon Ring defender first. This ball, a good chance. Hoop Cub was able to turn that one away, and they successfully get one more goal.
They do get one more goal. That's kind of a baffling commit there from Sunyon Rings. As you see, Bryant and Mogi just kind of off in the distance, and I'm looking at that going, wait a minute, this is probably an open net for Roop Time to take advantage of, and Sajobi was so far back on that third man rotation, not even close to get any kind of save. Whitlock now looking for the aerial play, the reset over one, the crossbar, Hoop Cup to finish, top right, and they tied it up when it mattered.
Absolute beauty here. Whitlock on the flip reset for the backboard. Once again, the backboard being the difference there. Hoop Cub able to convert that one. Suddenly, Roop Time looking back into this one. Tie game, 3-3, plenty of time on the clock. Rob now, possible shot opportunity. Plays it to Sajobi through the smoke, not knowing he was sitting there. Whitlock controlling touch, but not the boost to follow it. Bryant really awkward first. This is an opportunity for Roop Time to transition out. Follow up. First person there is Bryant, trying to get it off the backboard. But this play kind of just dying. Whitlock playing it over one. Rob trying to get the dunk, but into the corner.
And Sunyon Rings now know they need to put this away. They need to make sure. Mogi trying to do that with the reset, but it wasn't nearly dangerous enough. Floating in the midfield now. Whitlock to collect, but he's beaten by the player on Sunyon Rings there. 50 coming through for Hoop Cup. Keep it in the corner. Back for Rob, trying to get this one out. Little musty to the middle, not quite to a teammate. Open space, that's dangerous. The fake coming through could be under, but again, it was off target, and I was a little bit nervous for Roop Time there, but about 15 seconds left. Any goal here could be the golden goal at this point. Up for Rob off the wall, Sajobi will receive on the other side. Mogi, pinch attempt, misses that one. Whitlock off the ceiling. This could be the moment. Faking it, all 3 defenders there. They keep it out for now. 0 seconds, it might be one more attempt. Mogi with boost. has the control as well. Doesn't get the reset, and we're into overtime in Game 5.
And this is crucial for Rube Time. That comeback from a 3-0 deficit, able to keep their tournament life on the line. Whitlock trying to continue it, goes for the pinch, ends up missing the ball. That allows Mogi for a free clear, trying to follow it for the shot himself. Gets the shot, and that sends the Sunyon Rings to the grand finals.
Long clear from Mogi. And all the way back, rotation will come back to bite them. A Game 5 win for Sunyon Rings. It was a little dicey there at the end. They had to go to an overtime, but 12 seconds, I mean, that's about as close as you can get to regulation time. So congratulations to Sunyon Rings, who are our first member, I believe, of our grand finals for Fiber Frenzy.
And Mogi MVP performance that game, but I believe Bryant was my MVP for that series. Clinical shooting, clinical defense, just a very, very solid performance out of him. I mean, there were maybe one or two times where he let Rube Time get something or kind of was awkward in defense, but overall played phenomenal.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I talked about earlier with Brian, is that he has been successful on so many teams. He's so versatile and able to succeed and really lead the team to the victories that they know that they can get. And that's exactly what happened here. So heading into the grand final, I'm sure they'll be full of confidence.
Yeah, and there is not a reason they shouldn't be. They looked so good. They both, this series and the last one, maybe they can take it all the way to get that amazing $1,500 prize pool for first place. Absolutely insane to think about how much money is on the line for these players.
Yeah, $500 per player for a weekend of playing Rocket League. I mean, what's better than that as well? And the glory and, the pride coming from a tournament went on LAN as well. This is so important for these players.
For sure. But with that, we are going to be back soon for your grand finals. Tune in to see them.
Welcome back to more Fiber Frenzy action. So excited. It's so incredibly excited. We're getting into grand finals, what you've all been waiting for. That $1,500 prize pool on the line. Obviously, I'm still Boss Radala. Name hasn't changed yet. I've got Mr. Tibbles with me on the desk. Tibbles, it's excitement's in the air. I mean, there's so much. Everybody's been working so hard to get to this place. We finally got our two teams ready to compete.
Yep, all that hard work and patience and just, fighting through it has culminated in this series right here. So it's a best of 7, like the last one in the semifinals. 7 games to decide the winner of our grand finals between Sunyon Rings and Goob.
And it looks like they've already rocked and rolled right into the action. 5 seconds already off the board. Barry quickly applying pressure off the backboard. Sunyon Rings trying to get a bit of an outlet. Wi-Fi does not want to let them build up any form of momentum. As we saw, the team that played so well last time, Sunyon Rings, able to just, as soon as they maintain control, applying so much pressure through sheer mechanical plays alone.
And I just want to, as we get this game 1 started, provide some context that the shot is saved away. But for these teams, they both had a journey to this moment, but that journey couldn't have been more different. For Sunyon Rings, the story of the day has mostly been sweeps. Yesterday as well, 3-0 for group stage. They swept the group stage, and then semifinal 4-1. They won in game 5. Of course, for Goob, they had to fight in game 5 in the quarterfinal, game 7 in the semifinal, so they have fought tooth and nail to get to this moment, but they have to take advantage now. Back in the midfield, forced backward for Sunyon Rings. Barry, those aerial plays will be one to watch out for, looking for the 50. Comes out for the third, so far back, but still gets the touch. A demo, but no shot coming through.
Well, and you talk about how incredible Sunyon Rings have been playing, and it's really been on the backs of 2 players. We've had Bryant and Mogi absolutely popping off. So Jody, though, no slouch whatsoever. Incredible on all 3 tiers, but Bryant has been absolutely out of their minds these last 2 games. We'll see kind of how that plays into play here. So Jody is trying to take control, trying to get through the 50, able to split it back out center. Bryant has control, able to get another touch, but it's going to be swatted away by Olvi.
Yeah, those controlling touches in the aerial space, especially by Bryant, are so dangerous. Mogi faking low, one goes by. Olvi not getting faked though, gets that touch out. So Joby straight off the sidewall, Barry there first to the pass. You like to see that. Olvi to follow, has plenty of boost. Still in the corner, had to get that boost as well. That meant he ceded possession. Back, gets it back, Olvi. So one off the corner. Sunyon Rings just doing those half rotations, keeping it in that Goob half, but they need to clear it out. A triple commit, I believe, no, a double commit forced out, and Olvi to clear.
Deep touch, Bryant trying to get an outlet pass started. So Jody with the read, but can't quite corral it. So Mogi is going to be on their own in the back corner. Outlet center, that's going to be on. Not super dangerous, but definitely enough to apply some offensive pressure. The split 50 going wide. Sunyon Rings, it's a bit back and forth. It definitely feels like both teams are trying to feel out the opposition's defense and just kind of test the waters.
Yeah, we've had a few moments of mechanical brilliance from Sunyon Rings so far, but it hasn't panned out. Goob has been able to cover it for the most part. Olvi downfield now. No boost, that will be their mission for the next few seconds. The teammates will take over. A double commit, Wi-Fi not getting any touch though, but that gives possession away to Goob. Gives some time as well. That challenge comes in too soon. Mogi up for the shot and saved away, but Sunyon Rings are really trying to get that first goal.
Olvi underneath, has control, not able to get back to it though. Zero means Barry, who had a couple incredible plays in the last game. Look for that waterfall down. It's going to be a little bit too far for Barry. Barry trying to rotate back. It gets demoed out of the play. Wi-Fi is able to stall and just commit anything they can to stall Mogi. Mogi's got possession though. A little flip reset, swatted away. Another incredible save by Goob.
Yeah, a great save to shut down Mogi there. The aerial follow-up was there, but not successful. Barry will go missing on that one. Mogi has a flick, a chance, an attempt, and a success. And Mogi will get one for Sunyon Rings here.
And I mean, that's exactly what you expect out of Mogi. The amount of control they've had, the way to win, the formula has to be for Goob. You have to intercept that as soon as humanly possible. You give Mogi even a millimeter of space, and they're going to punish you for it for sure. Split 50, going back over to Mogi. He's going to get a pop center. A little bit too far for the second, so in turn, Olvi has the chance for a goal here.
Yeah, there have been a few moments for Mogi where he's had a chance to use his mechanics, and Goop were able to cover most of them, like I said, but that one, yeah, just wasn't working. But a minute left, still plenty of time. That bump from Sajobi opened up the lock, and they go in for the second.
I don't know if that might be too hard to overcome. Sunyan Rings have been playing absolutely insane. We talked about it. They've only dropped one game in their entire lead up to this event, to the grand finals, and now they're up 2-0 against Goop. I don't know necessarily if you can put yourself in this position and then dig your way back out of it.
Yeah, I believe it was 2 games, one in the semifinal and one in the group stage. So essentially, yeah, they've been absolutely insane, phenomenal. Bryant now getting the reset, Barry going flying to the right. Wi-Fi to try and break this one out, put some pressure on. Keep Sunyan Rings in their half and whittled down their boost. Looking for that boost was Wi-Fi, but Mogi just going right past. Back in the corner, Bryant now full boost as well, a chance to clear, but so far away. Coming down from the ceiling, Ovi no touch. Coming in for Wi-Fi to drop it down, but Sajobi has it free and clear.
14 seconds left to be played, and this one's effectively in the books. If you're Goop, though, a goal here could really help swing momentum back into your offense. Looks like, though, 3 seconds left to be played and an extra flip reset for an extra touch. This is going to hit the ground, and we have game 1 of your grand finals in the books. Sunyan Rings starting off with an early lead.
Yeah, and to kind of unpack that game 1, I mean, for context, Goop just came off of that semifinal, and they won in game 7. They had to go the distance. They had to play a lot of Rocket League to get there. It drains you, especially at the end of the weekend where, you know, a lot of people are just, you played a lot of Rocket League, but it all culminates in this moment, and you need to lock in, focus up, and recover for the rest of the series because they do have time to recover. That was only game 1.
Oh, for sure. Especially when you have such incredible high-level talent, the ability to make adjustments, talk with your team, tweak a couple things and come back and hopefully take game 2. It's very doable. So we'll see especially what Goob can do here going into game 2. I believe we're getting kickoff underway. Yes. Wi-Fi shoving it through, able to grab the 100, decides to turn off ball and go for a bump. Trying to open up some opportunities for Barry. Barry splits the 50. Wi-Fi decides to stay in the place at 8 beans. Gets it over 1. Isn't going to be able to get another touch. No, they do. They fake the first contact, then flip it over.
And a goal from Goob. I was going to say they're already making the adjustments I was thinking of. Wi-Fi just getting in the way, putting a pass in, a triple commit on that one, and Barry will put it through. So consistent on the shots. Goob making their mark in game 2.
Kickoff underway. Wi-Fi able to take control here. No. They were not able to fall back up with the ball. Instead, Mogi splitting the pinch. Oh my goodness. That was a rocket.
Absolutely insane from Mogi. The little spin around on the fake. The connect with Sajobi as well. Coming in clutch, getting that pinch, and that was nigh unstoppable for Goob's defense there. We'll tie up the game. And yeah, like I was saying before, what I was hoping for Goob to see out from Goob is Wi-Fi being a little bit more aggressive and going for the demo on the rotation out, which would allow more space for Goob and the rest of their teammates to make plays happen, make those plays happen. But for right now, it's Mogi with the reset, pushes it through. 2 defenders, 3 defenders, it doesn't matter, it's going in anyway.
Brother, we talked about it. You see Mogi in the air, you have to get a hand up. You have to do something to try to get Mogi off their game. Maybe a bump from Wi-Fi, maybe just a quick commit. Stop them at the ceiling. It's difficult. It costs a lot of beans, but it's going to save you a lot of pain and agony in the long run. Right there, Mogi has now had 2, almost 3, potentially solo plays that lead to goals.
Yeah, the solo plays, if you don't shut them down, I mean, you know, you can eke out a win, but when you don't shut Mogi down, it will make your life 10 times harder. Back to the midfield now. Brian getting beat on that one. Why? Pass to it. Pass middle, but it's so far, and I love the speed. I love the direction, but it was just so fast. Barry couldn't get there. Pinch back across. Wi-Fi doing their best up to the ceiling. No boost, no touch. Barry in the midfield just waiting. The pinch over and the 50 as well. Sending it back in the mixer. I think Goob just trying to keep it as far away from their goal right now as they can.
Elevation, dangerous in the air, almost gets the proper pinch, but it's going to go a little bit wide. That could have been almost damning for Goob. Tough sidewall here, controlled by Ovi, trying to play up pitch, gets the 50 split, goes forward a little bit further, but it's going to drop back for Barry. Barry takes a shot on target. A bump there from Ovi would have easily opened up the equalizer, but it's going to go lifelessly now, still 1-2.
Yeah, Barry's shot was a little bit too far to the middle, and of course accuracy can depend on a lot of factors, but that is something to improve, especially when Sunyon Rings don't give you that many opportunities in the first place. You need to be taking them or putting it on target. Wi-Fi looking for the bump, no luck there. Ovi, no boost, but still getting it down the field through 50s. Can be really effective. Looking across, it's back in the mid, up to the ceiling and down. Looking for that second touch, it's clear downfield. The demo coming through, it could be open, but Mogi can't control.
Mogi underneath, bumps, somehow still staying on the ball, splits the 50, drops it right. That could be a shot on, it's going to be high. Is there a follow? Yes, that's going to be on target. Goal number 3 here for Sunyon Rings.
Just a big 50 for Mogi, a big win there. And Bryant to follow up. Wi-Fi try to get there, Barry as well. And if you look at the replay, both players had 0 boost, and Sunyon Rings, as soon as they turn up the pace, as soon as they turn up the pressure, it can be so hard to keep your resources coming in, and you need those to be able to succeed here. Mogi taking possession once again, coming down from the ceiling, looking for the pinch. It didn't quite work. He was beat to it. Back in the midfield. Wi-Fi coming through. Can Goop just get any kind of open look? You see the defensive structure on Sunyon so far, and it's been so effective.
Well, they played so quick and they trust each other so well that they're almost spread out more than I would expect from Goop or any other team. But Sunyon Rings are able to use up their advantage. They're able to dive back. They've maintained boosts so well. You've pointed out multiple times now. Goop has found themselves kind of just screaming, taking the pennies, just, hey, I need something.
Yeah, I really need something, and when you're trying to pick up any penny you can before you know you have to make a challenge, it's so much pressure on you. Then the options on offense that Sunyon Rings have with Mogi is just brilliant. Coming through with the musty. Didn't quite get it perfect like I'm sure he wanted. Ovi in the corner battling it out for this possession there, getting it past one, trying to get that touch to block, but no can do. Bryant there. No touch either from them. Mogi downfield, getting demoed. This could be an opportunity for Goob. They don't have that defensive masterclass back for them, but Wi-Fi can't do anything with it, and it's back for square one for Goob.
Ovi has a deep push, might be able to beat to the ball. Fake contact out of Sunyon Rings, able to eliminate any form of shot opportunity. And we're back to square one. The danger is present. Mogi looking for that pinch. The crossbar bounces down. That would have been absolute, just disgusting performance on a solo play.
Yeah, these solo plays coming through. Mogi feeling himself today. That's exactly the day that you want to be feeling yourself. Up on the ceiling, coming down. It's so scary to see Mogi just floating above you, crashing the net. The ball coming towards you at 1,000,000 miles a second. Barry trying to keep us in the corner. It's safe for now, but 30 seconds left, and they still need 2 goals. Safe isn't good enough.
It's definitely not, especially when you've got Mogi, who's already got the skill to absolutely peak, is burning every single touch they can into a master class of efficiency.
Efficiency is the right word there. Bryant bomb down to Mogi. Mogi up to the backboard, and easy finish for Bryant there for the 4th goal here of Game 2. And in a grand final, 18 seconds left. I mean, I know Goop will, of course, do their best to come back on this one. I'm not sure how likely it is. Maybe I'll eat my words. Barry didn't have the double, and that might just do it. But for Game 3, I mean, in a grand final as well, going down 2 games can be so detrimental.
My goodness. I mean, I don't even know what to say here. Like, we know what the formula is, right? We know that for Goop to take Game 2, the only thing they can realistically do is just try to shut down Mogi, which is easier said than done. It's really just how well can you slow him down. He took only 4 shots, and he converted, what, 3 of them?
Okay, so I'll run over the scoreboard real quick, specific to Mogi. So he had 4 shots. He had 2 goals, 2 assists. They had 4 goals, which means he was involved in every single goal that they had that game, and that just shows the level of performance that he has right now.
The only way you can really slow it down, you have to send one. You have to just commit. And the worst part is Mogi, who, yes, is absolutely, they're in the zone, they're playing incredible, but Bryant is right there with them. They're also peaking at the perfect time in a way that I don't know if Goop's going to be able to make an adjustment for if Sunyon Rings plays at this caliber.
And it's just on the goal line. I was a little nervous for Sunyon Rings there, but it does finally go through. Wi-Fi to finish this one off and maybe getting some confidence back here in game 3.
What a great play. Wi-Fi in the waiting. I mean, that's a lot of trust for second man to commit that far up pitch and just wait for the play to develop. Good split 50. Sajobi on that bounce back center. They're going to turn back into it. Bit dangerous as it goes towards the midline. Harry tries to take possession for Goob, and this is just going to be outletted once again for Sunyan Rings.
Sent high by Sajobi. A goose egg on the board for Sunyan Rings. That's all right. You know what? They heard my words and said, "What goose egg? What 0? I just see a 1 there." They're gonna tie it up here.
It's just a rocket. 127 kilometers, just fired in at point-blank range. There's no way to stop. And the worst part is Mogi came back from that cheat spot, the blind spot for most defenders. There's no time to react, no time to swat that away. It's a free goal if he makes contact.
Yeah, free goal it was, and they will gleefully take that one, not complain at all. Downfield now, Mogi trying to receive, just sent forward again. I mean, for Sunyan Rings, I don't really like the dump and chase, but they can really just send it down to Mogi, and if he has boost, do something with it. All the way back now, Ovi needing to make that save, coming up the wall, gets the second touch. That was really important, doesn't even hit the ceiling. If Barry can get there, it could be on, but it's over. Saved away as well. The third man, Wi-Fi needed to take a save there. It had a full boost, thankfully for them.
Bryant gets the hop, lets it stay up front. Gonna rotate back here. I don't see Mogi. That's gonna be very dangerous for Sunyan Rings, or very dangerous for Goob. Sorry, I got that backwards. Goob elevating. Ovi has control underneath the ball, looking for a flip reset opportunity, but a little bit too far away and not enough power behind the ball for that to be super threatening. What a follow!
Yeah, when the ball just sits up like that. I mean, yeah, look at that bounce right there off the backboard. I mean, nobody's up from Sunyan Rings. Barry has so much time and space to just place that exactly how they want to. But of course, planning your shot is only half the story. You have to execute your shot as well. And Barry is doing that in this grand final. That's good to see. Could be just returned, though, for Sunyan Rings. We're close to getting that equalizer. Mogi in the corner. Barry will win out on that one. Past another. Ovi in the mid to take a 50, but they're doing such a good job for Sunyan mitigating that damage just now.
Ovi diving up. They're trying to apply more pressure. Goob has the lead, and they've got a little bit of pressure going for him. Out the back. Wi-Fi's underneath. Gets the 50 through. Ovi's looking back over for Wi-Fi, but it's going to be too high. So instead, this is going to be all the way across. Sunyan just immediately just trying to get all the way down the pitch.
To receive on the Sunyan side, on the wall as well. Mogi just trying to kind of flip it over. Wi-Fi looked a little slow, a little awkward, going for another kind of pinch attempt on the ground as well for Sunyan, going for those trick plays. And of course, if you hit a clip like that, it can just rejuvenate your team. It brings back the energy. You know, you hit something great. You know you're feeling yourself at this point. Mogi getting bumped away. Trying to relieve that pressure is Goob. Ovi there. Wi-Fi is the third. Solid 50 to get it to the middle. Up for this one. Mogi just floating in the air, trying to get the reset. You shut it down perfectly, and you get the goal as a reward.
Barry is meeting the peak. He is there for the read. I mean, we saw Barry lock up the semifinals with an incredible shot angle that, in my opinion, would be difficult for any tier. And now Barry is peaking here in game 2, locking down yet another incredible rotation.
Yeah, and Barry a player, I mean, I've seen them play, very impressed with how they play, but they can play up as well. You know, very mechanical, very fast, and able to play with different play styles, so they can play up to whatever lobby they need to. And I would say for this one that Bryant and Mogi are opposing exactly that challenge. Ovi in the corner, straight up to the ceiling, could be dangerous. Wi-Fi is there to clear, looking for that block as well. Mogi to turn around, over to Ovi, just gives possession away though. Mogi on the prowl, looking to just carry it in. It's off the post. The Goob defense is there, and for now they stand strong.
Perfect slot. Oh my goodness, bar down with the follow. Mogi able to put that away. I really thought Bryant just sank an absolutely clinical location, but my goodness, brother. That aggression, I don't know how Goob's going to overcome it.
Okay, I was about to say their defense is great. I did say their defense is great, and then Sajobi just comes out with this little half-measure pass that was just perfect for Bryant to finish that off, and a good shot as well. So Sunyan will get one back, so a 1-goal lead. A 2-goal lead can be dangerous, but a 1-goal lead can be as well. Wi-Fi now, the whole net's a go, but the bump wasted time, and the ball is to the side.
That could have easily been the dagger for this game. Yes, there's a minute 18 left to be played, but a 2-goal deficit when both teams are playing at their primes. It is almost an impossible task to ask for. Instead, no, Olvi looking for a pass off backboard, a great read to outlet this away and buy just a couple more seconds of breathing.
And the problem with Olvi's backboard pass there is that Sunyan Rings so often, unless it's threatening, will just get that cleared, which means they're already, we've seen how fast they are in the transition. They get it clear and it's immediately a pass. And that's why Goop has been under so much pressure when they try to make passes like that. That's why I say you have to wait patiently for the right moment. This could be it for Sunyan Rings. It's blocked away, buried downfield for the third man to clear.
Spot, Olvi trying to get a double tap to be favorable off the backboard. They're able to get it back down the Wi-Fi, but they're not able to get that play going. Opportunities abound. Instead, Bryant stops, pops the pie, looking for the flip reset, fakes it through. Oh my!
The ice when you need it. The ice when called upon is Bryant. The reset, the fake goes under Barry, tricks him. The Maestro himself will tie it up 3-3 for Game 3, and if they could take this win, all the momentum is on their side.
Olvi off ceiling, has the reset already, gets another, looking for a fourth touch, can't quite get back to the ball, so instead Barry's going to have to follow. Off ceiling, might be leaving here for Wi-Fi, it's an outlet to Bryant, but Nurser and Mogi puts a rip, it's a little wide, what a follow! Sorry, that was Bryant with the first touch, but oh my goodness. The 1-2 punch has now occurred, I believe, 3 times where Bryant has just absolutely slammed the throttle on the pace, and then Mogi's just right there for the second touch.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. That is a devastating goal to concede, and it's just a little confusing because Goop's defense was nowhere to be seen. It seems like they're trying to get back on it. Olvi, that will just set it down, will be misguided, misplaced. But it seemed like they weren't covering their defensive back line nearly enough. It seemed like every time, or at least a lot of the time, the Sunyan were bringing the ball forward and had an opportunity on goal. Goop was chasing the ball, trying to get back on defense.
My goodness gracious. Look at this. Look at the stat lines. I mean, literally Goop took 10 shots through the game. It doesn't reflect the level of pressure that they were being applied with the rapid counterattacks that came out of Sunyan Rings. I mean, it was the counterattacks were, there was no pace, there was no hesitation. It was just straight, how fast can we outlet this? How fast can Mogi or Bryant redirect it in? And it works. It works so well.
It does work so well, but Goop will have to find a solution to this very big problem they have. It is now Game 4. A reverse sweep situation. Sunyan Rings on match point to take it all. The grand final for Fiber Frenzy here, provided by WSTA and WCSA. It could be all right here in this next 5 minutes.
Wi-Fi dropping it down in front of the Sunyan Rings defense. Olvi with the follow. A great possible slot. It's going to be a little bit wide, and instead, this opportunity is going to be cut out from underneath them. A quick counterattack, though. Looking forward to go back center for Sunyan Rings, and they just can't quite corral it. Bryant has control. Can't get the second touch, so instead, Goop now has a chance at the ball.
Chance at the ball. Exactly. Full boost for Barry, but just had a swarm of Sunyan defenders stopping their advance. So Joby now to take it. Small wall pinch just to get it downfield. Bryant just sending it to the sky. Very ready for that one as well. That's the double prong play that I was talking about earlier. You send the first man, and the second man is ready for the clear.
Bryant plays possession, walks it back, grabs 100. Looks like they're going to go for a flip reset, try to get some extra mobility on it. Another touch. Just trying to keep it elevated, just trying to move it down, take their time, and it was finally cut out. Goop deciding to start elevating and attacking it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, just chaining those mechanics together. It can be so dangerous if you don't just get in front of it and take a 50. Coming off the backboard now, Olvi trying to get something started. A nice little backflip to send it downward from Wi-Fi. Up to the ceiling from Barry. Gets the second touch as well. Put 2 defenders in net and 1 stayed on the course.
Bryant dropping out center. Olvi has the read, drops it back down for his teammate. Can't quite get it. 2 defenders. And we're already right back into it.
Yeah, and again, we've talked a lot about Mogi, but it is really hard to shut him down because a lot of the time you're so focused on maintaining your resources and your defensive backbone that As soon as you give him an opening in the game, he will take it. But still 0-0 on this one. It needs to be for Goob to, really feel okay about it. Up for a shot. It's there for the 50. Very to the side. Very fake. Olvi will take it instead. Down to the side wall. Returned immediately. Looking for that shot. It's off target. They get the follow. Barry is there for the 50 in the mid just for the taking. Sunyon Rings are swarming that midfield right now. Have it, at least for right now. Mogi looking for the corner, but immediately cleared out by Wi-Fi. Immediately returned by Bryant, looking for the touchdown.
Oh!
It's just in off the post, bounced out. It doesn't matter, but what an angle.
My brother, I cannot believe he just pulled out the protractor on the way down, low beam situation, and then just slotted it on the backside of the net. I mean, it's hard to call it mid-game, but it would be really difficult right now not to say Mogi is putting in an MVP caliber performance.
Definitely a contender for that title for sure. We'll have to see until the end of the series to really make that judgment, but I agree completely. And now Goob face down with a 2-minute timer on their tournament life on that grand final prize. Very struggling to get that one out, up to the ceiling. Doesn't have much boost to follow, tries to come down. Sunyon giving them space right now, at least. Awkward backflips to the corner. Can Barry get a 50? No, it'll go back the other way, and Sunyon trying to get a second.
Olvi, hang up, has control, can't quite get a follow, so it's going to drop right back down to Mogi. The ball gets deleted from the pitch, a split 50, puts it back center, but Olvi has to play back a little bit further, and this might catch him off guard. The deep outlet is a free goal for Sunyon Rings, and this could be a very difficult high-pressure situation for Goob.
I think that's all down to the magic of the touch from Bryant there. I mean, that kind of position for the defense for Sunyon Rings where you're on your goal line. He just gets a flick and got so much power behind it, so much distance as well, and that allowed the transition to be seamless, to be fast, to be effective. Now 1 minute left, again a 2-0 lead now. Game 4, you need to win this to stay alive for Goob. Back in their corner though, trying to get one forward. Again the 50. Sunyon Rings are just meeting Goob where they're at and forcing them back.
Looks by here, Joby has the read. Cuts out the pass. Olvi, low beam situation, can't really cover this. It's going to be a shot on Bryant. Might have just taken the dagger and might have just put the $1,500 shot in the back of the net.
Could just be Bryant making his signature on that one. 83 kilometers an hour, assisted by Sajobi as well. Again, I've been so positive about Sajobi, but to come in as a third, as a high school player, I believe, and to put in this kind of performance with two really great players says a lot. So about 35 seconds left on the clock. Goob will have to give it everything they have right now. Getting forced back once again. Sajobi on the prowl, looking for that ground pass. Off the post, waste time, Barry to the side. But both of them twins with no boost. Barry now picks it up. Full boost, has to carry it through, up to the corner. It couldn't be better than that, and still saved away. What do Goob need to do to score? 10 seconds left. It might not matter at this point. Bryant to the middle. It doesn't matter. Side to side, they'll waste the time. It's there for them, and Sunyon Rings, as we count down this game to the very end, 0 seconds on the clock. Sunyon Rings will be your champions for Fiber Frenzy.
$1,500 will be going to Sunyon Rings, $500 per player. Incredible plays. I mean, look at that. If you look at the shot totals here, realistically 7 from Goob. There's 8 for Sunyon Rings. But the wildest part is every single shot we saw come out from Goob, even Bryant on that last shot, we saw the shot was placed perfectly top corner. And instead, Bryant still meets it at the perfect moment, at the apex, and just bangs it away.
Right, and Mogi, we talked about him and the brilliance, the flashes of brilliance there. But again, I like that you addressed the impact that Bryant had, because the defensive stand and just being able to basically block anything from coming through, or at least keep it to very little, was so important for Mogi to be able to do what he does best and go out there and score pretty amazing goals. So yeah, congrats to them. They had an amazing performance today and yesterday.
For sure. And the level of chem that we saw out of Bryant and Mogi was just absurd. I mean, the fact that we saw literally Mogi took a half volley off the back wall and just launched it up pitch. He's like, yeah, Bryant's got to be up there somewhere. Like, that level of trust definitely leads to wins. You have to have that level of communication. We are being fed some information, Tibbles. Can't read from here. What do you got?
So we have our MVPs for the tournament. Everyone listen up. Wait, bring it back. It's all right. No, I remember I said, I'm just kidding. So for the grand finals MVP of the tournament overall, we have Brian. Let's give it up for Brian here. And let's not forget the grand high school players who have come to play today and yesterday and put their mark on this tournament. And so your high school MVP is Wi-Fi. Let's give it up for them as well. And as of now, I will be taking my leave, and Boss will be doing a player interview with our MVP, Brian.
Mike's pretty specific. You got to look right at it when you're talking. If you look away, it won't really pick it up too well.
Okay.
Just fair warning. But to get right into it, so you guys obviously had a very successful run. I think you guys dropped a total of 3 games in the entirety of the tournament.
Sounds right.
One of the things that paid off really well was your guys' trust in one another, the level that you guys had to outlet so quickly. You're always looking for the extra touch, looking for that team play pass. What leads to that? How much work do you have to put in to generate that level of chemistry?
Well, me and Mogi are friends. We play together all the time, even if we're just messing around. So we have like that natural chemistry. And also I think Sajobi just is probably better than Champ 1. So he was just able to like clear the ball when we needed, and it bought us enough time to get boost and just win.
For sure. You had multiple incredible plays on the back line. We talked a lot about offense today and generating your own plays, the mechanics that went behind it, but the amount of times where an incredible shot was levied at your net and you met it at the apex. You're at the very last second you possibly could. That last shot in the final game, you were literally at the top left corner. What level of confidence, I guess, do you have going into that, knowing that, hey, I can get there. I know with my mechanics, I can block that shot.
Well, I guess the more I play the game, the more I have confidence to just do whatever. And I just like trust myself to play good, because if I play bad, it's just not the end of the world. I just move on.
Fair. Well, I guess last question, just to kind of wrap things up. So $1,500 prize pool. I guess you guys are splitting it probably 3 ways, 500. What are you thinking about using that money for, brother?
Maybe a new monitor. Mine's kind of getting old. I mean, it's pretty good, but a new monitor never hurt.
Fair. Well, congratulations on your play today. You guys played exceptionally well for Fiber Frenzy. Can't wait to see what you guys do in the future.
Thank you.
Sweet. So that will bring the conclusion to the Fiber Frenzy, our second day, our grand finals already in the books. We have our winners, we have our MVP, we have our prizes handed out. I can't stress it enough. Tibbles, you did such a great job today, brother. You were amazing to cast with on the desk.
Well, we have talent all around here, and I could say the same about you. So it was a great team and a great event. And I just want to shout out all the sponsors. I'll go through one by one who made this event happen and, provided such a fun and engaging experience. So for our platinum level, we have Power and Tel, ITCI, Cornerstone Group, AdFran, TCC, Jader and Hystrom, Goldfield Telecom. For Diamond, we have Lynx Networks, Marquette Adams, Wind Technology, Serenity, Norvado, Arista, Edge Consulting Engineers, Citizens Connected, Calix, Nokia, KGP, TDS, Mosaic, Baldwin Lightstream, and Edgewood University, and of course our grand champion sponsor, who we thank most of all for their support and their kindness, Amherst Communication, a great partner for, a sponsor for us for this event.
Well, I think that concludes everything for the day. This has been CSA. This has been the Fiber Frenzy. I believe we are probably about time to go ahead and end stream. We will catch you all next time.